So in this video, and for the first time in full, you will hear in Lucy Letby's own words her explanation for the events which transpired at the Countess of Chester Hospital and for which she was later convicted on 7 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. The following is a verbatim account of Lucy Letby's 10 days on the witness stand, where she was cross-examined at length by the prosecuting barrister, Nicholas Johnson, KC. The following video has been made possible by the purchasing of court-approved transcripts, further details of which can be found in the video description box below. Now, before we start this video, it's important for me to mention that this was an event in which I attended personally, having spent many days at Manchester Crown Court witnessing Lucy Letby give evidence firsthand. So in this video, I'll be narrating verbatim both the part of Lucy Letby and also that of Nicholas Johnson, KC. Letby, is there any reason why you cry when you talk about yourself, but you don't cry when you talk about all these dead and seriously injured children? I have cried when talking about some of the babies. That's your answer? Yes. You started giving evidence on the 2nd of May. Do you remember that? Yes. It's a long time ago now, May 2nd. Is there anything you said back on the 2nd of May that, now you have thought about it in the time that's passed, you'd like to change? No. Anything that you said a few days later that you'd like to change? Not from what I can recall now, no. And anything over the last 3 days that you have said that you'd like to change? No. So if I ask you later in this process about something, you're not going to say, oh yes, I made a mistake about that, I meant to correct it. Well, I can't say that definitively without going through everything that I've said, but at the moment, no. Now, some time ago, you created a document called a defence statement. Do you remember that? Yes. I'd like to give you a copy of it so you can identify it. I'm not going to go through it in detail now, but as we go through the evidence, we will deal with this document, okay? Yes. I'm going to give it to you in paper format, and if you haven't got a copy, you're free to remove it from this room if you want to. If you want to look at it, because I'll be asking you questions about it. Okay. This is quite a long document, isn't it? Yes. It runs to 28 pages. Is that right? Yes. Can you just go to the final page, please? Because I'd like to deal with what it says. It says, this defence statement is not signed. The defendant made additional amendments to the statement at a meeting on the 11th of February 2022. During this conference, however, the defendant accepted this document and the amendments as being an accurate summary of her case, and the court and the prosecution will be provided with a signed copy of this document in due course. Is that what it says? Yes. And was that true? Yes. Now, by the 11th of February, you had had most of the prosecution statements and exhibits for about a year, hadn't you? I can't recall the definitive dates of when I received everything from November 2020. Well, you were arrested in November 2020, that's right, isn't it? Yes. And a lot of, or a good proportion of, the prosecution documents were served in the very early part of 2021. Do you remember that? Yes. There have, of course, been various documents that have come through as the case has progressed, even during the trial, to be fair, haven't there? Yes. But you knew in February 2022 what the important features of the allegations against you were, didn't you? Yes. And one of the other things that you knew, and you'd had quite a lot of time to ponder, were the contents of your police interviews, weren't they? Yes. I'd just like to go back in the document, if you wouldn't mind, please, to page 5. It's paragraph 30 of the document. It's a single sentence. Would you just read the sentence to the jury, please? In general, I rely upon those matters I raised and explanations given in my police interviews. Yes, and that was your position, wasn't it, a year after your arrest? I don't know what you mean, sorry. You were accepting, a year after your arrest, having had a year to read the police interviews, you were accepting that what you said in those interviews, in effect, represented your case. It was accurate at that time, yes. Can you look at paragraph 203 of your defence statement, please, page 26? This is headed Items from the Defendant's House. In other words, your house. Yes. Can you read paragraphs 203 and 204, please? I've dealt with certain items that were taken from my house by the police in paragraphs above. I did not deliberately take any item from the hospital with the intention of keeping it. And 202? I did not deliberately retain a handover sheet from the morning of the 25th of June 2016. What did you tell the jury this morning about the handover sheet from the 25th of June? I needed it for the next day to complete my documentation. Yes, that you deliberately kept it. Well, I'm referring here, though, to deliberately keeping it at my home address. Read the words for the jury. Which one? 202. I did not deliberately retain a handover sheet from the morning of the 25th of June 2016. That's not true, is it? Were you lying there, or were you lying this morning? I don't think it's a lie. I think I'm referring to the handover sheet not being at my home address for a deliberate reason. It was there for a deliberate reason. It, to use your phrase, came home with you. Yes. Are these active handover sheets? Do you understand what I mean? You're passive, they are active. Did they come home with you? Yes, the sheets have come home with me, yes. No, you take them home, don't you? Yes. Yes, they don't come home with you. You take them home. No, they've come back in error. They were not intentionally taken. Well, this one was, wasn't it? No, it was taken home with intent on that time, but it was not left at my home address with intent. Let's deal with your addresses, because when we come to look at some of these handover sheets, as we will, we need to understand where you were living and when you were living there, okay? Yes. That's the reason I'm asking the questions, because what I'm going to suggest to you, so you know what the objective is that you move from property to property and you take these handover sheets with you each time, okay? And so in due course, I'll suggest when you say you didn't know you had them, that's a lie, okay? Okay. So that's the purpose. So let's look at the facts. You were a student between the academic years of 2008-9, 2009-10, and 2010-11. Is that fair? Yes. A 3-year course at Chester, and you told us back at the beginning of this month that you qualified in 2011. Yes. So these are the traditional academic years, September to June, or what was the academic year on your course? It's a full 12-month course for nursing. Sure, well, a 3-year course, I think you said. Yes, but... Yes. What, you study for 12 months a year, do you? Yes. You're not the sort of lazy student I was, getting the summer off or anything like that? No. All right, and you, qualified in when? In 2011? At the end? September. September 2011, okay. For those 3 years, were you living in student accommodation in Chester? Yes. From your student accommodation, I'm not asking you where, but did you live in more than one place in Chester? Yes. Was it university accommodation? Yes. Did it change each academic year? Yes. The academic year, as you've just inferred at least, is September to September. Yes. All right, so when you'd got to starting work in October 2011, where did you live? At that point, I wasn't employed. I began my employment in January 2012. Right, okay. So you had 4 months or so trying to get a job? Yes. And in that time, were you living in Chester or were you living back in Hereford? I was at my parents' address in Hereford. Did all of your belongings follow you from Chester to Hereford? Yes. So you started in January 2012. Were you living in Ash House from the beginning? Yes. Did you remain in Ash House until the 15th of March 2014? I'd have to confirm the dates, but yes. I'm going from a date in your diary that was dealt with by Mr. Myers back on the 2nd of May. Okay. That's when you first moved into a flat in Chester? Yes. A flat of one of your colleagues? Yes. She was not living there when you were living there, is that right? No. It isn't right? Sorry, no, she was not living there. I lived there alone. And you remained there until the 1st of June 2015? Yes. So if anyone's keeping a note, the 15th of March 2014 to the 1st of June 2015. On the 1st of June 2015, you moved back into Ash House. Is that right? I don't remember the dates from my head, but if that's agreed, then yes. The reference in your diary, if anybody wants to check it, is J355. And again, it's a date that was dealt with in passing some time ago, but I just want to re-establish the dates. Yes. On the 15th of March, by coincidence, in other words, the same date as when you moved into your colleague's flat, this time the 15th of March 2016, you exchanged contracts on your property in Westbourne Road. Yes. You got the keys on the 18th? Yes. And on the 5th of April, you moved into number 41 Westbourne Road? Yes. Something you described yesterday as a massive life moment? Yes. I'd like to deal with your uniforms in which these handover sheets came home with you, all right? So that the jury understand what the system is, who provides the uniforms? The hospital. Who launders the uniforms? The staff that wear them, so myself. Yes. And how many uniforms are you provided with? I can't recall specifically, maybe 3? Okay. Would you launder the uniforms every time they were used? Yes. If you had 3, it would follow, wouldn't it, that if you were working in blocks of 3 days, as generally you did, not always, but generally, you'd use each uniform in succession? Yes. And therefore it would follow, wouldn't it, that every day, or at least by the 3rd day, you'd be emptying the pockets of the uniforms? Yes. What did you do with the contents of the pockets? They were put aside in random places in my house, such as... The random places. Which random places? I can't say. I would accumulate paper in various areas of my home, bags, anywhere. We'll come back to the handover sheets a bit later. So far as the computerized records are concerned, I want to ask you about those, okay? Okay. These are the medication administration time-stamped computerized records that I'm talking about. Okay. Do you understand what it is I'm talking about? Yes. There are, generally speaking, 2 people who contribute to those documents, aren't there? Yes. From a nursing point of view, the first contributor is somebody who is categorized as the user. That's what the system calls them? Yes. And the second is the cosigner? Yes. And again, that's the term attributed to the role by the system, isn't it? Yes. You have told us, and some of your colleagues have confirmed, that the relative status of user and cosigner doesn't actually inform the reader as to who it was that had administered a particular drug. That's right. But it does tell us who created the original record. Do you mean who prescribed the drug? No. I'll be clear. The easiest way of listing this may be for you to describe to us, if I, or if you were the user, what would you do to create the record on the system? You would have to log onto the Meditech system, which is what it's called, and enter your login details. Yes. The time of administration of the drug concerned. We know that the system automatically timestamps the entry, doesn't it? Yes. So the system creates the time, records the time at which this is being done. Is that right? It records the time that you log on. It then requires 2 people to sign for the actual time that the medication was given. Yes. But who is it that inputs the information as to the time the medication was given? Either of the nursing staff that have been giving that medication. But wouldn't the user do it? Put all that information in and then the cosigner? No, not necessarily. Well, you tell us how it works then. A nurse will log onto the system, and whether it's the user or the cosigner, they would have access to that and would input the details, and then the cosigner would have to verify that information. Yes, And so from a practical point of view, doesn't that mean that the person who's shown as the user is the person initiating the process? No, it could be either member of staff. Right. You can automatically put yourself into the co-signer role, can you? When you open it up, you become the... No, only one person can log on at a time, so the user would have it up on the screen, and then the two of you would be checking that prescription. And where does the information come from that is input to the system, so far as the time at which something was administered is concerned? That's inputted by staff. Yes, but which of the two? The user? It could be either. Or the co-signer? It could be either. You have told us that you are a mentor for students. Yes. And what does that process involve? That means that we are allocated student nurses when they come onto placements, onto the neonatal unit during their training, and you're responsible for teaching them, carrying out paperwork and competencies they need to achieve. Yes. And so far as the paperwork is concerned, what do you tell them? What? I don't understand. What do you tell them about paperwork and their responsibilities? I don't follow. I'll give you an example. If one of your students had a handover sheet, what would you tell him or her to do with it? What are their responsibilities about the handover sheets? Students don't usually have a handover sheet. They aren't given documentation because they're students. Right. But if a student has a handover sheet, what would you expect the student to do with it? Discard it in the confidential waste? Yes. Why? That's normal practice. Well, it's normal for some people. Is it normal practice for you? No. At times it's not, no. Well, 250 times it isn't, that we know of. That's over many years, though. Well, if you do 50 a year, it's still 5 years. What is your normal practice? With handover sheets? Yes. To dispose of them, but there are times that they have come home with me in my pocket, yes. No, there are times you have taken them home. Not with intent, not with the intent of keeping them. If you were going to see Mr. Myers in his chambers in Manchester, and you accidentally picked up his phone as you left his chambers, what would you do with his phone? Return it. That's a hypothetical situation. It is, but you understand the point, don't you? Yes. Why didn't you do that with the handover sheets? It's a different context. Why? Because you're referring to a phone that belongs to somebody. The handover sheets do not belong to a person. But they have a lot of information on them, don't they? They do. Whose information? Babies on the unit. Yes. What are your responsibilities as a medical professional for sensitive personal data? To keep it confidential. What would have happened to you in a disciplinary sense if the hospital management knew that you had 250 odd handover sheets at home? I can't answer that. I don't know what the policy would be. Are you interested in the policy? I don't understand. Have you ever been interested in the policy on managing personal sensitive data? No. I'm not aware of what the exact policy is. You're not bothered, are you? I don't think I'm not bothered. I don't know the full details, and these handover sheets were confidential. I know they're at my home address, but they were still held in confidence. Held in confidence? Some in a bin bag in your garage? That's held in confidence, is it? Well, I'm the only person that lives at the property, so yes. What about the ones in the shredder box at your parents' home? Who lives there? My parents, but they would not enter my room. They're not held in confidence, though, are they? Well, I don't believe anybody would have looked at them, no. Do you obey the rules when it suits you? No. Do you like telling other people what to do, but you don't quite live up to those standards yourself? No. Miss Letby, yesterday you answered several questions from me on several issues. Is there anything that you said during the course of my questioning to you that you have thought about overnight and you want to modify any of the answers that you have given? No. One of the statements of fact that you made to the jury was that student nurses are not given handover sheets. That's right. Was that true? Yes. When you were a student nurse, were you given any handover sheets? Sometimes, yes, but the neonatal unit didn't tend to give them out to students at that point. Could you just repeat that answer, because I'm not quite sure I understood it? What do you mean? As a student nurse, yes, I had handover sheets from certain areas, but routinely the neonatal unit of the Countess at that time did not provide students with a handover. I just want to understand this answer. When you were a student at the Countess of Chester Hospital, were you given handover sheets? At some placements, yes. Some placements? Do you mean in different parts of the hospital? Yes. Well, all I'm interested in is the neonatal unit, so if you would concentrate on that. Were you given handover sheets from the neonatal unit? I can't recall specifically. You know where I'm going with this, don't you? Did you have any handover sheets at your house from when you were a student at the Countess of Chester Hospital? I couldn't say. I've got handover sheets. I don't know where they're from. Is that true? Yes. What was the first day that you worked at the Countess of Chester Hospital in the neonatal unit? 2nd of January 2012. As a student? When I was a student? I don't recall the date. It would have been between 2008 and 2011. I can't recall specifically what dates all my placements were. I'm going to suggest to you that the first day you worked on the neonatal unit as a student was the 1st of June 2010. Okay. And the reason I'm making that suggestion to you is that there is a handover sheet in your house. Or was a handover sheet in your house from that date? Yes. Are you agreeing with me? Yes. At the time that we're talking about, students did not have handover sheets. Why didn't you say that when I asked you the question a few minutes ago? That we did get handover sheets when I was a student, but the students no longer get handover sheets. I believe I did say at the time that the practice now is they do not have a handover sheet. Are you doing your best to tell the truth? The whole truth and nothing but the truth? Lucy Letby? Yes. Where was that handover sheet dated the 1st of June 2010? I have no idea. Did you have a keepsake box with roses on it in your house at 41 Westbourne Road? Yes. What was in the keepsake box? I can't recall from memory. One of the things in the keepsake box was that handover sheet, wasn't it? I don't know. I don't have any recollection of where the handover sheets were. I'm going to show it to you as the police recovered it, please. It's Exhibit WG3. Just have a look at that, if you would. Is that from your house? I can't say. I don't recall a specific individual sheet. No. Just take it in your hands. What's unusual about it? Pick it up. What's unusual about it? I don't know what you mean. It's a standard handover sheet. It is. But how does it differ from all the other handover sheets that you took home? It hasn't got handwriting on it. That's one difference. Another is, it hasn't got any folds in it either, has it? It's in pristine condition. Is this the original? It is the original. In the keepsake box in your house. Okay. You knew where you were keeping these handover sheets, didn't you? No. They're in several locations, I believe, throughout the property. They were. And there were 99 handover sheets from your time as a student, weren't there? In your house. Can't comment on that. I don't know how many there were. Does that sound about right? I wouldn't know. I don't know how many handover sheets I had in different locations until I've been told now how many there were in total. You are not, and you have not been prepared to tell the truth about these handover sheets, Have you? The truth is what I've told you. I want to deal with a bit of evidence that you gave yesterday on the subject of handover sheets. If Mr. Murphy would help me please by opening up on the screens tile 331 in the child O sequence. Do you remember giving some evidence about this? Yes. And your explanation, I'm going to suggest, and I'd ask you to either agree or disagree, was that you took the handover sheet for the 23rd of June home, and the reason that you took it home was because on the back of it you had written down some details of drugs that had been given to child O or another child that you were looking after that day. Am I right so far? There was documentation on there. I'm not sure exactly what was on there, but yes, the handover sheet did have writing on it, yes. Well, I'll remind you of exactly what you said, seeing as we don't seem to be going in the same direction. You said to Mr. Myers, it's common practice that we will utilise the handover sheets. So we would write on the back of the handover sheet, and if something significant happens, we would just grab the nearest available paper or paper towel, something to write on so that we can then document retrospectively. Then Mr. Myers asked you this question. When in this note, and he's referring at this point, Mr. Myers, to what we can see on the screen, you finish left signing off drugs until tomorrow. Can you explain to us what that refers to? And you said, so I hadn't completed all of the documentation for the medications. So, for the medications, concentrate on those words, please. And as I was back in work the next day, I planned to do it then. You were then asked this question. What was happening with whatever notes you had in between the end of your shift and completing writing up medications the next day? So do you agree with me that the essence of the questions and answers is that this is all to do with medications? Medication was included, yes. I don't know that that's medications in its entirety. And you said, I needed it for the next day. You were then asked the question, so where was it? Talking about the note. And you said, it came back. In other words, you took it back home. That's what you meant, wasn't it? I took it to bring it back into work the next day, yes. Where was it? Said Mr. Myers. And you said, at this point, in my pocket. And you confirmed that the notes were in your pocket. Then there was a bit of confusion between the two of you, and Mr. Myers said, probably my fault, you've got the notes in your pocket. You said something about left signing up drugs until tomorrow, which we can see on the screen. What's going to happen to those bits of paper? And you then said, they're going to come back to work the next day. By that, you meant you were going to take them into work the next day, didn't you? Yes. Yes. And Mr. Myers said, 23rd of June, you have the handover sheet which includes on it child P and child O. You answered yes. Then you were asked a question and the various notes on the back of that? Your answer was yes. Then you were asked a question, is that the handover sheet that you would have taken home with you at the end of the shift, if you remember? You replied yes. So that's the exchange between you. There you were, saying that you took the handover sheet home deliberately. Do you accept that? Yes. The reason for taking it home deliberately was because you needed it for the next day. Yes. And the reason you needed it for the next day was because you hadn't completed writing up the medications and you needed the notes on the back of the handover sheet to remind you of what you needed to write the next day. Do you agree with that? Or for any other documentation that still needed to be completed? No. The question and the answers were very specific. It was all to do with medications, wasn't it? Well, here, yes. I'm referring to drugs, yes. Yes. And the question and answers between you and Mr. Myers were referring to drugs, weren't they? Yes, if that's what it said, yes. Right, I'm going to show you the handover sheet, the original handover sheet. Just for the record, what I'm about to hand over is Exhibit 15, which has already been exhibited in the trial. It is, just in case these documents get separated, 4 handover sheets that were in the Ibiza bag. 23rd of June, 24th of June, 25th and 28th of June. Would you compare, and take as much time as you like, the original to the copy that we've just given to the jury, a version of which you have as well? And would you confirm that it is the same document, apart from the fact that the names of the children other than Child Q, Child O and Child P have all been edited out? Yes. Would you now turn over the original and compare it to the second page that I've just handed you as a copy? Yes, it's the same. The same document, right. I'm not interested in the front of this document for these purposes. I'm interested in the back and your notes. You point out to us where the notes of the medications are you have made on the back of that document. There's a note about caffeine and child P. Right, so this is the top left, yes? Yes. Caffeine underlined? Yes. Right, okay. Anything else for child P? No. Child O? No, the drugs were written on a paper towel, I believe. The child whose name has been edited out? Who was the third child in nursery 2? There's no medications. So your evidence to the jury yesterday is that you took that home because it had caffeine written on it? And that you brought it in the next day to help you remember what? Caffeine? Is that the thing you're struggling? I didn't say that. I didn't say that I'd taken it because of caffeine. No, you said you took it for the drugs. Yes, with the paper towel that was also with it. There's a paper towel with it? Yes, we've seen the paper towel, haven't we? Well, there have been a couple of paper towels. I'm interested. You were answering questions about the handover sheet. That's why I started with reminding you of what your evidence was. Were you telling the truth to the jury yesterday? Yes. The Morrison's bag. When did that bag go under your bed? I can't recall a specific date when I would have put that under the bed. Well, give us a range of dates if you would, please. Well, the Ibiza bag sort of replaced that bag, so it would be after, just before that time maybe, or after. So just before, so sometime around the 20-something of June 2016. I can't be specific, but the Ibiza bag became my new work bag, yes. Right, and in the Morrison's bag there were 31 handover sheets we've heard, haven't we? Yes. And they were dated between July 2014 and then April 2015 through to June 2016. Do you accept that? Yes, obviously I can't see it now, but if it's been agreed, then yes. I can produce the sheets. Would you like to see them? No, if it's been agreed. How did all those handover sheets get into that bag? They didn't get there on their own, did they? No. So you tell us the process between emptying out your uniform when you're about to launder it to those handover sheets ending up in that bag, please. When I've come home from work, I've taken my uniform off. The contents of the pockets have gone into the work bag. And where does the work bag then go on the next day, the next work day? To work. Yes. So what, you're ferrying handover sheets to and from the Countess of Chester? Is that what you're saying? I can't say definitively. Well, that must be what you're saying, mustn't it? I accept that they're all in that bag, yes. Well, they're all in the bag when the police find it. Right. What I'm more interested in is, first of all, why you put them into that bag at all. I can't recall. Can't? Or won't? No, I collect paper, just gathers. They were just bits of paper to me. You're not telling the truth, are you? I am. Why don't you want to tell the truth? That is the truth. They have no meaning to me at all. They're just pieces of paper. If they have no meaning to you, why do you keep them? Because I keep a lot of paper. I have difficulty throwing things away. I have copious amounts of paper, cards, notes throughout my whole life. These are no different. They're just pieces of paper that have been gathered and I've never done anything with them. Well, you have. You've put them into different bags in different places. Yes, a piece of paper, not because of the content. I've moved paper around my whole life. Oh, yes, you have. And that's one of the reasons I asked you the questions about where you were living at various points. Yes, I accept possessions come with me to multiple addresses, and that's including these handover sheets as well as many other handwritten things, cards, letters, notes. It's the paper that I accumulate, not the content. The question that the jury may be interested in is why? I have difficulty throwing things away. Is that why you bought a shredder? I did have a shredder at some point, yes. Yes, that wasn't the question. The question is your difficulty in throwing things away the reason why you bought a shredder? I bought a shredder for certain documents once I bought a house, yes. Right. Which documents were going to go in the shredder? Predominantly bank statements. Why not handover sheets? I didn't know I had the handover sheets. They were insignificant to me at that time. They were in your work bag, which was going to and from work every day. with lots of other paper as well. Where's all that other paper gone then? I have various amounts of paper at home of different things. No, don't deflect the question. I don't know what you mean, sorry. We're talking about the work bag. Where is all the other paper in the work bag? I'm talking about there's multiple handover sheets in there. Yes. So they're going to and from work with you every day. Every day when you empty out your uniform, you add to the pile. Is that right? I must have done. I can't recall specifically every day what action I took. Well, of course not on an individual basis. But what were you thinking as this pile of handover sheets accumulated to almost the size of a phone book? They weren't the size of a phone book in one area. I didn't recall that I had that many in different locations. Well, don't argue about whether it's a phone book or not. What were you thinking as these were accumulating, the handover sheets? Wasn't thinking anything, they're just bits of paper. So put them in the shredder. I didn't shred anything particularly other than bank statements. When did you buy the shredder? I can't recall an exact date that I bought a shredder. I'm not asking for the exact date. Did you have it in Ash House? No. So you bought it in sometime between the 5th of April 2016 and the date that the police knocked on your door? Yes. Why didn't you shred the handover sheets? Because they're insignificant. I haven't shredded a lot of documents in my house that could have been shredded. These are very significant documents, aren't they, Lucy Letby? Well, they are sitting here now. They weren't to me at that time, they're just pieces of paper. They have the names of dead children on them, don't they? They have the names of a lot of children on them, yes, and they shouldn't have come home, I agree, but they were in a home with me where nobody else was. They were confidential. They were just put in amongst a lot of other notes and bits of paper, study notes that I've kept my whole life. Are you really asking the jury to accept that pieces of paper with sensitive information about dead children are insignificant? Yes. I'd like to look at Child M's blood gas document, please. It's Exhibits 7 and 8. These documents were found in your Morrison's bag, weren't they? Yes. Are they insignificant? At the time of being found, yes. So a child who brushed with death, these are his blood gas readings taken whilst he was being resuscitated. You regard those as insignificant? I think the context is different. These have come home with me with many babies. They're not just for the babies on the indictment. It's not insensitive. They've just come back as pieces of paper and have ended up being treated that way as pieces of paper. They haven't come home with you, have they? You took them home. I took them home, yes, but not with any intention. Why do you keep saying came home with me, as if they were active, as if they were doing the action? I apologise if that's my turn of phrase, but that's how I see it. Came, took, whichever. They've come back with me. I took them back, however you want to word it. It's you trying to separate yourself from a conscious act, isn't it? No. Do you remember what you said about these documents to your counsel a couple of days ago? About this specific document? Yes. No, I don't recall that was presented to me during that time. You were asked about it? Right. Okay, we'll deal with that first of all. Open it out to remind yourself of what it says. You were asked a question, did you use the machine? You answered the question with a question. You replied, at this time. Mr. Myers followed up with, during the course of what happened with child M. You replied, yes. Was that true? Did I use the blood gas machine for child M? Is that what you're asking? That was the question he was asking you? Well, I can't possibly say for definite. This is a printout, yes. Why would you have that item at home? Can you help us with that? You were asked. And as you do, you said, it's come back with me from work in my uniform. Once you've got the printout from the machine, what would you have done with it in real time on the unit? You replied, I would have put it in my pocket and then taken it to the cot side to then write up on the charts that we've seen, the handwritten charts. You would then ask the question that arises is why it doesn't go in the bin after that. Why doesn't it? You replied, that is an error on my part. Is that right, what I've just read out to you there? Yes. Was that true? Yes. Do you remember a nurse? Now this nurse is redacted, so we're going to refer to her as Nurse G. Do you remember a nurse called Nurse G? Yes. You know her very well, don't you? I know her as a colleague, yes. Do you remember what Nurse G's evidence was about that printout? No. Really? I can't recall that, no. We've heard a lot of information. I can't recall that, sorry. Well, let's look at tile 171, please, Mr. Murphy. What's the time on the documents you've got in front of you? 16:22. Do we see the results recorded on the blood gas chart? Yes. Whose handwriting is that? Nurse G. Do you now remember what Nurse G said about that blood gas reading? No. She said she took it, she wrote it onto the chart. And do you remember what she said about what she habitually does with the printout? No. What do you think your colleague Nurse G, she disposed of it? Yes. Where would she dispose of it, do you think? In the confidential waste bin. Yes. When did you fish it out of the confidential waste bin and take it home? I've never fished anything out of the confidential waste bin. How did you get it? I can't recall specifically. It was for your little collection, wasn't it, Lucy Letby? No. They could have gone in the shredder, couldn't they? None of the paper that I had went into the shredder. No. That wasn't the question. They could have gone into the shredder, couldn't they? Could have, yes. How much is a shredder? I don't think that's fair to ask. I don't know. You bought one? I can't recall specific date and time that I went into a shop and bought a shredder and how much that cost. Did you have money to burn? What do you mean? Sorry? Did you have so much money that you could just buy whatever you want, whenever you want it? I don't understand what finance has. Well, the jury may be interested, and I'm certainly interested in why you'd buy an electrical appliance that you have no real intention of ever using. Well, I did use it for bank statements. Yes. Why did you lie about the shredder in an interview? I couldn't recall that time whether I did have a shredder or not. A shredder is an insignificant item to have in your home. It's like the pieces of paper? Yes. It's insignificant? Yes. Do you remember the explanation you gave for what I suggest is, well, let's go to the interview just to remind ourselves of what you actually said. It's about 2/3 of the way down the page, so I'll just show you where I'm looking. It's page 0839. Do you see there is a time that says 000841? Yes. And you actually brought up the shredder as we look at the questions and answers. So if we go up about a couple of inches from there, you're asked a question just above halfway down the page. They're asking about the sheets. The interviewing officer asks you, do these sheets that are in your folder that you've kept at your home address, Lucy, relate to babies which you were designated nurse for? You replied, yes, they're all babies that are on the unit at that point, whether you look after them or not, so yeah. You were then asked the question, okay, have you previously taken any of these handover sheets home and disposed of them? And what's your answer to that question? I replied, no, I don't think so, because I haven't got a shredder, and that's how I'd have to get rid of them. So it's not the police suggesting a shredder to you, is it? They're suggesting ways in which I'd have disposed of those handover sheets at home. They've asked me, have I ever taken the handover sheets home and disposed of them? Yes. How is that a suggestion of them, the means by which you get rid of them? That's how I took disposal to mean, a confidential disposal. They never suggest shredder to you, do they? They don't say, have you got a shredder? No. To which you mistakenly answer no. They say, why haven't you got rid of them? And you say, because I haven't got a shredder. And I couldn't recall at that time whether I did have a shredder or not. I'd just been arrested by the police. Locating a shredder wasn't on my mind. Well, the shredder was on your mind because you were the person that introduced it into the interview. Yes, in reference to the word disposal. Are you telling the truth? The whole truth and nothing but the truth? Yes, I am. Do you remember the explanation you gave to the jury on May 2nd about that question and answer? No, I can't recall all of the evidence that I've given. What you said then, it's page 163 of the transcript, if anyone wants to check, is, it was an oversight. I'd forgotten that I did have one. I only acquired it fairly recently. What did you mean by that? That it was an oversight for me to say that I didn't have a shredder at that time and that I'd bought one recently in relation to the date of the interview. When did you buy the shredder, now that you've been reminded of the fact that you remembered it in police interview? Shortly before this interview, if I've said it was bought recently. There was a shredder box at your parents' home in Hereford, wasn't there? Yes. And that was in your room, as I understand your evidence? Yes. Did that box ever leave your parents' house, as far as you know? I can't recall specific locations of many boxes over the years, no, but it probably did move with me, yes. Moved with you? Well, this is a box for your parents' shredder, as I understood your evidence. Did I understand it correctly? The box in the wardrobe. Correct. Do you want me to show you a picture just to remind you? No, I'm okay. So, yes, I believe that was my parents' shredder, yes. Is there some doubt in your mind? I can't recall definitively all the shredders that were in the property and whose belonged to who. Did the Letby family have several shredders? No. All the shredders that were in the property and who they belonged to. What did you mean by that? I mean, recalling exactly where a shredder is or the box that you've kept it in or where it was bought isn't something that would be a date ingrained on my mind. I don't know where it came from or when it moved, if it moved. Just remind us, because I may have misunderstood what you said on May 2nd, but I think ultimately you settled on the fact that it was you who wrote keep on the box. Is that right? It may well be. It may well be, or it is, or... I can't definitively say it's my writing, but it does look like it, yes. Just remind us why you wrote keep on that box. To keep the box and the shredder. Well, what you said, because his lordship actually asked you questions about this, because I think we were all a little bit unclear on what you were saying on May 2nd, what you said in answer to questions from his lordship was this was an instruction to your parents to keep the shredder. Did I misunderstand that? No, so the box is labelled in relation to the shredder. But there's no shredder in the box. No, but it's in the house. Why do you need to write keep on something that's in your room in your parents' house? I can't answer that. Do you remember an answer you gave yesterday about your parents going into your room? Yes. They never go in your room. That's what you said? Yes, they wouldn't go through my things, no. So the question I would like you to answer is, if that is true, why do you write keep on something as an instruction to your parents when that something is in your room that they never go into? I can't answer that. Is the truth of it that you're making up bits of evidence as you're going along? No. Because we know, don't we, what was in the shredder box? No, I've been told, yes. Handover sheets? Yes. And that's why you wrote keep on the box, wasn't it? No. I want to deal with the card you sent to Child I's family next. That's in the fourth sequence for Child I at tile 296, please. This photograph was taken by you on the day of Child I's funeral. Do you remember? Yes. That was in November 2015, yes? I don't recall the exact date. At that time, you were living in Ash House? Yes. And for those of us that don't know the layout of the Countess of Chester site, how far is Ash House from the neonatal unit? 5 minutes. Is it actually on the hospital estate? Yes. Where did you write the card? I can't recall that specifically now. Well, you obviously went to a shop, I assume, or do you keep a stock of condolence cards? No, I would have had to have bought it. Right. That would have been when you weren't in work, is that right? Potentially, yes. Well, can you buy them in the hospital? No. Well, I don't know. Have you ever tried? No. Okay, so is the answer then, yes, I bought it when I wasn't in work? Yes. Thank you. And you would have taken it back to your accommodation to Ash House? Yes. And you will have written it at your accommodation in Ash House. I can't recall specifically when it was written. Well, do you write cards in work on such a sensitive issue? I can't say. This card was going to work to be given to a member of staff. I don't know when I wrote the card. Have you got time to write condolence cards in your busy life as a neonatal nurse? I wouldn't have written it on shift, no. No. So my question then is, why do you take a picture of it on shift if you don't write it on shift? I don't know entirely when it was written, but is this taken on shift, the photograph? Yes. 4:38 in the morning on one of your shifts. Okay, so the card is written, it's come to work to be given to the staff that morning that are going to the funeral. The question that I invite you to answer is, if this is a card you've written at home, why do you take the picture at the place that Child I died? I'll take photographs of the majority of cards and letters that I send, regardless of the location. You are avoiding the question, Lucy Letby. Child I died in dreadful circumstances, didn't she? Yes. Why did you take a picture of the card that you wrote to her parents at the place she died? Well, I can't say definitively 100% that's where the card is written. It was. There's GPS coordinates. And that can't be my home address at that time. I don't believe so. The evidence is it's the neonatal unit. So you tell us why you take a picture of a card addressed to the parents of a child who has died in dreadful circumstances at the place the child died. The place is insignificant. I take photographs of the majority of cards that I send. This was obviously taken into work to be given to the nurses attending the funeral. I've taken a picture, put it in an envelope, sealed it, and given it to the staff. So it's another thing that's insignificant. No, I think that's out of context. No, I'm asking about the place, why you did it there. And your answer, you correct it if you want to. Wherever I take photographs is something that I don't think is relevant. It's the fact that my usual behaviour is that I photograph things that I send or receive. Yes, you'd photograph it when you write it. I can't say that, no. I don't know that I photograph it the minute that I've written something. Did it give you a bit of a thrill, photographing it at the place that this poor, unfortunate child had died? Absolutely not, no. I want to clarify something with you about the nursing records. From time to time, during your evidence, you have been referred to the lack of any mention of you in a specific child's paperwork. Do you recall that happening from time to time? Yes. As Mr. Myers asked you questions, he would refer you either to the sequence or to the neonatal review. Yes. And point out to you, not suggesting he's doing anything wrong at all, to make the point that your name doesn't appear on a specific child's paperwork. Yes. The point of that is that if you're not on the paperwork, you have had no contact with the child. Have I understood the point of that correctly? Yes. Yes. So, just so that I understand, and so it may influence the questions I ask you, are you suggesting that the absence of your name appearing on a specific child's paperwork, in effect, shows that you haven't had contact with that child? It shows I've had no contact in terms of documentation that's required at that time. We regularly attend to babies if they're crying, unsettled, things like that would not be in the paperwork. Did you ever go into the neonatal unit late at night when you weren't on shift? I have been to the unit on my days off, yes. Why? At times I went to see colleagues when I was on the intensive care course, or sometimes I've gone to finish documentation that hasn't been done in a day. So there are occasions, aren't there, Lucy Letby, that you were in that unit and there is no trace of you having been there? There would be a trace because I'd have to swipe to enter the unit. There's no other access. Are you sure about that? Yes. Well, let's look at the Child G's sequence of events. The first one, please, TOL 353. Just left work, last gas 7.0, lactate 9. That's you to Nurse P, isn't it? Yes. You were not on shift, were you, at 22:59 on Monday the 7th of September 2015? I can't answer that without seeing the shift pattern. Well, let's look at the shift pattern. I'm not asking Mr. Murphy to put this up on the screen, because we have, of course, a paper copy behind divider 23 in jury bundle 2. It's page 3. If we look in the bottom half of the page, you have the September work pattern. Is that right? Yes. Were you working at 22:59 on Monday the 7th of September? No. This, of course, was the day that child G had projectile vomited out of the cot. Is that right? Yes. The 7th of September, you had finished work, officially at least, at 8 a.m. that morning. Yes. As a matter of fact, you had been in the unit until 10 o'clock that morning, hadn't you? Yes, if that's agreed, yes. Well, if Mr. Murphy would help me, please, by going to tile 185. That's a text you sent to your friend Jennifer Jones Key at about 2:15 that afternoon. Yes. Where you tell her that you didn't leave work until 10. Yes. So if that's true, it suggests, doesn't it, that you were in the unit for a couple of hours after your shift had ended. Yes, that's not unusual. I'm not suggesting it is. I'm just trying to get to the truth. If I suggest something's unusual, I'll tell you, okay? If we go back to tile 351, please, you've been having a look at child G, hadn't you? Yes, I've gone back into work to complete some documentation. Concentrate on the question, if you don't mind. You've been having a look at child G, hadn't you? Yes, I have seen child G, yes. If the purpose of going back in is to complete some documentation, why were you looking at this child? The documentation would have been in relation to child G. She'd been a sick baby. If you're in the unit, I will go and check on her. I think that's not unreasonable. If we go to the next one, please, that's Nurse P telling you that child G was going to Arrow Park, which we heard in evidence is true. Yes. The next one, that's the one I showed you a moment ago. Yes. Which broadly reflects, it's not exactly the same, but it broadly reflects child G's last gasp before you send that message. Yes. That's what it was intended by you to do, wasn't it? So you've been looking at her charts. Yes, or I've asked the member of staff looking after her for an update. Tile 355, Nurse P's response, and then on to tile 357, please. Nurse P saying she had a bad feeling. Your response, base excess, B-A-S-E, excess. So another reference to the gas chart. Yes. You then say, looking good. I think actually you're a couple of points out, but the gist of what you are saying is correct. Then 364, that's Nurse P's response. You next at 365, on today of all days. Of course, this was child G's 100th day of life. Yes. A big day for child G. Yes. 366, that's Nurse P's response. 367, she refers to the parents. 368, she's declining bit by bit. That was your view, was it? Yes. Tile 369, then your response at 370. There is no record, of course, of you going into the unit on the door swipe data, is there? I can't answer that. I haven't looked. Well, there isn't. Okay. I'm not going to go through the whole sequence to prove the fact that something isn't in there. I'm sure I'll be corrected. It may be in that period of time where there is no door swipe data. But as a matter of fact, I'm going to suggest to you that you wouldn't need a pass to get in, would you? You wouldn't. Yes, unless another colleague opened the door for me. You could ring the buzzer and say, I've just come to sort something out, and walk in. Yes. Yes, and your presence would be accepted as a matter of course, wouldn't it? If I had a legitimate reason for going, yes. People trusted you though, didn't they? Didn't your colleagues trust you? Yes, but to go to the unit at night, you have a reason to go. My question, though, is why did you choose to go at night, in the middle of the night, rather than during the day? Because I've been on a night shift. Yes. So I've gone in the following evening after having been in bed and finished some of the paperwork. You went in at 11 p.m. Would you usually do that? If you go in at night time, I've just gone in at that time. I don't think that's relevant. It's quieter at night. I don't know. I can't say why I've gone in at that time. Lucy Letby, first of all, is there anything that you said before the break that we've just had that you would like to revise or amend? No. I just want to check that I've understood something that we've heard a bit about from various witnesses. It relates to the issue of NGT feeds, okay? Okay. Perhaps rather than me asking you questions, Can you just describe exactly how it's done? How we give a tube feed? Yes. We would have to get the milk out of the fridge, measure that into a separate pot to then be warmed. Once the milk is warmed, it would be put into a 10ml syringe, and that 10ml syringe would be attached to the baby's NG tube. Prior to that, we would have aspirated the tube to check for the pH to make sure it's in the correct place. Once we're happy the tube is right, we would then let the feed gravity fall into the baby. Have you ever used the plunger, a syringe plunger, to speed up the flow of milk? No. Is it a job for which you would need to use both hands? Yes. Have you ever sent text to your friends while you've been performing a tube feed? No, absolutely not, no. Where would that fall on the scale of infractions? Well, it's inappropriate, and I don't see how you could do a feed without having both of your hands free with the baby. Yes. So it would follow that if we can identify occasions where you are recorded as giving feeds, but you're also sending texts to your friends, then you weren't really giving the feed. No. The feed charts are all estimated time, so I don't agree with that. Oh, right. Tell us about the estimates. So feed charts are sort of done to the nearest quarter of an hour or half past the hour. So an extra half an hour. Earlier, I think you said you went to quarters. Now you're giving yourself a bit more room. I just said quarters. I said quarter past or half past the hour. What about quarter to the hour? And quarter to the hour. And on the hour? Yes. So quarters is the way you would do it, and is the nearest quarter the time that you get the milk out of the fridge, or is it the time you actually start the feed? Usually it's the time you start the feed. Right. Have you ever used your phone in a clinical area? Not in the nurseries, no. What would take priority, from your point of view? Texting your friends or feeding a child? The baby, obviously. Have you ever texted your friends whilst a resuscitation is going on the unit? No. Are you sure about that? A resuscitation that I've been involved with? Whilst a resuscitation was going on the unit? Not that I can recall, no. Giving anyone a commentary as to what's going on? No. Never? It'd be wholly inappropriate, that sort of thing, would it? I can't recall texting during a resuscitation, no. Can we have an answer to the question? Would it be wholly inappropriate? Yes, if I was at the cot side, yes. But not if you're somewhere else in the unit? No, it's accepted that we use our phones in other places on the unit, yes. But that's not the question, is it? The question is it appropriate to be texting your friends whilst the resuscitation is going on? If I'm not playing a part in that, then yes. That's fine, yes, giving a commentary to your friends. Well, it's not a commentary. Right. Do you know what I'm talking about? No. Well, we'll come to it. Staffing levels. You're not suggesting, are you, that the staffing levels in the unit remain the same irrespective of the number of children that are in the unit? Yes, the staffing levels are set standard levels. Set standard levels. But they would vary depending on how many babies were in the unit. At times, yes. And what the needs of the children were? Yes. We'll deal with specifics in due course. But yesterday, for example, you were being asked about the number of children in a particular case that were in nursery 1, and you suggested they were all intensive care babies. That's not necessarily true, is it? I don't know who you're talking about. Well, we'll come to specifics, but I'm asking you general questions at the moment. Don't worry, you'll be able to deal with the specifics, but what I'm asking you to do is to deal with generalities first of all. Now, we heard from several witnesses during the course of the evidence that just because a baby is in nursery 1, it doesn't follow that they are an intensive care baby. No, that's right. So that's correct. It also follows, doesn't it, that just because a baby is in nursery 2, they are not a high dependency baby necessarily. No, that's right. So it's dangerous to look at the location of a child and conclude necessarily that their needs are at a particular level. Do you agree? Yes, you'd have to look at the context of the baby, yes. Exactly. Do you agree that if certain combinations of these children were attacked, then unless there was more than one person attacking them, you have to be the attacker? No. You don't agree? No, I've not attacked any children. I understand your case. You are saying you haven't done anything, right? But if the jury concluded a certain combination of children were actually attacked by someone, then the shift pattern gives the answer as to who the attacker was, doesn't it? No, I don't agree. You don't agree? Why don't you agree? Because just because I was on shift doesn't mean I've done anything. No, but it would follow that if let's say, I'll use numbers, all right? I won't refer to specific cases. Let's say if baby 5, 8, 10 and 12 were all attacked, if the jury look at the medical evidence and say they were all attacked by someone and you're the only common feature, it would have to be, wouldn't it, that you're the attacker? That's for them to decide. Well, of course it is. Of course it is. But as a principle, do you agree with that? No, I don't feel I can answer that. Okay. I'm going to ask you about some of the doctors individually, all right? Yes. I'll deal with them in alphabetical order. Lucy Letby, who was at the time a senior house officer who reviewed child I. Did you get on well with her? No, I don't recall Lucy. You just don't remember her at all? I remember when she came to give evidence, I recognised her, but other than that, no. She doesn't bear you a grudge, as far as you know? No. You never fell out with her, as far as you remember? No. Dr. Gail Beach, who dealt with child E and F? Yes. Do you remember her? Yes. Did you ever have any problems with Dr. Beach? No. So far as you know, does she bear you any ill will? No. Dr. Stephen Breary, did you ever have any problems with him? No. I think a while ago you said he was one of the bastards. At the time that we're talking about when I was at work on the unit, I did not have a problem with Steve then. No, it came after. Okay. You were asked, I think, by Mr. Myers why you categorised him in that way. Do you remember? Yes. And you said you were putting him in the same category as Dr. Ravi Jairam. And when asked a question, you said, because of the things that they've been saying about you. That was the reason you categorised them in that unflattering way. Yes. What had they been saying about you? They had been making comments that I was responsible for the deaths of babies. Right. Anything else? Yes, they were very insistent I'd be removed from the unit. So far as while you were working on the unit until you were removed from the unit at the end of June, you hadn't had a problem with him. Is that fair or not? Well, let's stick with one by one. Dr. Breary. We just had a normal working relationship, yes. Dr. Andrew Brunton, the Scotsman who dealt with child D? Yes. Any problems with him? No. Dr. Rachel Chang, who dealt with child O and P? No, no problem. What about Dr. A? Any problem with him? No. Were you in love with him? No. Did you ever write down that you were in love with him? No, I loved Dr. A as a friend. I was not in love with him. Can we look at image 10, please? I'm not going to deal with much of your writings at this stage, okay? I'll deal with them at the end. But I just want to ask you about this one. This, the jury will remember, is the note addressed to the triplets. Is that right? It refers to the triplets, yes. Yes. Well, you took us through the note to them and you filled in the gaps with names and other words. Is that right? Yes. You see on the left-hand side of the screen there's a very heavy circle. Yes. You see just above that it says, I'm sorry. Yes. And you see just above the word sorry, there is a word. Have you got that? Can I move the cursor? Yes, yes, please do, please do. That word, yes. Mr. Myers suggested to you that said Timmy. Do you remember? Yes. And you said that was reference to a dog you had as a child. Not that I had as a child. A dog that I used to walk at that time, yes, called Tim. What it actually says is tiny boy, doesn't it? I can't confirm either way. It does look like boy, yes. Tiny boy. Who was tiny boy? My dog is a child called Whiskey. We used to refer to him as tiny boy. So it doesn't say Timmy. I can't say specifically. It could have been a reference to Timmy, or it could be tiny boy. Either way, it's about the dog. Well, we'll remember what you've just said, and we'll come to more references in due course on other documents. We'll see. Moving on, if we can remove the image, please. Thank you. Dr. Peter Fielding, who was involved with child G. Any issues with Dr. Fielding? No. Dr. John Gibbs? Any issues with Dr. Gibbs? No. Dr. David Harkness? Any issues with him? No. Dr. B? Any issues with Dr. B? We didn't have the best working relationship, but we worked amicably together. Well, you didn't approve of her smoking. Is that fair? Yes. She probably wouldn't have approved of you taking handover sheets home if she'd known about it, would she? That's something for her to answer. Dr. J-Ram, is there any additional information you want to give us about him, other than what you've already told us? No, at the time of these events, we had a normal working relationship. You were very interested in him, weren't you, on the internet? Sorry? You were very interested in him on the internet. He was one of the people you'd search for. Search for a lot of people, yes. You did. Dr. Rachel Lambie, who dealt with child B. Yes. Any issues with her? No. Dr. Elizabeth Newby, one of the consultants? No. No problem? No. Dr. Sally Ogden? No. Dr. Sarah Rylance? She was the lady who gave evidence from Switzerland, you may remember in the case of child D. No, there's no issue. Dr. Solardi? No. Dr. C? No. Dr. Alison Ventress? No. Finally, Dr. Christopher Wood. He was the SHO who you claim to have spoken to in the case of child E. Yes. Any problems with him? No. Are you suggesting that there is some sort of agreement between any of the medical staff who have given evidence in this case? Some sort of agreement to get you? In a consultant group, yes, I do believe that. Who's in the conspiracy group then? Which individuals? Yes. I believe Ravi Jairam, Stephen Breary, Dr. B and John Gibbs. So the gang of four, yes? Yes. I'll refer to them that way rather than repeating their names. Yes. And what is the conspiracy between the gang of four? That they have apportioned blame onto me. And the motive for apportioning blame onto you is what, please? I believe to cover failings at the hospital. Right, well, just so that you can be thinking about it, in each case I will ask you questions so that you can explain to the jury what the failings were, all right? Okay. By and large, you haven't been asked those questions yet, but I will ask them. I'm not going to ask you now as a general point because it's not sufficiently precise. What I will do, though, is ask you in each case what the failings are. So would you think about that so that you can answer the questions in due course? Yes, I will. Thank you. Do you agree that child F was poisoned with insulin? Yes, I agree that he had insulin, yes. Do you agree that somebody gave it to him unlawfully? Yes. Do you agree that somebody targeted him specifically? No. So you think it was a random act? Well, I don't know where the insulin came from. Do you agree that child L was poisoned with insulin? From the blood results, yes. Do you agree that somebody targeted him specifically? No. I don't know that the intent was to cause harm. I don't know how the insulin got there, or by who. What are the possibilities, realistically? Knowing what you know as a senior nurse, what are the possibilities as to how that insulin got into his dextrose? I'm talking about child L now, the bag. Well, it's happened at some point on the unit, or the bag already had the insulin in when it came up from the pharmacy. Well, we will deal specifically with the evidence relating to child L, and I will invite you in due course to reconsider that answer, all right? But your answer for the time being is it either was in the bag when it came up from the pharmacy, or someone's added it on the unit. You've asked me ways that it could happen, yes. I'll be a bit more specific then. Knowing what you know about the insulin readings, or the blood sugar readings to be more precise, what are the realistic possibilities in child L's case as you see it? Well, I don't believe that any member of staff on the unit would make a mistake in giving insulin. No, mistake is not an option in this case for the insulin babies, is it? No. No. That's for child F as well. You accept that? Yes. So it's deliberate poisoning by someone, but not you. Insulin's been added by somebody. I can't comment on how or who. Right. Just that it was not me. What about when? When what? Well, again, I'll come back to this, all right? Let's just take child L. When was the insulin first put in child L's dextrose bag? Well, I don't know because I didn't put the insulin in, so I've no idea. But what do the blood sugar results tell us as to when it was put in? I can't recall now without looking at the charts. All right, well, I'll come back to that. Park that for now. Have you not given that any thought as to when it's happened? Yes, but I haven't got the details in front of me right now. Okay, well, I'll always give you the opportunity to look at documents, don't worry. Don't feel under any pressure from me to answer questions without looking at the documents if you feel you need to look at them, all right? Okay. But what are the dangers of unprescribed insulin? Insulin should not be given to a patient that doesn't need it. Yes, but what's likely to happen if it is given to a patient who doesn't need it? It will cause them to become unwell. They'll become hypoglycemic, and with that comes a number of problems such as seizures, apneas, even death. I'm going to move on to your QIS training, all right? Yes. This is the last subject I'm going to deal with before I turn to child A. I will deal with the babies in the same order that Mr. Myers did to help you. So that's the menu. You started your training towards the end of 2014. Is that right? I can't remember now, but if that's agreed, then yes. Well, it's what you said on the 2nd of May. Okay. So you seem to remember it on the 2nd of May. Okay. If anyone wants to check what you said, if they look at page 32 of that transcript, they will find that that is what you said. I think you told the jury that that involved a university module, a placement at the Women's Hospital in Liverpool, and it took about 6 months. Yes. And that you couldn't be specific as to the date that you qualified, but as you remembered it, it was March, April of 2015. Is that right? Yes. When you were asked to summarise what the consequence of the qualification was, you said it meant that you were qualified to look after intensive care babies. Yes. And in practical terms, so far as your day-to-day employment at Chester was concerned, did that have the effect of putting you into nursery 1 much more often than you would have been without the qualification? Yes. Subject, of course, to the point that we've already made about the fact that a child in nursery 1 isn't always intensive care. No. Part of your training involved education about lines. Yes. And we saw in the paperwork, which was adduced right at the end of the prosecution case, one of the issues with line access is the possibility of air embolus. Yes. And so at the time that you dealt with child A and child B, at the beginning of June 2015, how long had you been qualified to access the lines of neonates? So after the ITU course, you could access central lines. So prior to that, it would have been peripheral lines only. You had, of course, heard of air embolus, hadn't you, when you were spoken to by the police? Yes. And what did you understand from your education and wider knowledge were the dangers of injecting air into a line? I think all nursing staff know that any air getting into a patient could ultimately lead to death. Yes. Even in the films, when a doctor is about to give an injection to a patient, you see them tap the syringe and squirt a bit of liquid out at the end, don't you? Yes. So everybody knows the dangers of air embolus, don't they? Pretty much. Yes, it's part of your nurse training, yes. But even people with no medical training like me, everybody knows, don't they? I can't speak for everyone. All right. Let's start with the case of child A, please. You were first interviewed on the 4th of July 2018. Independently of the medical notes, did you have any memory of child A? Yes. Just for anyone's note, it is of course count 1. He was born on the 7th of June and died a day later on the 8th. He was, as we all know, the twin of child B. Before child A, had you ever known a child to die unexpectedly within about 24 hours of birth? I can't comment on that. I'm not sure. Or how many infant deaths had you witnessed in your employment before child A? Not many, maybe 2 or 3 at the Countess, and then several more in my placements at Liverpool Women's. 2 more at Liverpool Women's. You say several more. I'm offering an alternative of 2 more. I can't say. I don't keep track of numbers. I'm just going off what you said to the police, you see. Well, my memory would have been clearer then than it is now. Okay. Well, we can go to the interviews if you'd like to check it. Page 16 of your Child A interview. I'm suggesting that you told the police that you'd seen 2 at Liverpool. Okay. When Child A and Child B were born, were the staff, including the nursing staff, talking about their mother's antiphospholipid syndrome? Not at the time. When I was looking after Child A? At any time? You tell us. Well, the first time I met Child A and was on shift was the day of the event. Afterwards, the condition was talked about, yes. Was it being offered up as an explanation for what had happened, as far as you were aware? It was possibly a contributing factor. That was what was being discussed at the time. But we know now that it wasn't, don't we? Yes. Is it your case that the staffing levels in the Countess of Chester Hospital contributed to Child A's death? In part, yes. Right. How? Through the amount of time that he was without fluids for, and the issues around the lines insertion. Right. So he was without fluids from sometime about 4 p.m. or thereabouts, 3 or 4 p.m. Yes. So your case is what? That he died from dehydration? No, I'm saying that they're contributing factors. But according to you, at least, how did that lack of fluids for about 4 hours contribute to his death? What's your case? They would have put him at an increased risk of collapse, and he would have had less reserves to then fight off any infection or any procedures that we were doing. So it's your case that 4 hours without fluids killed Child A? No, that's not what I'm saying. No. What? Oh, I can't tell you how Child A died. I don't know. Okay. Is it your case that the competence of the medical staff contributed to Child A's death? Again, I can't say definitively how Child A died, but yes, I think the issues around the lines made him more vulnerable, yes. And what issues around his lines made him more vulnerable? That he was left with a line in situ, a UVC that was not for use and was due to be removed and it wasn't. And then having a long line sighted and time passing by without that line being connected to anything and being confirmed on X-ray. It's not usual practice. All right. Did you fill in a datix? No. Why not? Just haven't. You fill in a lot of datix forms, don't you? Yes. 3 at the end of June 2016. Right. We'll come to them, but 2 of which contained lies, according to Dr. Breary. Yes? According to Dr. Breary. If you seriously thought that Child A's death was contributed to by him not having fluids for any significant period of time, why didn't you fill in a datix form? It was discussed amongst staff. We all talked about that as contributing factors at the time. That was readily discussed amongst staff, including the consultant. No. The question is, why did you... I didn't feel I needed to do a datix. It had been raised verbally by senior staff, 2 senior staff. And those senior staff were who? Ravi Jairam and other members of the nursing team. No, Ravi Jairam and... I didn't say 2 senior staff. I escalated the concerns 2 senior staff, and one being Ravi Jairam, the other senior nursing staff. And part of that discussion is why we then kept the fluids and the line from Child A. I'll come to that in a moment, if I may. Was Child A's death anything to do with Mel Taylor? I don't know why Child A died. But I'm asking you whether it's your case that it had anything to do with Mel Taylor. If we agree that the cause of death was an air embolus, then I believe she attached fluids to those lines, yes. So that's Mel Taylor's fault? Yes, if that's what we agree, that Child A died from that, then yes. Because you weren't standing over him at the time he collapsed? No, I did not have any access to his lines, so therefore if an embolism came, it must have come from the person connecting the fluids, which is not me. Would you admit it if you did? Did what? Put air into him. I haven't put air in, so I'm not going to. The question is, would you admit it if you did? It's not something I would ever do. I'm going to ask you about some of the descriptions that have been given by your colleagues in evidence about child A to see whether you agree or disagree with them, all right? Okay. Starting with Dr. Beach's evidence, on the 7th of June, Dr. Beach told the jury that child A was doing well, that he was crying and vigorous on stimulation shortly after his birth at about 9 p.m. Do you disagree with that? No, I wasn't present for that, so... The following day, the day he died, which was Monday the 8th of June, at 9:45, Dr. Ogden at tile 84 described child A as handling well. Do you disagree with that? Again, I wasn't there, so I can't comment. That's her opinion. Well, are you aware of anything to contradict Dr. Ogden's opinion? No. And as you've already told us, in the afternoon there were problems identified with the UVC, and then the cannula to which he was attached became blocked. Yes. Do you remember that at 1900 hours on the 8th of June, Dr. Harkness put a central line into child A? I know that happened, yes. Do you accept that you were standing over child A at the time he collapsed? I accept I was within his cot space checking equipment, yes. How close were you to him at the time he collapsed? I was in the close vicinity. I was checking the equipment around his incubator. Yes. Give us an idea in terms of this court. Could you reach out and touch him? I could touch the incubator, not... I'd have to open the doors to actually get into the baby, but yes, I could touch the outside of the incubator. Could you touch the lines? No. Why not? The incubator was closed. Do you accept that at the time child A collapsed, Mel Taylor was on the computer doing her nursing notes? Yes. It's your case, and correct me if I've misunderstood, that Mel Taylor was the sterile nurse in terms of attaching child A's line? Yes. Do you accept that it was at 20:05 hours that the bag was hung? Yes. Do you accept that you co-signed for that? Yes. And do you accept that the order of the signatures doesn't illuminate the question of who it was that actually hung the bag? That's correct. There's no way of knowing from signatures. It was 15 minutes later, wasn't it, that child A collapsed at 20:20? Yes. And what I'm going to do is to remind you of various people's descriptions of what they saw, okay? What I'm going to ask you is whether you agree or disagree with their descriptions. Okay. Do you understand? Yes. So if you want me to repeat any of this, you say so, all right? Okay. I'm quoting from the transcript, and I'm going to start with Dr. Harkness. For your lordship's note, this is day 12, pages 90 to 92. What Dr. Harkness said was this. There was a very unusual patchiness of the skin, which I had never seen before, and I have only seen in cases since within the Countess of Chester Hospital, and nothing other than that. I'm not asking you to comment on what he has or hasn't seen, but do you agree with his description that there was a very unusual patchiness of his skin? No. There were patches of a kind of blue-purple colour. There were patches of bright red colour. There were white patches, and they didn't fit with something that you would find on a baby that's not pumping any blood around their body. Do you agree with that? No. This had bright red patches, which does not fit because red patches means you've got blood going round your body. Do you agree with that? No. It had purple patches. It had white patches. I agree with that, yes, he had mottling. No red marks? No. No red blotchiness? Sitting here now, I can't recall any blotchiness, no. Are you saying Dr. Harkness has made that up? I didn't see it. If he saw something that I didn't, that's something he has to justify. That's not quite the question, you see. I'm asking whether you dispute something. If you can't comment, then that's one thing. But you say, no. I said, is that right? No. It's not something I saw. I'll come to what you saw. The question is, are you disputing what Dr. Harkness says he saw? Yes. Why? Because I was present and I didn't see those. Right. So because you didn't see it, you are disputing it? Yes. Dr. J-Ram, this was his description, and this was on day 14, page 126. He was very pale. What I really didn't give any clinical significance to at the time was sort of unusual patchiness of discoloration. Do you agree with that? I don't agree with the discoloration. I agree he was pale. It's interesting because it's the first time I've seen that. Child A was very pale to blue. Do you agree with the pale to blue? He was pale. I don't recall him being completely blue, no. But they were unusual. The best way to describe them is pink patches that appeared mainly on the torso, which seemed to sort of appear and disappear and flit around. Do you agree with that? No, I don't. Nurse A, your friend. She was your friend, wasn't she? Yes. A good friend? Yes. Do you trust Nurse A? As a colleague or as a friend? Both? Yes. What she said, how many years' experience did Nurse A have? Well, I don't know exact figures, but she was very experienced. Approximately 20 years? Possibly, yes. Is she the sort of person you would defer to? Whose advice you would take? Yes. If you had a problem, is she the sort of person that could be relied on to give you a good solution? Yes. What she said is this. I'd never seen a baby look that way before. I mean, he looked very ill. Did he look very ill? Yes. He had a discoloration pattern that I've never seen before. Was this a discoloration pattern that you had ever seen before? I didn't see a discoloration pattern. So you don't agree with that? No. He was very white with sort of purpley blotches. Do you agree with that? I agree that he was white with purple markings that looked like mottling, yes. He did look cyanotic as well, but it was this purpley blotchiness with white that I'd not seen before. Do you agree with that? No. She's not describing there, is she? The common or garden blotchiness that babies have on neonatal units? No. Because she's never seen it before, with all that experience. Do you agree with that? That's what she said, yes. My recollection, it was all over him, everywhere, maybe more torso, and I can't remember clearly, but unusual. It had come on very suddenly. Do you agree with that? I agree that the colour change came on very suddenly, yes. Let's go to what you said, bearing in mind that you don't accept the red marks. Can we go to your interview, please? It's in the first interview bundle. It's the very first of the interviews, so it's child A number 1. If you just turn back a page from where you are, if you wouldn't mind, we'll just do the formalities. We can see here that the date of this interview was the 4th of July 2018, CB1. Have you got that? Yes. The time that the interview commenced was 10:23. It concluded at 12:04. Let's go to page 8 and get your description, please. You are being asked to describe what you saw. Is that right? Yes, I'm asked to interpret what pale is. Yes. Yes. So the second question on the page, you're asked the following question. Tell me how you interpret pale, first of all, in a neonatal baby. You replied, so it's a loss of colour. Babies are usually quite pink and he'd become more pale, as in almost white. And you make it clear that that means there's something wrong. It could be infection, could be hypoglycemia, when they've had a sudden collapse. Then you were asked the following question, and mottled the same thing. How do you interpret the mottled appearance? To which you replied, mottled is a bit more of almost like a rash appearance, like blotchy red marks on the skin. Is that what you were referring to as mottled? Yes. Then further down the page you say the following. So when the baby's quite pale and white, they can have sort of red areas on them. Red. Is that right? Yes, this is all in relation to mottling, yes. And you reply over the page, yeah, like reddy purple. Yes. You say he was centrally pale. Yes. Then if we go to page 11, please, halfway down the page you're being asked about the time child A collapsed. It's pretty much exactly halfway. You say the following. I believe I was checking the equipment, yes, at his cot side and his charts. Is that right? Yes. Then the police officer asked you this. When you talk about this mottled rash, can you give us any further description of how it showed? shape. So what you're being asked here is, what did you see, aren't you? Yes. You're not being asked about your description of mottling. You're being asked a specific question, what did you see? Do you agree? In relation to the mottling, yes. No, in relation to what you saw on child A. Well, when you talk about this mottled rash, yes, that's what I'm referring to. I'm paraphrasing it, but what the police are saying to you here is, you said he had a mottled rash. Yes. What did you see? Yes. What are you saying is a mottled rash? Yes? Yes. Do you agree? Fair? Yes. So that's the question you were asked. Can you give us any further description of it, how it showed shape? You replied, I think from memory it was more on the side that had his line in. Is that right? Yes, I remember the paleness and discoloration was more to the left-hand side, yes. You were then asked the following question. Which side was that? Do you remember? And you said, as you just have, I think it was his left. You were then asked, and you described it as a red-purple colour. Can you sort of help us with any comparisons with anything colour-wise, the way it showed? Was it bright red? Was it dark red? And you replied, I think he was more pale than the mottling, than the little areas of the mottling. Yes. Were you not describing blotchy red marks on his skin? I was referring to mottling. That's how I would describe mottling, and I also felt he was more pale than mottled. So is it your evidence, just so that we understand where the lines between the prosecution and you are, is it your evidence that there was nothing unusual to be seen on child A? No, it's unusual to have a baby that is pale when he was particularly white on one side. That is unusual. So far as the discoloration was concerned, is it your case that there was nothing unusual about the discoloration? I don't recall there being an abnormal discoloration, no. So that's your case? Yes. So far as the testing of the bag was concerned, which you mentioned earlier, I think Nurse A accepted that you had asked for the bag to be tested, as you said in interview. Yes. Was it tested? I don't know. I put it aside and labelled it. The responsibility then went to the shift leader of the next shift. Did you ever follow it up? I can't say. I can't recall specifically, no. I know I labelled the bag and I put the request in the diary and I handed it over to the shift leader. Right. Further evidence that was given by those who tried to save child A, Dr. Harkness. Do you remember him telling the jury how he bagged child A? I can't recall that now, but yes, if that's what he said. And he said that child A's chest was rising and falling, that his heart rate and his saturations were declining. Do you remember that? Yes, well, not specifically. I'm relying that that's what he said. I can't recall everybody's evidence in detail. Sure. I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm misrepresenting what people have said. Do you accept, given that pattern of air going in and out, the sats and the heart rate falling, that this wasn't a normal respiratory problem that child A had? I don't think I can comment on what condition child A had at that point. I'm not asking you for a diagnosis. What I'm asking you to give us is your point of view about this issue of air going in and out, and the heart rate falling and the saturations falling. So the evidence is that air is going in, carbon dioxide is going out with more air, but more carbon dioxide. And yet child A's heart rate and saturation rate were falling. And that is not a normal respiratory problem, is it? No, generally if you've got an airway and you've got chest movement, you would expect to see a rise in observations, yes. Exactly. Dr. Jairam dealt with a number of other issues, which I'm asking for your comment on, because you were there. He said that the heart rate on the Philips monitor was normal. Do you agree? I can't recall specific values now. But if there had been something abnormal, would you have taken any notice of it? His monitor did alarm. That was how we were alerted to him having a desaturation, so he must have had a change in observations. Yes. The trace. Do you remember the P waves and the something else waves that he gave us a little tutorial about? Do you remember that bit of evidence? Yes. He said the trace of the heart was normal. I can't comment on that. That's not something that nursing staff could interpret. Have you ever seen an arrhythmia in a neonate? No, I don't think so, no. Dr. Jairam said that child A's heart was pumping normally. Do you disagree with that? That's his opinion. I don't feel I can assess that. You don't contradict it? No. Dr. Manarides found an air bubble in child A's brain and in his lung. Did you inject child A with air? No. Dr. Arthurs found air bubbles in his great vessels. Do you remember that? Yes. Just like child D and child O. Yes. That's because you injected him with air, isn't it? No. After this, did you want to get straight back into nursery 1? Yes. Why? From my experience at Liverpool Women's, you're actively encouraged that if you've lost a baby in a certain cot space, that you go straight back into that nursery and care for other babies so that you sort of move on from that first experience, and it doesn't almost prevent you from going back into the intensive care environment. Did you tell the truth to the police? In what respect? Yes, I have told the truth. Can we just go over your second interview, please? Right at the end, it's CB 27. You're asked about the dangers of air going into the circulation. Yes. And you're asked about what the dangers are. And you said, I don't know what it would cause. Is that true? Yes, I don't know the pathological reasons that it would. I know ultimately it would end in death, yes. Anything between that, I don't know. And the question was what? What are the dangers? You have just told us death. Why didn't you give that answer? I can't answer that. Were you playing daft? No, it's something that every nurse would know. Oh yes, absolutely. So why didn't you say so? I've also said that I don't know exactly how it would affect a baby, and that's true. I know the ultimate in anything that you do, the ultimate serious outcome, could be death. What that would look at, what that would appear as in the symptoms of the baby, I don't know. I'm going to move on to child B next. Is there anything that you said this morning that you would like to revise or amend? No. There's one thing I overlooked which I'd like to deal with. Would you go to the defence statement that I gave you yesterday, please? Could you go to page 6, paragraph 39? Would you read that out to the jury, please? There was some blotchiness on child A's body, but no one discussed it with me, and I don't remember it being mentioned amongst the nurses. Why didn't you put mottling? I think they're interchangeable. We move on to child B, please. Before you were interviewed for the first time on the 4th of July 2018, did you have any memory, independent memory, of child B? Very little. Is it your case that staffing levels contributed to child B's collapse? No, I don't know what caused her collapse. Is it your case that medical competence contributed? Again, I don't know why she collapsed. Have you identified any mistakes that were made with her treatment? No. Do you remember the devastation that child A's death caused his family? Yes. Do you remember child A and B's dad literally being prostrate on the floor following child A's death? What does that mean? Sorry? On the floor, lying on the floor. I don't recall anyone lying on the floor, no. Well, can we go to child B's sequence of events, please, to tile 132. This is your message. Would you read it out, please? I said, oh, don't feel like that. I'm sorry you had to end your shift like that. I've said to Nurse A that I can't look after child B because I just don't know how I'm going to feel seeing parents. Dad was on the floor crying, saying, please don't take our baby away, when I took him to the mortuary. It's just heartbreaking. Glad the photos are nice. You don't remember that? No. Were you keen to give your colleagues the impression that you didn't want to take responsibility for child B? It wasn't that I didn't take responsibility. It was just that I felt she'd be better looked after by somebody else. But didn't you feel that getting back into nursery 1 was the best thing to do? To get back on the horse like they do in Liverpool? Yes, but not with a baby in a family that we've dealt with before, that have just lost their child. But you did migrate back to nursery 1, didn't you? Despite that. We cover all of the nurseries. Yes. Would you answer the question, please? You did migrate back to nursery 1. At which point? Did you? Or didn't you? I will have been in nursery 1 at some point, yes. We'll get to the point. Do you accept that child B did well on the day shift of June 9th, the day after her brother had died. I have no memory. I was not allocated for child B, so I don't recall the handover. Right. Well, can we look at the interviews, please? The 12th page of the child B interviews. What is your second answer on that page, please? There hadn't been any undue concerns expressed. Yes, and that's about the clinical position of child B, isn't it? Yes. So do you accept that child B did well on the day shift of June 9th? Yes. We received evidence that she was off CPAP that day, having skin to skin. Do you remember that? Yes. If anybody wants to make a note, that's tiles 76 and 78. That she was rooting for milk, we were told by Joanne Williams. Do you remember that? No, but I accept that. Let's look. Tile 84. I'm not suggesting it's a memory test. This is Joanne Williams' note. Just scroll down, please. Can you see on about the 6th line or so? Yes, rooting, looking for feeds. Yes, that is a positive picture, isn't it? Yes. So the signs were good. Do you accept that? Yes. On looking at the notes, yes. Do you recall the evidence from child B's family that in effect they stood guard over her following the death of child A? I know that they were very much present on the unit, yes, and allowances were made for that, yes. But they left, according to the agreed evidence, shortly after 8 p.m. Do you remember that? I don't remember, but I accept it if it's agreed, yes. Yes, it was evidence that was read to the jury by agreement. Okay. I'd like to go to the staff presence at tile 145, please, with Mr. Murphy's assistance. There we see the population distribution and the corresponding responsible nursing staff, don't we? Yes. We can see that in Nursery 4, Lisa Walker was working. Yes. And she was working the day before, wasn't she? I don't recall that myself. Okay. It's a matter of record. Okay. Your friend, Nurse A, was working? Yes. So she is the second commonality in terms of the staff. Your friend, Mary Griffith, was working as well, wasn't she? Yes. And she was your friend, wasn't she? Yes. Catherine Percival Ward was the shift leader? Yes. She had a single child in Nursery 4? Yes. Did you get on with her? Yes. Does she bear you a grudge? No, I got on well with all of the nursing colleagues. She hadn't been working the previous night, though, had she? No. Do you remember the evidence that she gave to the jury on March 21st this year, in the case of child P, when she told the jury that you had said to her that working in nurseries 3 and 4 was boring? Yes, I remember that. And that you would, to use her word, migrate back to Nursery 1 when things happened? Yes. And that is true, isn't it? You did migrate back to Nursery 1. Yes, in response to things that were happening, which any other member of staff would be expected to do as well. Well, we will see. You had 2 children in Nursery 3, is that right? Yes. And you didn't like being there, did you? That's not accurate at all, no. You were bored? No, I've never been bored at work. I've never described my work as boring. Well, let's just deal with what happened prior to child B's collapse just after midnight. Again, if Mr. Murphy can help, and if you wouldn't mind yourself, Miss Letby, looking at the neonatal review. It's the first bundle of neonatal reviews, which is in the white file. Your babies, as we have just established, were HM and EB. So let's just deal with what you were doing at the beginning of the shift, if we may, from the neonatal review. We see in lines 1, 3, 6, 9 and 10 that you were dealing with HM and EB. Yes. They're both your children, in effect. Yes. You're the designated nurse. That continues down towards the bottom of the page at 2200 hours at lines 25, 26, 27 and 30. Are we agreed so far? Yes. Over the page, on page 2, we have 4 lines, 38 to 42, where you're dealing with HM at or about 2300 hours. Yes. Then there's the nasal prongs incident, if I can call it that, at line 47 at midnight. Yes. Then over the page, line 70, we have the event for child B when the prosecution say she collapsed. Yes. I suggested to you a moment ago that you were bored, and you did not accept that. So if we go now, please, to the sequence starting with tile 151, that's you texting Yvonne Griffiths, isn't it? Yes. And this shows, doesn't it, as a matter of fact, that as I suggested to you earlier, the parents of child A and B were still on the unit at this time. Yes. At tile 165, please. It shows that between 2041 and 2100 hours, you were texting your friend, Mina Lapalainen. Yes. And as we've just seen, that's just after you had been dealing with EB and HM in nursery 3. Okay. And this is why I'm suggesting you're bored, because you're engaging in chit-chat with your friend. No, that's common practice. We all used to do that on the unit. That's not unique to me. Tile 169. More messages to and from Mina in a 10-minute period between 2100 and 2110. Yes. Then Jennifer Jones Key in the next tile. Manic, hope you're okay. And you respond immediately, manic. And then you at 172. Mel took it hard, we spoke earlier. Thank you, we're a good team. Say hi back. And those messages continued with both Nurse F, Jennifer Jones Key, and indeed Yvonne Griffiths, through the tiles up to and including tile 181 at 2132. You are bored? No, all the members of the staff used a phone on that unit, and this is me replying to our ward manager who has texted me whilst I'm on shift. It was accepted that we used our phones on the unit. We can take it then that staffing levels weren't an issue on this shift. Is that right? I can't comment for the whole of the shift. Obviously at this point my babies have been cared for. What do you mean? You can't comment for the whole of the shift? I'm not responsible for the other babies, so I can't say what care needs they are having and receiving at this time. Well, are you suggesting that there was some deficiency in staffing levels? Not at this moment. I can't see what's going on with the other babies. Let's continue with your messages, please. If we could go to 186 next. You asking Jennifer Jones Key whether Yvonne Griffiths was in. Is that right? Yes. 187, she replies. 188, her clarification. 189, your reply. 190, her reply. 194, another message from you. 195, 196, 197, a block of social messages for 27 minutes between 22:01 and 22:28. Yes. Can we go back to the neonatal review chart, please? Page 2. In the middle of that block of messages, line 30, you signing for a prescription for HM. Yes. You didn't use your phone in clinical areas? No, I didn't use my phone in the nurseries. No, that's right. Tile 202, a further block of social messaging between you and someone called Gail R. Who is Gail R? I lived with Gail R in the staff accommodation at Ash House. So is she another nurse or employee of the hospital? Yes. Were you bored? No. As a matter of fact, do you spend a lot of time texting when you're in either nursery 3 or nursery 4? I text regardless of where I am on shift. So even if you've got an ITU baby? At times when they're not needing care, yes. And I think everybody would say the same thing if they were honest. If we go back to the neonatal review and just pick up where I left off, please, at page 3 of 7, we see that at 2302 and 2303, that block of 5 entries, in respect of which there's probably a degree of similarity, in the sense that the prescription and the update is the same event, isn't it? Yes. So there's double counting, if you like. We see that's what you were doing with your friend Nurse A at that time. Is that right? Yes, I was on the computer at this time, yes. We know from the evidence, and it's tile 47, that child B desaturated at about midnight. Is that right? Yes. And if Mr. Murphy wouldn't mind, by going back to the sequence of events to tile 209, we have that event represented by that tile. Is that right? Yes. Immediately afterwards, in a succeeding tile, 210, we see Nurse A's note relating to it. Yes. That's when you migrated back into nursery 1, wasn't it? I was working in nursery 1 at points, yes, with medications. After this time, you're in nursery 1, I'm going to suggest. Yes. If we go back to the neonatal review, page 3 of 7, lines 62 and 63, we see you involved first of all with child B immediately after her desaturation. Yes. Line 62, what was going on at that point? So from this here, Behaviour and lipid was being given. Yes, this was a new bag, wasn't it? I can't say from looking at this on its own. Okay, it may have been a continuing 48-hour bag. I can't say from this. Let's go back to the sequence of events then, please, Mr. Murphy. TAL 213. This is a prescription for lipid, is that right? No, this is a TPN and lipid together. Yes, right, thank you. Whose signature appears on it? Myself. Who else's? No one's. Shouldn't there be another one on there? Yes, this isn't the form that we both sign. There's an additional form. But that's not the question. Shouldn't someone else's signature be on this document? Potentially on this document, but as long as it's on the other sheet, that would be acceptable. Potentially. Should another person's signature be on this document? Yes, ideally, yes. Thank you. Here's the other document. What do we see here on day 3, 9th of the 6th, 2015? It's got myself and Nurse A starting a new bag of TPN and lipid at 0005. So you have migrated back to nursery 1. All medications have to be checked by 2 nurses, so inevitably it would have to be another member of staff that was assisting Nurse A. All right, let's go to the next tile then, please. Let's concentrate on what's going on at midnight. 2410 is the way it appears there. Is that right? Potentially. That's not my writing, but it looks either 00 or 10, yes. Okay, then if we scroll down, whose writing is that number there? I can't say. Whose writing appears in the next column? Myself. Well, it looks similar, yes. 45 is you, isn't it? The what, sorry? The 45 in the 2410 column. Oh, potentially, yes. Potentially, yes. Does that mean yes? Well, I can't be definitive because it's not my writing at the top. You had migrated back into nursery 1, hadn't you? Well, that's an expected course. Whoever's working in nursery 1 is going to need assistance from another nurse. What? To do the observations? Well, I'm not saying that I've done the observations, but potentially, yes, if Nurse A was busy doing something else, then we would support each other, yes. Let's look at the blood gas a few minutes later at tile 215, 0016. Whose writing is that? That's mine. You had migrated back into nursery 1, hadn't you? Well, blood gas needs 2 nurses, so yes, 2 nurses would need to be there. And yes, I was there. Well, you say that. But as a matter of fact, as we have gone through all the blood gas documents in this case, it's almost always the designated nurse that makes the entry in the chart, isn't it? No, I don't agree with that. You don't agree? No. Well, I'm not going to go through them all now, you'll be glad to know. Now, when you were being asked questions about this a while ago, you said that Nurse A had remained with child B at this stage. Do you remember that? Yes, she was in the nursery with her, yes. No, you said she actually was with her. Do you remember saying that? No. You don't remember that? No. Was that a police interview? No. That's when Mr. Myers was asking you questions. I know Nurse A was with her. She realigned the prongs, and then we put the TPN bag up, so yes, she was with her, and she carried out the blood gas. Do you remember Nurse A telling the jury that in fact she was diverted by preparing medication for another child in nursery 1? Yes, we were both preparing that medication. And that's why you were doing the observations on child B, isn't it? Because she was actually doing, I can't say that. I was checking medication with Nurse A. She was the sterile nurse? Yes. She was doing the medication and you were doing the other jobs? No, I'd have to be by her side watching everything that she was doing. That is the role of the second checker. So how did you do the blood gas at 0016? I have not. I run that through the machine for Nurse A. But you've got to be with her while she's preparing the medication for the other child. How can you go to the blood gas room and be with her? What time is the medication for the other child? She told us when she gave evidence. That is what she was doing at this time. She also said she was the other side of that little wall in the nursery. Yes, we were both there preparing medication, yes. So you do remember? I remember us both being in the nursery, yes. No, you remember being the other side of that little wall from child B, do you? No, I remember us preparing medication. That is where the medication is prescribed and drawn up. Do you remember telling the jury that it was Nurse A that had alerted you to child B's collapse? Yes, I'm unsure which way round it was. Which way round what was? Well, I'm unsure whether I spotted it first or whether Nurse A alerted me. Right. That's why you told the jury that she alerted you, because you weren't sure which way round it was. My memory is she alerted me, but I can't say for definite now. That was my memory at the time. So she's wrong about that? Potentially, yes. Well, everything's potentially, but are you saying she's wrong? Well, I can't sit here now and definitively say which way, no. You injected child B with air, didn't you? No, I didn't. Do you remember on Friday the 5th of May, you were asked questions by your counsel about what happened to child B at this point? Yes. I'll remind you of what you said and ask you whether you want to change any of it. The question you were asked was, do you recall how child B was? When you say her colour had changed, could you describe that? You replied, she had become quite mottled and dark. Yes. Is that accurate? Yes. You were then asked, all over her body or on particular parts of her body? You replied, all over, from memory. Yes. You were then asked, can you describe that colour again? You replied, it was a dark, mottling colour. Yes. And you saw that? You were asked, and you said, yes. Yes. You were then asked a question, had you seen anything like that colouring before? Yes. Do you remember what your answer was? No. What do you mean? You were asked the question again. Had you seen that type of colouring on any baby before this point? And your answer? Do you remember? No. Yes, it was like general mottling that we do see on babies. Yes, and I agree with that. I know you do. You were then asked the question, right, was it unusual or was it not unusual in your opinion? You replied, it was not unusual, but obviously we were concerned for child B because of child A's decline the night before. Yes. And so the essence, I'm going to suggest to you, that the essence of what you were saying to the court on Friday the 5th of May was that child B had what I will describe as common or garden mottling. I would say her mottling was more pronounced maybe than general, but yes, it was mottling. Have you always said that? I don't recall. You don't recall? Why would you say anything different? That's how I remember it now, yes. Okay. If we go to your interview, please. So back to file number 1. It's the first of the child B interviews, pages 7 to 8. You were asked the question, okay, and that mottling as you've described it, is it something you witnessed in child B yourself? You replied, yes. You were asked the question, you did? When was that? You replied, I don't recall at what point. You were asked the question, right, and the circumstances around you seeing the mottling. Who was with you at the time? You replied, I think it was Nurse A. You were asked the question, can you describe that mottling? Is it similar to that with child A? Different? You replied, I think she was more mottled as opposed to child A was paler. Child A was more pale centrally, mottled peripherally, and I think from what I recall, child B was more mottled, and that extended over more of her body rather than just her limbs. You were then asked the question, so was it a different colour? You replied, from what I remember, it was darker, just darker than child A. So child A was pale, whereas child B was more mottled, which is a sort of purpley red. Yes. Is that true? Yes. Right, okay. Rash appearance is the phrase you then use. Rash appearance. This isn't mottling. This isn't common or garden mottling you're describing, is it? Yes, it's more pronounced mottling. It's darker mottling, but it is mottling. Why did you use the word rash appearance? I can't recall now. What does it mean to you now? These are your words. What do they mean? I don't know. I would take rash appearance to mean that it was all over the body. The next question was, any particular shapes to that? And your answer, please? I replied, well, usually mottling is sort of a patchy round appearance. Yes. Are you saying this was normal? No, mottling is not normal, but it is something that we see. Okay. And in the normal parameters of mottling, are you saying this was normal? No, it was more pronounced than just general mottling. If it was, do you think it was remarkable? I can't recall specifically. I know once we saw it, it came very quickly, and in view of child A's deterioration, everybody acted very quickly. You say, quote, once we saw it, it came very quickly. Were you with child B before it appeared? No. Why did you say, once we saw it, it came very quickly? That's just... I've rephrased that wrong, sorry. That's all right. Well, it's all right. You just say what you mean. If this was all fairly normal, why did the doctor ask you to go and get a camera? In view of what had happened with child A the day before, we did not want to take any chances and wanted to document everything that was happening. Let's look at what other people said about this and see whether you agree or disagree with them, okay? I'm going to start on this occasion with the mother of child A and child B. What she said is this. It was a very similar situation to child A. Child B's heart and oxygen saturation levels had fallen rapidly. The female consultant went on to describe seeing blotches mottling across her skin, hand and feet. She asked our permission to take pictures of the mottling, and she, that is the consultant, stated she had never seen this before. This is Dr. B, one of the gang of four. I remember being really surprised this was something she had never witnessed before. I imagined the consultant of neonatal care would have seen everything. By the time the staff had organised the camera, it had disappeared. Do you accept what the mother of child A and B says? I accept there was mottling, yes. Do you accept that Dr. B was saying at the time, I have never seen anything like this before? I can't recall that conversation, no. But you have agreed the evidence. Sorry, I don't understand. The mother of child A and B didn't give evidence because what she says in her witness statement is agreed. Yes. So it is agreed that Dr. B said, I have never witnessed this before. Yes, but it was not said to me. No, you agree it was said. Yes. And do you remember it being said? No. Why are you prepared to agree this then, when you're not prepared to agree other witnesses based on what they saw? Here we have something that you say you did not hear, that you are prepared to accept. Is there a reason for that? I'm relying on that person being accurate. I wasn't there for that conversation, so I can't say whether that was said or not. Did you go and get the camera? Yes. Were you keen to get a picture of what it was that was so unusual? No, I was asked to go and get the camera, which I did immediately. That was what the doctors requested, and by the time I came back, her skin was normalised. Do you accept that this was mottling that is not normal mottling? It was more pronounced mottling, yes, and in view of what had happened with child A, all of the staff were very keen to act quickly on any change with her, in case it was anything that was related to child A. Do you remember Dr. Lambie? Yes. She made a note that's at tile 243, if anybody wants to keep a note, but I'll remind you of what she actually said in evidence. I do remember she was being resuscitated when I arrived. She was a very dusky, pale grey colour. Is that accurate? I can't say at that point. I don't know if I was there at that point. As we were helping her, she was then developing widespread blotches. Do you accept that is accurate? Not from my memory, no. It was mottling. This wasn't disputed in cross-examination. You understand that. This wasn't challenged. Yes, but I wasn't there at that point. Potentially I was getting the camera. Well, do you accept it? If that's what she says she saw, then yes. Okay. I accidentally didn't read the full sentence there, so I'll read the full sentence. As we were helping her, she was then developing widespread blotches, is probably the best way of describing it, patches of a purpley red colour. Do you accept that? I don't recall ever seeing that. but I accept if that's what she thinks she saw, then yes. They would flush up, last about a few seconds, 10 seconds, and then disappear and then appear elsewhere. Do you accept that? No, I did not see anything like that, and no conversation was ever had about that. Therefore, do you say that that is untrue? I can't comment for them, but it's not something that I saw or was aware of, no. Do you remember, when being asked questions on your behalf, Dr. Lambie said that she had never seen anything like this before? Yes. Your friend, Nurse A. She said that what she saw was the same as Child A. I don't agree with that. What Nurse A said is this. She suddenly looked very ill. She looked very like her brother had done the night before, with the pale white, with this purple blotchy discoloration, and she indicated over her chest. I just remember thinking, no, not again. I've never seen anything like that before, and then to see his sister with the same appearance. Remember that? Yes. That's the truth, isn't it, Lucy Letby? No, I do not agree with that. That's not what I saw. Finally, we had Dr. B saying, I've seen that there's a purple blotchiness to the right side, mid-abdomen. It's a bit like what you're describing with Child A, isn't it? One side of discoloration? It was paleness. But on one side? Yes. She said, and right hand and the baby is pink and active, end quote. Remember Nurse A? Of course, she was considerably senior to you, wasn't she? Yes. You've been looking after the sickest babies for 2 months. I don't understand, sorry. You've been QIS trained for a couple of months? 2 months? Yes. 3 months maybe? I don't know. Yes. She had a couple of decades of experience looking after the sickest babies. Yes. And yet, all of a sudden, once Child B had this episode, in effect you elbowed out Nurse A and took over the care of Child B, didn't you? No, I did not take over the care of Child B. We've already seen the observations at 1 o'clock. You carried those out, didn't you? Yes, Nurse A was supporting the parents at that point. It's not unusual for nursing staff to assist each other with obs or fluids or medications. That's not her handing the care over to me. Let's look at tile 226, please, in the bottom left at 0100 hours. That's your writing, isn't it? And your initials at the bottom? Yes. Intubated, it says at 23:36. I think that's a mistake, isn't it, on the times? Yes. It was actually 01 or 0036. Yes. Tile 232, please. A blood gas record at 0051. Your writing again? Yes. As it had been at 0016? Yes. Tile 238, please. 0100? Is that you making the entries at 0100? Yes. Tile 241, 0110, you and Mary Griffiths signing for morphine for Child B. Yes. Tile 250 to 251, you and Nurse A co-signing for medications at 0207. Yes. Tile 253 to 256, more medications at 0225? Yes. Were you suggesting to any of your colleagues that perhaps antiphospholipid syndrome was an explanation for the death of Child A and the collapse of Child B? No, because I wasn't aware that. I didn't have any details about what antiphospholipid syndrome was. I'd never heard of it before. Let's just go back to the Child A sequence if we can, please, Mr. Murphy. Sorry to jump around. Can we just have a look at tile 337, please? Querying a clotting problem. That's what antiphospholipid syndrome is, isn't it? Yes, I know that now, yes. You knew that then, because you were sending the text. No, that was a discussion. They were querying a clotting problem. I don't think the word antiphospholipid syndrome was used at that point. Can we go back to the police interview, please? A reference I missed out earlier. Almost exactly halfway down the page, what did you say in answer to the question, or any observations that you had with Child B that caused you concern at all on that shift? I replied, I do remember that she had some mottling that looked a little bit similar to Child A's appearance the day before. You told the jury that all you saw on Child A was whiteness. Yes. How did her mottling looks similar to child A. I've then gone on to describe it in more detail. Yes, but it's not the description that I'm interested in. I'm interested in why you were linking or drawing a similarity between what you had seen on child A and what you had seen on child B. I can't say now, I don't know. Well, I'll offer you a reason. Because they were the same. No, I don't agree with that. Like your friend Nurse A said, oh no, not again. She was referring to a sick baby. She didn't want something happening again. She wasn't referring to the rash. No. She was referring to the rash, Lucy Letby. Okay. That's precisely what she was referring to. Okay, I don't agree with that. I know you don't agree, but you're also not going to be able to rewrite what she said, are you? No. Do you accept that all the people who saw the skin discoloration say that they hadn't seen this sort of thing before? I have to accept what they say, yes. Do you accept that Professor Kinsey has excluded a blood disorder as a cause for what was seen? Yes. Do you accept that Dr. Arthurs saw the bubbles in child A's case? Yes. And that Dr. Marnarides found them in histology, also in child A's case? Yes. Do you accept that air was put into the IV lines of both children? No. Or either of them? No. Do you accept that you had the opportunity to have access to the IV lines of both children just before they collapsed? Yes, but I didn't access the lines. Now, we're moving on to child C, born on the 10th of June 2015 and died at about 5 a.m. on June 14th. Although the event for which we allege you to be responsible that caused his death happened just before midnight on June 13th, and more particularly at about 11:15 that night. I'd like to start with your defence statement on this one, please, so page 7. It starts with you saying that you did nothing to hurt him at paragraph 50. Is that right? Yes. You say that on the night of the 13th to the 14th of June, you had the care of another child, J.E., in nursery 3. Yes. At paragraph 52, you say, my recollection of events prior to the collapse of child C is vague, but I don't remember being in nursery 1. I don't think Sophie Ellis is correct when she says I was. Yes. You then continued at paragraph 53. I think I heard the alarms going off, but I didn't go straight to child C. I don't know whether I was walking past the nursery or how I came to go in there. It may have been I was called in because of the collapse, but at night time sometimes we have to go into nursery 1, even if we're working in nursery 3, for example, to check equipment for the ITU spaces. But I don't recall being in there when child C collapsed. Then you continue at paragraph 56 by saying, I did have some contact with child C's family, but not to the extent described by his mother. As a matter of fact, just on that point, child C's mother's evidence was agreed, wasn't it? Do you remember it was read to the jury? Yes. You then continue by saying, I didn't speak to child C's mother asking if she wanted a priest to be called, nor was I the person who handed child C to his mother after we had stopped resuscitation. I don't think I helped with the footprint or taking a lock of child C's hair. I do not recall asking if the parents wanted to put child C in a basket or any awkward conversation. And again, that specific point, putting his body in a basket, this is something that child C's mother suggests you said and was agreed evidence, wasn't it? Yes. You then continued, after child C had died, I was still looking after J.E. That would have been my focus. Now, just to bring it back to mind, this particular shift, this is a shift where your colleague Nurse G suggested that she had to keep, in effect, removing you from the parents' room as child C was dying and just after he died. Do you remember that evidence? Yes. I'm going to suggest that your assertion in your defence statement that your recollection of events prior to child C's collapse being vague is not true. What do you say? I don't agree with that. You don't. And I'm going to suggest that you enjoyed what happened, and that's why you were in and out of the family room. No. You had been off on Thursday the 11th and Friday the 12th of June, hadn't you? Yes. And you were back in on the night shift of Saturday the 13th. Yes. When you were being interviewed, did you remember child C? Yes. Why did you say that you didn't? I'm not sure what you mean. My police interview? Yes. I'm not sure what detail I had to start with, but I know I remembered him once I had more details. I'm not sure what I was told at the very beginning. Well, we'll come to the detail. Is it your case that staffing levels contributed to child C's death? No, I don't know how child C died. Is it your case that medical competence or incompetence contributed? No. Or that anybody made a mistake? No. Do you accept that child C progressed well, having been born in good condition? I can only go on what other people's notes were. I'd not looked after child C before. But do you accept that the evidence is that child C was doing well? I think there had been issues with his abdomen and things, but he wasn't perfectly healthy. That's why he was in a neonatal unit. But there were no causes for concern, were there? Not that I recall, no. I would just remind you of some of the context. The jury and you may remember that this is a case where one of the notes in the nursing notes was misfiled on a different baby's file, and when child C had died, it was transferred from that file to child C's file. It was a note made by Yvonne Griffiths. Do you remember that? Yes. We've seen in many cases, haven't we, that in the nursing notes the time that the file entry is opened is recorded by a computer. Yes. And the time that is entered into the system is also recorded. Yes, the time it's completed. Yes. Yes. Once a nursing note is completed, is it editable? No. And that perhaps is the reason why this particular note couldn't simply be transferred across. It had to be rewritten. Yes. Okay, let's start with that because that gives us a position on the day shift of Friday the 12th of June. It's tile 273, please. These concern events at 18:30 on the day shift of Friday the 12th of June. Just to remind us all, YG, Yvonne Griffiths, we can see that that note is actually entered after child C had died. We've got an 8-minute window in which these were typed between 17:38 and 17:46 on the 14th of June. We see that these are characterised or described as on reflection notes from 12/6/15 for day shift, written in CM's notes for child C. So presumably that was the family name of the child in whose notes this was entered erroneously. Do you agree? Yes. So nursing notes printed and rewritten as follows. We see here by N CPAP inner pressure and it gives the figures. NES, which we know are nostrils, red but not broken. Duoderm applied. No apneas noted. Caffeine given as prescribed. Child C unsettled at times, soothes with pacifier. Enjoyed kangaroo care with parents. Then material about the X-ray of the long line and the fact that the NGT had been aspirated and 2 ml of black stain fluid obtained. Child C had been having... What is kangaroo care? Would you just remind us, please? It's when the baby takes its clothes off and is put against the mother or father's chest skin. Otherwise known as skin to skin? Yes. When a child is enjoying kangaroo care with parents, of course the child is not on any form of breathing support. Is that right? No, we can do kangaroo care with breathing support, but they would be stable enough to be brought out. All right. But as a matter of fact, I'll suggest that child C had been off breathing support, and we'll come to some documentation in a moment. But if we go backwards, please, Mr. Murphy, although forwards in time to tile 41. This is Mel Taylor's nursing note, and we see in the centre of the screen there to the left, remained nil by mouth, tummy soft, not distended. Dark bile obtained from OGT, Registrar Davies aware. To continue nil by mouth for now and monitor. Bowels not opened. Past urine. Right? Yes. So that's overnight, the 12th to the 13th. The day shift, in other words, the shift immediately before the shift on which you were working and child C died. It was Joanne Williams who looked after him. I just want to deal with what happened on that day. If we start, please, with the nursing tile at 116. So we see there at the top JW for Joanne Williams, creation time 16:19. Nursed on CPAP, pressures given. Capillary blood gas at 9 o'clock, very good. However, child C very unsettled and fractious. After discussion with Registrar Ogden, taken off CPAP whilst out having skin-to-skin with mum. Calmed down straight away while on mum. Just required some facial oxygen while out. No signs of increased work of breathing. You read it all to yourself, if you would please. Is that a positive picture? Yes. Can we go to tile 67, please? This document gives us a ready reckoner for what sort of breathing support child C was on, doesn't it? Yes. Do we see from that document that he was on the 13th, so this is the day on which he died, that he was on CPAP up to 10 a.m., 1000 hours? Yes. There was nothing at all, no breathing support, other than, if we remember what was in the nursing note, the ambient oxygen at 11 and 12. Yes. And he then went on to Optiflow, so not CPAP, Optiflow at 1300 hours. Yes. And that remained a position until the event that terminated with his, or culminated with his death. Yes. If we go to tile 120 next, please, it's another note of Joanne Williams. It's the note at 1800 on the 13th. Capillary blood gas at 1800 showed improvement from previous capillary blood gas. However, lactate risen to 2.5 millimoles, SHO informed. Remained stable on Optiflow, blood pressure stable. Aspirates reduced this evening. Query, commence enteral feeding tonight. Do you remember that? Yes. And do you remember that it was Dr. Gibbs who directed the commencement of enteral feeding? I can't remember who authorised it, but I know, yes, the doctors had agreed he could start feeds, yes. And do you remember the evidence of Dr. Marna Reedis, the pathologist, who said that the histology showed that child C did not have any bowel issue? Yes. Let's move on then to the shift on which you were present. It's tile 138, please. Here we see the population list of the NNU, 12 children on the unit. We see that you had a child, J.E. Yes. J.E. was in nursery 3, wasn't he? Do you remember? Yes. And this, to bring it back, he was the child with the breathing problems that Nurse G thought were worthy of close monitoring. Yes. Your other child that evening was a child P.E. Do you see? Yes. And so far as nursery 1 was concerned, we heard evidence from several witnesses that there were 2 children in, although we haven't got a population distribution chart. We heard from several witnesses that child C was in nursery 1. Yes. And so was another child who was being looked after by Melanie Taylor, who we see in the list at number 8, MRE. Yes. Do you recall there being any other children in nursery 1? No. So the evidence suggests, would you agree, that there were 2 children in nursery 1, one of whom was child C, the other MRE. From this, yes. Yes. Well, not only from this, but all the evidence that we've heard in the trial relating to this event, so from all your colleagues who gave evidence. There were 3 babies in nursery 1. No, 2 babies in nursery 1, 2 in number 1, and you were looking after 2 in nursery 3. Okay. I'm not sure if that's what they've said, so... First of all, I'm going to suggest to you that this was yet another shift on which you migrated from either nursery 3 or 4 back into nursery 1. Yes, in response to child C's care needs. No, before child C collapsed. I don't have any recollection of that. Do you remember Nurse G told us she was the shift leader on this shift? Yes. And do you remember her telling us that she had to tell you to look after him rather than getting yourself involved with other children? Yes. Is that true? No, I don't recall that conversation. Are you saying you reject it, or simply you don't remember? I don't remember a conversation like that happening. I'm going to suggest that you were very unhappy with the arrangements that she had made, which dictated where you were working. Do you agree that you were unhappy at being in nursery 3? Yes, but that wasn't down to Nurse G. It was down to the shift leader on the previous shift. Right. But you were unhappy about being in 3? Yes, I expressed that I would have liked to go into nursery 1, yes. Yes, we have heard a bit of evidence about that from various people, but as a matter of practice, does the leader of the shift on which the nurses are actually working have the capacity to redistribute labour? Yes. So if you had asked Nurse G, she would have had the power to redistribute, to put you somewhere else if she thought that was appropriate. Yes. As a matter of fact, do you agree that she thought J.E. needed your attention? He did need attention, yes, and I gave him that attention. Let's look at how unhappy you were, because I'm suggesting this is precisely how you were. Starting at tile 146, please. This is your friend Jennifer Jones-Key asking if you're all right. Tile 147. You read to us what you replied, please. I replied, I just keep thinking about Monday. Feel like I need to be in one to overcome it, but Nurse G said no. Monday was child A, is that right? Yes. Tile 148 is Jennifer Jones-Key. I agree with her. Don't think it will help. Need a break from full-on ITU. You have to let it go or it will eat you up. I know not easy and will take time. Then tile 149, your message please. I replied, not the vented baby necessarily. I just feel I need to be in one to get the image out of my head. Mel said the same and Nurse G let her go. Being in 3 is eating me up. All I can see is him in 1. The vented baby we know was not child C, don't we? Yes. This was the other baby in nursery 1 who was ME or MAE as he appears in the list. Is that right? Yes, on the list, yes. So you wanted to look after child C, didn't you? If there were 2 babies in nursery 1. I don't think I'm referring specifically to child C. I can't. There's a field of 2 available for care in nursery 1. You want to be in nursery 1 and you're saying, well, okay, I won't have the vented baby. Who does that leave? Okay, if that's true and there are only 2 babies in that nursery, then yes, it would fall to child C, yes. Is that the truth of it? That you wanted to look after child C? No, not child C specifically, no. Tile 150 next, please. Can you just read your message? I said, it probably sounds odd, but it's how I feel. And tile 151, Jennifer Jones-Key replied, well, it's up to you, but I don't think it's going to help. It sounds very odd, and I would be the complete opposite. Can understand Nurse G, she's trying to look after you all. And then you replied? I replied, well, that's how I feel. From when I've experienced it at women's, I've needed to go straight back and have a sick baby, otherwise the image of the one you lost never goes. Why send Mel in if she's trying to look after us? She was in bits over it. That's a reference to the fact that Melanie Taylor was looking after the vented baby in nursery 1, isn't it? Yes. And tile 153, please? I said, well, I don't expect people to understand, but I know how I feel and how I've dealt with it before. I have voiced that, so can't do any more, but people should respect that. You wanted to get your own way, didn't you? No, I expressed a preference to go to nursery 1, as did Mel. And people should respect that. What does that mean in this context? People should respect what I'm asking and saying that that's how I potentially deal with something. So you should get your own way. No, it's not about having your own way. It's about how you deal with things. Mel and I had both asked to go into nursery 1. Tile 160, Jennifer Jones-Key replies, I think they do respect it, but also trying to help you. Why don't you go in 1 for a bit? What did you take that to mean? That the staff there are trying to help me. Well, Jennifer Jones-Key isn't working, is she? No. Right, okay. So what did you understand her to be saying to you by, why don't you go in 1 for a bit? Spend some time in nursery 1. Yes, and your response? Yeah, I've done a couple of meds in 1. I'll be fine. What did that mean? That I've checked or drawn up some medications in nursery 1. Then we have tile 162, Jennifer Jones-Key again. It didn't sound like you would be. Sorry, was eating my tea. I assume that's a reference to you would be fine, was it? Yeah, I think so, yes. And then you responded? I said, forget I said anything, I'll be fine. It's part of the job, just don't feel like there's much team spirit tonight. Did you feel that you weren't getting your own way? Wasn't about getting my own way. She replied, I'm not going to forget, but just think you're way too hard on yourself. It's part of the job, but the worst part. I do believe it makes us stronger people. So that takes us to tile 164. The conversation continued at 167. So we're now at 22:53. Could you read this one you sent to Jennifer Jones-Key, please? I said, unfortunately, I've seen my fair share at women's, but you are supported differently. And here it's like people want to tell you how to think, feel. Anyway, onwards and upwards. Just shame I'm on with Mel and Nurse G. Sophie in one, so haven't got her to talk to either. Tile 167, of course. Sophie was looking after child C, wasn't she? Yes. Then Jennifer Jones-Key responded, work is work. A lot of girls say women's don't support and tell them to get on with it. I think they don't mean to tell you though, and we're over-caring sometimes. Yeah, that's not good, but you got Liz. Who is Liz in that context? Elizabeth Marshall, the band 4 that was on. The nursery nurse? Yes. Okay. We then resume the conversation at tile 174. Could you read your message, please? Women's can be awful, but I learnt the hard way you have to speak up to get support. I lost a baby one day, and a few hours later was given another dying baby born in the same cot space. Girls there said it was important to overcome the image. It was awful, but by the end of the day, I realised they were right. It's just different here. And then, a minute later? Anyway, forget it. I can only talk about it properly with those who knew him, and Mel not interested, so I'll overcome it myself. You get some sleep. Were you upset? Yes. Were you upset with Mel? No, I was upset just generally that I didn't feel my feelings were being considered. By who? By Nurse G and Mel. And what did you expect Mel to do for you? That Mel and I have both been present with child A, and that we could have supported one another with that. So you wanted her to talk to you about child A's death? Is that it? I wanted her to be there to support me, yes. And she had wanted to go in nursery 1 for the same reason, and she had been put in there. According to what you said this morning, Mel was responsible or potentially responsible for child A's death. Potentially, yes. And you wanted her to talk to you about it. No, I think what I'm suggesting here is the only way you overcome these things is by talking to colleagues that are also present. Shared experience. Yes. Is that what you enjoyed? Can you rephrase that? Is that what you enjoyed? What, talking to colleagues? I don't know. Sharing experience of babies collapsing and dying. No, we share experiences of very many reasons, not just that. Well, Jennifer Jones-Key responded, that's a bit mean, isn't it? Don't have to know him to understand. We've all been there. Yep, off to bed now. You replied at 178? I replied, I don't mean it like that. Just that only those who saw him know what image I have in my head. And then the next one, please. Forget it. I'm obviously making more of it than I should. And then you said, sleep well at tile 180. A couple of times there you said, forget it. Were you frustrated? Yes, I felt the conversation wasn't going anywhere, and I just wanted to leave it at that point. This is the conversation with Jennifer Jones-Key? Yes. What were you expecting her to say that she was not saying? What were you wanting from that she could have been maybe a little bit more understanding about what I was saying and how I was feeling? Did you want attention? I don't think attention is the right word. I think it's just recognition from a friend to acknowledge how I was feeling. Because you've been through such a dreadful experience, witnessing the death of child A, you wanted people to show you what? I don't think I wanted them to show me anything. She is a friend. I wanted to express how I felt to her, and I didn't feel she fully understood the context in which I was saying things, so I wanted to leave the conversation. Sophie Ellis, Melanie Taylor and Nurse G were all asked questions on your behalf, on the basis that Sophie Ellis was insufficiently qualified to have been looking after child C. Yes. Do you remember that? Yes. Is that your position? Yes. So does it come to this then? You wanted to be in nursery 1? Yes. Your wish was being frustrated by management? By the shift leader, not by management, but the shift leader, yes. And in your view, the person who had what you wanted, in other words, to be looking after the non-vented baby in nursery 1, wasn't sufficiently qualified for the job. No, Sophie wasn't, I don't think, in the correct position to care for child C. Why is that? She was recently qualified. She did not have the experience or the skills. Which particular skill was she deficient in? She didn't have experience of premature babies, small babies like child C. You see, one of the questions I asked you several minutes ago now was whether there was some sort of deficiency in care that led to child C's death. So I'd like you to explain to us why it is Sophie was insufficiently qualified to be doing the job she was doing. I'm not saying Sophie caused anything with child C. I'm just saying she was the least experienced member of staff on that shift. She was in nursery 1, the intensive care room, with another ventilated baby, and she had very little experience with small premature babies like child C that we need to keep a close observation of. So she had something you wanted? No. The care of child C. Wasn't that what you wanted? No, not specifically child C. No. Can we go to JJ13, please, which is the second of the child C police interviews. Here you can see there's a long question towards the top of the page. Which page, sorry? JJ13, it's a second police interview. Yes. What the police are asking about is some of the text messages that we've referred to. Yes. They read them to you. They ask you whether you recall the conversation. You say no. Then you ask the question, can you tell me where you were when it took place? And you replied, I don't remember it. What do the messages relate to? What did you say then? I said, I don't remember. Was that the truth? Yes, because at this point that message had just been read out to me without any context. Isn't the context fairly obvious from the messages themselves? Not when I was being interviewed about multiple babies at multiple times, and this was just read out to me with no context. I did not immediately link that to that shift. All right, let's see what context was if we go back to page 11. Do you see there, they're talking about a statement that's been taken from Sophie Ellis? Yes. Who said she was out of the room when child C's alarm sounded. Is that right? Yes. That you, Lucy Letby, had your own designated baby in room 3. Yes. Sophie Ellis says that when she went into nursery 1, you were standing over or standing next to child C's cot. Yes. You were then asked a question. Sophie Ellis says that you said, he's just dropped his heart rate and saturations, or something similar. Do you recall saying that to Sophie Ellis? Then turn over the page, you were asked a question. You were placed into nursery 3 during that shift, had your own designated baby to look after, and you said you didn't remember. Have you any explanation as to why you were in nursery 1 when the alarms went off? And you said you didn't remember. You mentioned that you might have been doing checks in nursery 1. Is that right? Yes. You were asked whether you'd been treating child C, and you say not that you remember. You couldn't remember specifically why you were there. Do you see that? Yes. They then, having laid out all that to you, turn to the telephone conversation that we've just dealt with. Yes. Was that not sufficient context for you to remember what it was all about? No. Let's see what was happening at about this time in the neonatal review, please. So if we can go to that document in the white bundle. Here we see quite a lot of blue material, or blue typeface I should say, which reflects what you were doing. Is that right? Yes. So at line 2, 2000 hours, line 6, 2100, 17 and 20, 2110 and 2130, you're dealing with the children JE and PE. Then these are simply making entries on charts, observations, aren't they? Yes. No medications there, are there? No. Can you find us a medication that you were responsible for on this page? The one at line 38 for HM. HM was not one of the babies in nursery 1. No, it was my baby in nursery 3. Yes, any other medications there? Yes, the medication for NM. We've got JE at 2000 hours in nursery 3. Is that right? Yes. We've got PE, HM and EB at 2000 hours to 2250. Yes. We've got NM at 2221. Yes. None of those babies were in nursery 1, were they? No, but the medications are drawn up in nursery 1. Well, I know that's what you say, but context, as you say, is everything. If we go back to tile 161, I've done a couple of meds in 1, I'll be fine. That's a message you sent at 2234. Yes. You hadn't actually given any meds to any children in nursery 1, had you? No. As you say, context being important, when we looked at that conversation, what you wanted was to be treating one of the children in nursery 1. Yes, at the start of my shift, yes. And that's what you were suggesting you had been doing to your friend Jennifer Jones-Key, isn't it? Clinical practice is IV medication is always drawn up in 1. That's where the medications are all stored and kept, oral and IV. It could not be made up in a special care nursery. Are you covering yourself? No, it's standard practice. At 2300 hours, we know that Sophie Ellis gave child C his first feed and did his observations, don't we? Yes. Do you accept her evidence that she aspirated his stomach and obtained a little bit of green bile? Yes. Do you accept that if that's what she did, there wasn't any air in his stomach? No, if she's documented correctly, then yes. So no air in child C's stomach at 2300 hours? No, according to Nurse Ellis, yes. Have you any reason to doubt what she says? No. And then Nurse Ellis said that she did some meds for other children. Do you remember her saying that? Not specifically now, no. Well, rather than relying on our memories, perhaps we can rely on the neonatal review at lines 66 to 70. These are medications for MRE, who is, as a matter of fact, Melanie Taylor's other child or her charge in nursery 1. Yes. She then told us that she left nursery 1. Do you remember that? Yes. And that was the opportunity that you took to sabotage child C, wasn't it? No. If we go to your interview, please. This is the second of your police interviews. If we start at JJ11 to give us the context, this is the interview that we looked at a short time ago, all right? Yes. It's dated the 11th of June 2019, and we've reviewed the first 2.5 pages, which precede the text conversation that I was asking you about around 10 minutes ago. Yes. If we move on, we can see that at the bottom of the page, page 13, including references to more of the text that I have asked you about. Yes. As it continued over onto page 14. Yes. And 15. Yes. Which is where you say, after the officer reading out quite a long series of texts, which are at tiles 175 through to 178, that you were frustrated with Jennifer Jones-Key, with her response. Is that right? Disappointed more, I would say, but yes. Well, I'm using your word. Okay, yes. Frustrated. Then do you see a bit further down the page it says, okay, 2309 Lucy is when you sent that final message to Jen on that shift. Where were you when you sent that message? And you say that you don't remember. You say that in one of the messages at 2155, they repeat back to you your message, being in free is eating me up, which we have at tile 149. Do you see that? Yes, because I was unsure whether I was on shift that day. Yes, well, are you suggesting that the death of child C wasn't very memorable? I don't think that's a fair point. I think at this point I was being interviewed on so many babies on various dates, I couldn't recall every baby that I'd looked after, or that this was specifically child C at that time. Well, I'm not going to re-plough the field we ploughed earlier to give you the context. JJ16, please. The police conclude their review, as I reviewed with you, of that series of text messages. Do you see that? Yes. They say about 7 lines down, so you sent that file text to Jen at 2309 and child C collapsed at 2315. Yes. So 6 minutes after you've sent that message, child C has collapsed. Yes. What are your thoughts on that? And what did you reply? I said, I don't recall where I was at the time I sent that text. I might have been at the nurse's station, and then have gone into nursery 1 to do something else. Yes. They're not telling you you were in nursery 1, are they, at that point? Yes, I believe beforehand, Sophie had suggested that I was there. Oh yes, right, at the beginning of the interview. Yes. You are here accepting, aren't you, that you were in nursery 1 when you finished that series of texts with your friend Jennifer Jones-Key, and you were feeling frustrated. No, I can't confirm that I sent that message in nursery 1, no. No, not sent the message. You are confirming that you went, having sent the message, you went into nursery 1. No, I'm not saying that, I don't think. I'm saying I don't recall where I was. Yes, you say, quote, I don't recall where I was at the time that I sent that text. Yes. I might have been at the nurse's station, and then I've gone into nursery 1 to do something else. Yes, because just previous to that, it was stated to me that Sophie Ellis had seen me at the cot side, and I took that to be accurate. It is accurate, isn't it? It was on her word at that time. You were quite happy to accept it, were you? I haven't accepted it. I've said I don't recall. The death of Child C was very, very memorable, wasn't it? Yes. Yesterday, at the end of the day, we'd got to the position in the chronology, or the sequence of events relating to Child C, just before he collapsed at 23:15. Do you remember that? Yes. I had just been asking you about part of your police interview. Do you remember that? Yes. And I was asking you, as well as the part of your interview, about some text messages that you had sent to your friend Jennifer Jones-Key. Yes. Just to put us back into the sequence, the text messages were sent at between 23:01 and 23:09. Yes. I was asking you questions specifically about what I was suggesting to you was your acceptance that at the time, this in the interview, your acceptance in interview, that at the time Child C collapsed, you were in nursery 1. Do you remember that? Yes. And do you accept that you were in nursery 1 at the time Child C collapsed? No. Why did you tell the police that you did accept it? Based on what Sophie Ellis saw and what was told to me, I took that to be accurate. I have no memory of being in the room. If you have no memory, how can you dispute? I dispute the fact that I have not agreed that I was definitely in the nursery. I'll put the question a different way then. Are you disputing that you were in the room at the time Child C collapsed? Yes, I have no recollection of that. Well, I'm going to suggest to you, I'm not going to do this every time because otherwise we'll be here a long time, but I'm going to suggest to you that you're ignoring the question, and in due course I may suggest to the jury that the reason you're ignoring the question is because you can't answer the question, all right? So I'll give you one more opportunity to answer it. Do you dispute that you were in the room at the time Child C collapsed? Yes. Why? Because I have no memory of that. Do you remember being born? No. Do you dispute that you were born? No. Just before the prosecution say that you were in the room with Child C when he collapsed, you were texting Jennifer Jones-Key. Yes. You had left one of your babies in the nursery, having just taken his or her observations. Do you remember that? I can't say when I left that baby, no. I don't know where I did the texting. Well, let's just look at this, if we can, please. Can you go to the neonatal review at page 3 of 9? Can you see there at line 65 the fact that you took the observations of the baby P.E.? Yes. And P.E. was in nursery 3, wasn't she? Yes. Do you remember P.E. as a matter of interest? No. Can you see what's in the line above that? Yes, Nicola Dennison has made an entry on the fluid balance chart. Yes, so just remind us, who is Nicola Dennison? The Band 4 nursery nurse. Why did you leave P.E. with Nicola Dennison? I haven't handed over care to Nicola Dennison. No, but whether or not you've handed over care, why did you leave a nursery nurse, a Band 4, someone of lesser qualification to you, with a nursery nurse? Well, I can't answer that. It's not unusual for nursery nurses to help out with feeds. Well, it may not be, but I'm asking why you left that child at that time with that nursery nurse. I have no memory of that. Whose responsibility was P.E.? Mine. Did you have something better to do? No, both babies that night had the care they needed. That's not the question. I'm not suggesting that Nicola Dennison couldn't do what you left her to do. What I'm asking you is why you left her to do it. I can't recall that now. Well, I will remind you. Can we go to tile 174? To moan to Jennifer Jones-Key is the answer, isn't it? No. Sorry? No, I've not left somebody to go to text. I've also been doing things with J.E. as well at that time. Oh, show us on the neonatal review, please, what you were doing with J.E. 55 and 56. Where's that? Lines 55 and 56. Right, yes, okay, but we know that that time is the wrong time, don't we? Well, it's not a wrong time, it's an approximation. Sorry, could we go back to the text, please? According to your evidence you gave to the jury, you never use your phone in a clinical area. No, that's right. So you were not in the nursery at 23:01, were you? No. If you hadn't been texting your mate, would you have had time to feed PE? I did feed JE at that same time, which is possibly why Nurse Dennison looked after PE for me. Would you answer the question, please? If you hadn't been texting your mate, would you have had time to feed PE? I can't answer that. Because you were texting Jennifer Jones-Key right up to 23:09, weren't you? Yes. 8 minutes. That might well have been long enough to feed your baby, mightn't it? Yes. PE? I can't recall the circumstances around that now. But it took you out of the nursery, didn't it, whatever the circumstances were? Yes, I would not have used my phone at the cot side, so yes, I would have been in the doorway or elsewhere on the unit, yes. This is the time we suggest that you were in nursery 1 with child C, yes? I don't accept that, no. Mel Taylor wasn't in the room when child C collapsed, was she? I don't recall her evidence. Well, that's her evidence, and if we look at tile 185, please. Called to help baby, when arrived to baby, baby apneic. She told us she wasn't in the nursery, didn't she? I can't remember her saying that, but she is saying that she's come over to the baby, yes, to the baby's cot side. She doesn't specify being out of the nursery. That was her evidence. Okay, I can't recall her evidence right here, right now. Do you remember how Mel described you? No. Cool and calm. Do you dispute that? No, I would expect members of staff to be cool and calm on a unit. That's what we're trained to do. And you said to Sophie Ellis, he's just had a Braddy and a DSAT. I can't recall saying that. Do you dispute that you said it? I have no memory of saying it. Well, I'll ask you one more time. Do you dispute that you said it? Yes, because I have no memory of that. Do you remember the arrival of Dr. Catherine Davies at 23:26? No, not specifically. I remember doctors arriving, but I couldn't be specific on times, no. Can we go to tile 187, please? We can see the condition of child C there. Occasional intermittent gasps. Is that right? Yes. Is that what you saw, for example, with child I? Yes. The same sort of thing, is it? Yes. Then if we can scroll down, please, we have the 2 attempts at intubation, but, quote, unable to pass ETT as cords ++. Clear oral secretions, no blood seen. Neopuffed with Guidal airway, cords ++. She told us, Dr. Davies, that they were swollen, was the word she used. Had you put something down child C's throat? No. Do you agree that this becomes a theme of some of these collapses, that when the doctors look down the throats of these children, they are either swollen or bleeding? Yes, I know other doctors have commented on that, yes. Yes. This is not something that's caused by the use of a Guidal airway, is it? I can't answer that. There then ensued a very long and protracted decline for child C, didn't there? Yes. And child C had massive gastric dilation and ballooning of the stomach, didn't he? At this point? Well, that's the evidence of what was found after the event. Okay. Yesterday I was asking you about Sophie Ellis having aspirated child C's stomach just before she fed him that 1/2 of 1 ml of milk at 11 o'clock. Do you agree that something caused child C's stomach and bowel to dilate between 11 o'clock and his collapse? So the air you're referring to is before the collapse? That's what was found after he died. We're suggesting that's the reason for the collapse. I think if he was found with air when he's died, that could be related to the neopuff resuscitation. I'm not accepting that he had noticeable gas between 2300 and 2315. He was fed at 2300? Yes. Something caused him to collapse at 2315? Yes. Extensive CPR was undertaken? Yes. For some reason, a heart rate was restored. Do you remember that? Yes. And he clung to life for a further 5 hours plus. Yes. Had you ever seen that sort of a decline before? In the context of when he first collapsed? Yes, I have seen babies suddenly collapse before, yes. And cling to life the way child C did? No, I haven't seen that before, no. You enjoyed the aftermath of this, didn't you? No. Why were you so keen to involve yourself with the child C family as they cradled their dying son? Well, I don't agree with that. I don't recall being there for a lot of the time like they've said. Do you remember Nurse G said that she had to keep pulling you out of the family room? Yes. That was not disputed on your behalf with her, was it? I can't recall that now. Do you dispute it now? I'd been in the family room. Repeatedly? No, I agree that I've probably gone round at some point, but not repeatedly, no. I don't recall Nurse G having to pull me back out. Well, what Nurse G said was this. I asked Lucy to focus back in nursery 3 on baby J.E. because I was still heavily concerned about him. However, Lucy went into the family room a few times and I asked her to come out and to leave that family, that is the family of child C, with Mel. Are you disputing that? Yes. Of course, Mel is senior to you, isn't she? Yes. More experienced? Yes. Given that Mel was looking after this family, what useful function were you performing? I don't understand the question, sorry. What were you contributing to this dreadful situation that the family of child C were going through? I can't recall whether I assisted Mel with any of the mementos, which is a 2-person job. You can't recall it, so what? Are you disputing that you did assist her? No, I agree that I went to the family room at times. It's the conversation with Nurse G that I don't recall. Right. So given that you are agreeing with what she says, that you did go in there several times, I'll return only once more to the question, what useful contribution were you making for this family? I can't recall from my memory now. So does that mean that you dispute that you were making a useful contribution? I'd have to check the charts to see if there's anything that I co-signed at that time. The charts wouldn't be in the family room, would they? The bereavement checklist, yes. You leave that with the family, do you? The bereavement checklist? All the paperwork for a baby is kept in their cot side, so... He wasn't in a cot. He was in the arms of his mother. No, but I may have been assisting dying, wasn't he? Wasn't he, Lucy Letby? Yes. Yes. So one more time. Tell us what you were doing. I can't recall from memory. I would have to see if there was something that I signed as doing with Mel, such as the hand and footprints. Of course, if that was what you were doing, Nurse G would have approved it, wouldn't she? I have no memory of that conversation with Nurse G. Are hand and footprints taken when the baby is still alive? Yes, either like that or when they've passed. Do you remember what else Child C's mum told the jury about what you did? I'd made a comment about saying goodbye to Child C and putting him in a basket. Yes. You've said your goodbyes now. Do you want to put him in here? Agreed evidence. Do you still agree it? Or do you dispute it? No, I don't recall ever saying that, no. So you're disputing it now, are you? Yes. Even though it's agreed evidence. I see. When did you decide that you were disputing that bit of evidence? I don't understand. It was agreed when it was read to the jury, you see, so that's the starting point. We're now at the end point where you're disputing it. I'm asking you, when between when it was read and today, you decided that you were disputing it. I don't think I've ever accepted definitively that that's what I said, if that's an accurate recollection by the parents, but I don't recall that. You were enjoying what was going on, weren't you, Lucy Letby? No. Did you remember, before you saw all of the evidence in this case, that Child C's collapse had happened just after he was first given that 1/2 of 1 ml of milk? Yes. Why did you remember that particular detail? Because Sophie Ellis had been very upset that Child C had deteriorated so soon after his first feed that she had given him. Was she blaming herself? She was questioning whether it was related. Yes, she was very upset. But you knew what really happened, didn't you? No. Did you enjoy seeing Sophie Ellis upset? No. I'm going to move on to the case of Child D. I want to start, if we may, with your defence statement, please. So if you can find that typed document in front of you. It starts this section of the document at paragraph 58. Yes. I'd be grateful if you would read out paragraphs 58 to 66, as these are your words. I did nothing to hurt Child D. I was not in the nursery before 19:30 on the 21st of June 2015. When I did come on duty, I was not looking after Child D, and I would not have been with her and able to have a conversation there with her mother. I did not have a conversation with Child D's mother about bubbles around Child D's mouth. At paragraph 60 you say, quote, I think the nurse described as being at Child D's cot at 1900 to 1920 is Kate Bissell. It would have been this nurse that Child D's mother spoke to, and not me. I have no specific recollection of the collapse at 01:30. I was probably in nursery 1 when this happened. I don't think I had any involvement with Child D until the resuscitation. She was not my allocated baby. I think I was with Caroline Oakley at 0300 or 0345 when the collapse occurred. I can't remember who found Child D or what state she was in. I did not do the footprints or the handprints for Child D. Okay. Were you affected at all by the death of Child D? We were all affected on the unit that night, yes. Would you answer for yourself rather than including other people? Were you affected by it? Yes. You didn't, for example, think something like, well, it's happened and that's it? No. You said in an interview, and indeed to the police, that you can't remember much about Child D, haven't you? That's right. And that is not true, is it? No, I believe that is true. Let's see what the evidence shows. Can we start, please, Mr. Murphy, with tile 168 of the sequence? If we could just look at the children and the staff, please. So we see, don't we there, that nursery 1 was where Child D was. Yes. Caroline Oakley was her designated nurse. Yes. J.E., as a matter of interest, was the same J.E. who'd been looking after the night Child C died. So they were in nursery 1, you were looking after them. Yes. 3 babies in nursery 2, with Caroline Oakley responsible for one of them. Yes. And therefore Caroline Oakley was splitting her time between nursery 1 and nursery 2. Yes. And it follows, doesn't it, that therefore you would have been alone in nursery 1 from time to time. At times, yes. I'm going to start by reminding you of some evidence that Child D's mother gave to the jury on the 3rd of November last year. Okay. This is in relation to the resuscitation. I couldn't really see Child D. The way he, and that's a reference to Dr. Brunton, was holding her, I was seeing more of his back, and we were standing there looking at Child D dying. Somebody was holding a phone to his ear, and he kept shouting, "This is Child D," and he was quite agitated. Then Dr. Newby told him that he had to let Child D go. He had to stop. She tapped on his shoulder and said, "You've got to let her go." So he held her, but he stopped massaging her and he pronounced a time of death. I couldn't stay in the room anymore, so then I asked Child D's dad to take me away. Okay? Yes. Do you remember that? Yes. Sorry? Yes, I remember her saying that, yes. You were the nurse holding the phone to Dr. Brunton's ear, weren't you? No, I don't agree with that. Oh. Child D's mother identified you as that nurse, didn't she? In her statement. Yes, but I can't confirm that that was me. Right. So you dispute it because you can't remember it, even though it's agreed evidence? I'm saying I have no memory of doing it. Do you dispute it? I don't think I understand. Do you understand what the word dispute means? It's your word I'm using, you see. You tell us what you mean by dispute as you've used it. If we're going to accept what her mum said as the truth, then that's different. But me remembering it, I dispute that actually happened from my memory. I would be reliant on her accounts being accurate, but I can't confirm that either way. Yes, there's a difference between agreed evidence, of course, because you are given the opportunity to go through these statements before they're read to the jury, aren't you? Yes. Child D's mother actually said this in court. Yes. And it wasn't disputed on your behalf. I can't recall that. Do you remember a phone being held by someone to the doctor's ear? Yes, I do recall that incident happened, yes. So you can remember there was such an incident? Yes, because it was talked about after the event. Because the wrong mother was phoned, wasn't she? Yes, that's the problem. I agree it happened, but I cannot say that it was me that made that phone call. I want to move on to other bits of evidence and see whether you dispute these. Catherine Percival Ward, she was in nurseries 3 and 4. Do you remember that or not? Yes. What is her experience as you remember it? She's a very experienced senior nurse. Been working as a nurse for more than 30 years, hadn't she? Yes. She said this. It was on her body, so all from her chest downwards, her trunk and her arms. And it wasn't like a normal rash that you would know if a baby was becoming septic, because the blood vessels seem to be more bluey, they're quite mottled. This seemed to be a larger like mosaic-type rash, and it was a reddy blue. The reddy brown colour in it was more like the vessels, or like oval-type markings on the skin. But the vessels of blood, or whatever it was, seemed to be meeting up on each other. So that is the evidence she gave on November 9th. It's at pages 62 to 64 of the transcript, if anybody wants to check. Was she a friend of yours? Kate Percival Ward. Yes. I wouldn't say we were close, but we got on well, yes. Is she mistaken about what she saw? Well, again, if that's what she saw, I can't comment on what she did or didn't see. Do you dispute it? I did not see that. Caroline Oakley, who we've established was in nurseries 1 and 2. She said the following. I don't remember specifically the exact rash, but I remember I hadn't seen it before. It was dark, it was unusual, and the rash struck me. I hadn't seen that rash before on a baby I've looked after. I've put discoloration. I remember it as like a deep red-brown, different than mottling, different from what I have seen before. If anyone wants to check that, it's 4th of November last year, page 45. Was Caroline Oakley a friend of yours? Not outside of work, no. Is she a very experienced nurse? Yes. Is she mistaken in what she saw? No, that sounds similar. I agree with that. Nurse C, who we saw from the population chart, was in nursery 2. Yes. What she said is this. I remember her skin was discoloured and that she was quite stiff in appearance, like a mottled appearance, which is like white circles of skin with a discoloration around it, which was like a reddy colour. I remember it because it was an odd rash. I would say commonly in a baby that might need some attention, the baby will be blue or grey, and the mottling, that colour mottling, is around the white patches, whereas this was not that colour. I remember from my statement this morning that I've written that it was like a reddy brown colour. It was unusual, and it didn't match a colour that I had seen before. It was like circles with a blood supply around them. Again, if anyone wants to check, that's November the 8th last year, pages 65 to 67. Did you have any issues with Nurse C? No. Is she a very experienced nurse? Yes. Approximately how much experience? Well, many years. I don't know her exact background, but... Is she mistaken about what she saw? No. Dr. Newby. This is what she said. I've put in inverted commas, bruised areas on her abdomen like evolving purpura. There were 2 areas, they were sort of elongated areas. I couldn't give you the precise position on her abdomen, they were quite hard to describe in a way. It was like a sort of brown discoloration. They were sort of linear bruises. Bruises is the best way I can describe it, really. That's November the 9th, pages 20 to 22. Is Dr. Newby mistaken about what she saw? I can't confirm about the location of it, but yes, the description of it I agree with. She is not one of the gang of four? No. Dr. Brunton, this is what he said. I've documented that the skin at this point was brown, and there were areas of discoloration within that were light brown, like evolving purpura across the trunk, it says. Because this is a completely unusual situation that I'd never seen before, changes in the skin, I couldn't explain it. That was the 7th of November last year, pages 35 to 37. Is Dr. Brunton mistaken about what he saw? No. That was child D's first collapse as far as he was concerned. On the second occasion she collapsed, he said this. She had a bit of a rash, but again I can't remember the rash previously, but she had a little bit of a rash present on her abdomen. Is he mistaken about that? I can't be specific at what time the different coloration was. The final time, just before child D died, he said the following. I've observed that she had a bit of skin discoloration at that time. I've never seen a baby behave in that manner prior to this, and I've never seen a baby behave in that manner after this. So a bit of skin discoloration at that time? Is he mistaken about that? No. Finally, Dr. Emily Thomas. She said this. I remember child D had an unusual episode where she came out in a rash. This occurred around 01:30 in the morning. I remember taking a look. I would describe the rash as almost having the appearance of meningococcal type rash. It was purple in colour and mainly over the abdomen. Child D seemed to settle down and the rash appeared to fade. That was an agreed statement and was read to the jury on November 8th. So although it was an agreed statement, out of an abundance of caution, I will ask you, do you dispute that? No, I agreed it looked purple, and I agreed it looked like a meningococcal rash. And do you still not remember child D? I didn't recall child D at the time of my police interview, no. Do you remember her now? Yes. Do you remember the circumstances surrounding her death? No. Let's see what you were doing in the immediate aftermath of her death. If we go to tile 286, please. I'd be grateful if you'd read out your words. I said, we had such a rubbish night. Our job is just far too sad sometimes. And your friend, Nurse A, replied, no, what happened? And you replied, I replied, we lost child D. And then Nurse A replied, what? But she was improving, what happened? And then, wanna chat? I can't believe you are on again, you're having such a tough time. Then you? I replied, messed about a couple of times and came out in this weird-looking rash like overwhelming sepsis. Liz came in, re-screened, etc. So this is a reference, isn't it, by you, to multiple collapses, messed about a couple of times? Yes. Came out in this weird rash? Yes, I recall she had like a meningococcal rash, yes. Looking like overwhelming sepsis? Had you seen lots of meningococcal rashes? Not a lot, no. How many? I couldn't put a figure on it. I've seen it during my training on the children's ward. So several years earlier? Yes, and the discussion at the time was that the rash was due to overwhelming sepsis. Liz came in. That's Dr. Newby, isn't it? Yes. Rescreened, etc., etc. You did remember child D when you were interviewed by the police, didn't you? I remembered parts. I think it's... I don't... Well, let's look at the next text and see whether that persuades you. I said, then collapsed and had full resus. So upsetting for everyone. Parents absolutely distraught. Dad screaming. Parents absolutely distraught. Dad screaming. When you told the police you didn't really remember child D, that was a lie, wasn't it? No, I didn't have any great recollection of the events, no. Tile 294, please. Can you read your message? I said, Andrew and Liz said it will probably be investigated. That's Doctors Brunton and Newby? Is that right? Yes. Nurse A replies, Dad was very anxious all day. What, the delay in treatment? And you replied? I replied, just overall looking into the case. And at tile 298? I said, and reviewing what antibiotics she was on, etc., if it is sepsis. Then at tile 299? Dad is beside himself. They only saw her briefly, but don't want her to be moved out of one. Didn't like family room, but obviously can't really stay in one, and got a 33-weeker about to deliver, and we got 2 screens that have stayed. So 2 references now to the father of child D, yes? Yes. This was a dramatic and shocking incident, wasn't it? Yes. And you remembered it very well when you spoke to the police in reality, didn't you? No. Can we go to tile 307, please? Would you read this out? I said, well, it's happened and that's it. Got to carry on. I finished for nearly 2 weeks after next Friday, so I'll keep ploughing on. Do you remember almost the first question I asked you about child D? Yes. Was I affected? Yes. And I then said, did you think, well, it's all happened and that's it? And your answer was? Well, it's happened and that's it. No. You said that wasn't what you were thinking, was your answer. That was a lie, wasn't it? I don't think it's meant in the context that you're suggesting. Oh, well, you give us the context. That it's happened and we need to move forward and keep going. I don't think it's meant to be any insensitivity to the parents or child D. You were enjoying all of this, weren't you, Lucy Letby? No. Something I forgot to ask you earlier, but I'll ask you now. Is there anything that you said yesterday, or indeed have said this morning, that you have reflected on and wish to reconsider? No. If we go back to the sequence of events, please, tile 360. I haven't asked you at all yet about your repeated searching of these parents on Facebook, okay? And I intend to ask you about them all together in one go towards the end. But in this particular case, given what you told the police about not remembering child D, how did you remember the name of her mother, the mother of child D, on June 25th? On the 25th of June, I did recall child D in 2015. How did you recall the name of her parents? I don't know. Have you got a good memory for names? Yes. Do you have to keep a written record of the names? No. You carry them in your head, is that right? Yes. So when we, for example, see you in other cases searching many months or even longer later, you still remember the names? Yes. Would you say you've got a good memory? Yes. Can we move on to tile 362, please? This was a message you sent to your friend Mina. Would you read it, please? I said, yes, work has been awful. She then replied on the next tile, oh dear, staffing probe? And then you said? I replied, we've had 3 unexpected deaths, transfer out. Few sick ones, unit full. And then at tile 365? I said, what I've seen has really hit me tonight. And then she replied, have you worked today? And you replied? I said, no, I've been off since Wednesday morning, and now it's all hit me. She then replied, with all the Walton stuff and work stuff you could do with talking to a proper counsellor. If you don't sleep well, etc., it will damage your health in the long run. And you replied? I said, I just don't think I can. She then said, why not? I replied, I can't talk about it now. I can't stop crying. I just need to get it out of my system. She replied, okay, you know yourself what is best for you at present. Just think carefully whether you should be working if you feel so bad. Followed by, maybe you need to take time off. And the conversation concluded with your next one, please? I said, work is always my priority. I won't let it affect it. I just haven't let myself cry over it till now and been thinking about Walton, etc. Once I've let it out tonight, my head will be clearer. Yes, I think you've already told us, but in case anybody forgot, the reference to Walton was an investigation you had at the Walton Centre in Liverpool. Is that right? Yes. This was a very memorable time of your life, wasn't it? Do you agree? Yes. The conversation with Nurse A then, please, a few days later on the following Tuesday, the 30th. If we could go to tile 382, please. She said to you, yeah, there's something odd about that night, and the other 3 that went so suddenly. And you replied? I said, what do you mean? Did you really not understand what she meant? That's what I've replied at that time. I know. What I'm asking you is whether you really didn't understand what she meant. Did you not understand what she meant? No. Or were you worried that people were starting to put 2 and 2 together? No. Well, we'll see from the next text you sent, following up 2 minutes later. Again, this is you to Nurse A. Or that we lost 3 and in different circumstances. So this is a reference, isn't it, to Child A, Child C and Child D? Yes. All of whom had, on the evidence, odd-coloured or type of rashes that experienced medical professionals had never seen before. That's the evidence, isn't it? Yes. These were not different circumstances, were they? Yes, they were. Well, let's see what your friend thought, who had witnessed 2 of these incidents, the second being Child B, of course. Tile 385. She said, I dunno, were they that different? Then, ignore me, I'm speculating. And you replied, what please? I said, well, Child C was tiny, obviously compromised in utero. Child D septic. It's Child A I can't get my head around. Then Nurse A replied, was she? In other words, Child D, definitely septic. Did the post-mortem examination confirm? And what did you reply? I said, I don't think the 4 PM is back yet. Debrief is next week, but I'm away. Then Nurse A to you at 22:07, she said, when's Child A's? They were talking of doing a joint one for all 3 as all close together and similar in being full arrests in babies that are essentially stable. Don't know if they are doing though. And your response, please? I replied, oh, not sure, but Child C's is Thursday and Child D next week. No mention of Child A. And then she said, I'd like to go to Child D and Child A's. And you replied? I said, speak to Arian. I think Child D's is a 6th. Then on to the next tile, please, 395. We've moved on in time, more than 3 months, haven't we, from the death of Child D by the time you were searching for the father of Child D. The distraught father? Yes. A name you were carrying in your head? Yes. The next tile, please, another search a minute later for the father of Child D. You didn't really forget Child D, did you, Lucy Letby? Yes, I didn't recall specific details at the time of my interview. Just before we leave the subject of Facebook, although we will return, does Facebook store the names that you search? Yes. How many names does it store? I don't know. Can I suggest the last 6? I don't know. I can't answer that. So what I'm suggesting to you is that if you're on Facebook all the time, which you are, and when you go back days, weeks, months later, you have the source of the name either in your head or written down somewhere. Are you saying in your case that it was in your head? Yes. Yes. And yet you say you couldn't remember Child D when the police were asking you questions in interview? Yes, not specific details. Is it your case that staffing levels contributed to Child D's death? No. Is it your case that medical competence contributed? Yes, I believe she didn't have the appropriate treatment at the start of her life. So the delay with antibiotics? Yes, it may have had an impact on her, yes. They don't guard against air embolus though, do they? Antibiotics? No. Do you accept that once Child D got into the neonatal unit, she was treated properly? I haven't gone through all of her notes to be able to make that assessment myself. Do you accept that by the end of the day shift, on the 21st of June, Child D was stable with a minimal amount of respiratory support in no additional oxygen? She was responsive and was making good progress. I'd have to refer back to the notes, but yes, if that's what's documented. That's what Dr. Rylance told us on the 8th of November from Switzerland. Okay. And it's also what she wrote in her notes at tile 158. Do you accept that Caroline Oakley's nursing notes are accurate? Do you want to look at them? Are you asking me about a specific note, or in general? To be fair to you, let's have a look. It's tile 207. If you ever want to look at the evidence, you just let me know. We see this as a note made after child D's death. She recounts taking Handover, doing the necessary checks, the position of the lines, the fact that she was on, it says, NCAP in air. Do you accept her notes? Yes. Do you remember her saying that child D was breathing beautifully in air, and her blood saturations of oxygen are the highest they can be? I don't recall her exact turn of phrase, no. Let's look at tile 169, which is her observations. We can just scroll down, please. Thank you. We see the respirations. Obviously, things go wrong at around midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. If we look down, please, the temperature is pretty much on the money, isn't it? Yes. Respirations fine? Yes. Anything there of concern? No. Do you accept the evidence of Caroline Oakley, that she was on a break when child D collapsed? I don't recall. I don't know how to answer this sort of question. Well, she told the jury that she was on a break when child D collapsed. Do you accept that evidence, or do you say that she wasn't on a break, or something else? I couldn't say either way, because I don't know. Well, you were there. You heard her evidence. Do you want to make any further comment about it? No. Let's go back to tile 168, please. If she was on a break, who was the other nurse in the nursery? Myself. Do you remember Catherine Percival Ward confirming to the court that Caroline Oakley was on a break? Yes. So 2 of your colleagues, one of whom is a friend, do you accept that she was on a break? Yes. Can we look at the neonatal review, please, for child D? Do you see there at line 119, marked with a black line, the initial collapse of child D? Yes. Do we see that in the 30 minutes prior to child D's collapse, you are not recorded as doing anything for any of the children in the neonatal unit? Can you repeat that, please? Certainly. Might be best to concentrate on lines 109 down to 118. What I asked you was whether there is any record of you doing anything else for any of the other children in the neonatal unit in those 30 minutes or so. No, the last record is at 0100. Yes, so that's line 108, which is the child MRE. Is that right? Yes. Then there are 2 previous entries a quarter of an hour earlier at 0045, lines 101 and 102. Yes. Then before that at 15 minutes for JE. Is that right? Yes. Can we go to tile 201, please, keeping that neonatal review open? Scroll down, thank you. The blood gas for child D, taken at 0114, was done by you, wasn't it? I don't know. That's your writing, isn't it? It could be my writing, yes. Yes, it is. You see where it says 01, and then the 14 in that slightly elevated, yes, numbers? That's the way you write these numbers, yes. You're not the only person, of course, but that is the way you do it, yes. And that is your writing, isn't it? It looks like my writing, yes. Yes. Why didn't you sign it? That's just an oversight, the same as the gas on the next line down hasn't been signed. It's just an error that happens from time to time. Yes, well, of course, by the time of the subsequent gas, child D was in a pretty poor state, wasn't she? 0221. Is that right? The gas is good. I'm not sure about her clinical picture at that time. It's a good blood gas. Can we go to tile 202? You see there's some observations at 0115, this line? Yes. If we scroll down, please, there's quite a lot of detail filled in there and signed by Caroline Oakley, isn't it? Yes. Do you remember she told the jury she got those details from the girls? No, I don't remember that. Because she was on a break. You don't remember that bit of evidence? No. Were you looking after child D while she was on a break? No. Who was? I don't recall that there was. Who was allocated to look after her? I think Caroline had only gone on a break potentially 5 minutes before. Tile 203, please. You see the infusion chart? Yes. We have the infusion at 0125, which is the same as what we see in the neonatal review at line 116. Yes. If anybody wants to make a note, it's the same as tile 203 in the sequence. This is whilst Caroline Oakley was on her break, she said. I don't agree with that. When we sign medications, we sign at the time it's given. But it depends whether she's telling the truth about that, I suppose. Doesn't it? Yes. Yes. Whose handwriting is the date and time in the date and time started column? It looks like mine. Did you take the opportunity whilst Caroline was absent to sabotage Child D? No. When the alarms went off for Child D, you were standing over her though, weren't you? I don't recall. Well, who else could it have been? Go back to the population distribution chart, please, at tile 168. Let's look at the candidates for who it could have been looking after Child D in Nursery 1. Caroline Oakley wasn't there. Nurse C? Is she a possibility? Yes. But she said she wasn't there, so that depends on whether she's telling the truth or not. Who are the other possibilities? Catherine Percival Ward? Yes. Who had what? 4 children to be looked after? Yes. What about Liz Marshall? Would she be in Nursery 1? No. No. It was you, wasn't it? I can't confirm that. I would have been in Nursery 1 with my babies, but other staff may have been in and out of the nursery at that time as well. Can we go to tile 221, please? There's an entry at 0130. Do you see that? Yes. Whose handwriting is oral secretions plus plus? I can't say definitively. Whose does it look like? It could be mine. Why were you writing in Child D's chart if it was you at 0130, if you were not the person looking after her? It may have been something that I documented alongside Caroline Oakley, who's filled in the other columns. Yes, but if she's on her break, she can't have filled them in at the time, can she, if she's on her break? So you mean she's filled them in at 1:30 when she's on her break, retrospectively? Well, it all depends, doesn't it? If we move across, please, in the chart towards the right of it, do you see where it says suction PP LL? Yes. Whose writing is that? It's not mine. I would assume it's Caroline Oakley. Who's LL in this context? It would be me. Because I'm suggesting you were, to use Dr. J-Ram's phrase, babysitting Child D. You had, as a matter of fact, been in Nursery 1 throughout, hadn't you? I can't comment on that. I don't know for certain. Let's look back at the neonatal review, please, if we can, starting at 120 in the neonatal review. Line 120. This is after Child D's first collapse now. We see that you make a note at 0130. Is that right? Do you see that? Yes, for JE, yes. Yes, for JE. Were you really? Sorry, 120 is Child D at 0130. Yes, that's Caroline Oakley referring to me in her nursing notes, I believe. Oh, I see. Also at 130, line 122, you are, as you just told us, making an entry for JE. Yes. And we see, don't we, that you were putting something onto JE's, if the record is correct, neonatal fluid balance chart. Yes. Were you really doing that as Child D was collapsing? I can't give a definitive time. Well, have you tried to make the paperwork look like you were doing something else at the time Child D collapsed? No, I've not falsified any paperwork. Ever? No. Well, we'll come to that. We see at 126 over the page 127, 129 and 132. Were these really being put in just after Child D had collapsed? Medications, yes, they are signed for at a specific time, yes. 139? Fluid balance charts and observation charts may not be definitively accurate of that time, no, but medication would be. At 155 to 162, we see that you were involved in giving medications to Child D before her second collapse at about 3 a.m. Yes. Do you remember that? No. Child D's third collapse and final collapse we see at line 185, don't we? Yes. At 174, about 25 minutes before child D's final collapse, you were setting up an infusion with Caroline Oakley for child D, weren't you? Yes. We see that information, if we could please, Mr. Murphy, at tile 237. Despite all that, you're saying you don't, or you didn't, when the police were asking you about it, really remember child D. That's right. Child D died because you injected her with air, didn't you? No. And I'm suggesting that's the reason she had air in her great vessels, like child A and child O. I did not give her air. Did you think that the paperwork wouldn't tie you to child D at the time she collapsed? Can you rephrase that, please? Yes. When you saw the paperwork when the police were asking you questions, did you think that there wasn't really a link between you and child D at the time of her collapse? No, I had other babies. I wasn't caring just for child D. Did you deliberately take the decision just to say, well, I don't remember her, to avoid answering questions? No. Or to try to avoid answering questions? No, I tried to be as cooperative as I could be. You did remember child D, didn't you? Not in specific details at the time of the interview, no. Despite all that? Yes. Despite the fact that, as you have told us, you have a very good memory, particularly a good memory for names? Yes. My lord, I'm going to move on to child E. Can I have a break, please? I'm sure his lordship will give you a break. Yes, certainly. Could I just tidy up one thing which will take about 2 minutes? Certainly, yes. Thank you. I'd like to give you a document, please. This relates back to child C. It will only take 2 minutes. If Mr. Murphy would assist by putting up J2038. His lordship asked you a question about taking hand and footprints from a child. Yes. And he asked you specifically about whether that was done before or after death. Yes, and it can be done either way. I'm going to suggest to you that that is untrue. You are lying about that it can be done before death in these circumstances. No, I don't agree. Well, let's look at the pro forma. We do take footprints on babies that are alive. For example, child B was alive and had footprints taken to go with child A. Yes, but that was in very different circumstances, wasn't it? You don't take them of a child that is about to die. Yes, you can, yes. Well, not according to the checklist. Do you follow the rules, or not? Yes. Right. What's the heading of this particular checklist that relates to what is done for parents following the death of a child? There's nothing about as they are dying here, is there? Well, it's very unusual to have a baby like child C that was dying for a prolonged period of time. And are you saying that it would be appropriate in those circumstances to intrude into those last moments with a parent to take hand and footprints? No, it may be something they actually want to be involved with. Yes, but they didn't, did they? I can't say, I don't know. Is this your something writing on the form as a matter of interest? No. Because actually, you shouldn't have been having anything to do with child C at this point, should you? Should you? No. No. You may remember that at the beginning of each session, I tend to ask you the same question, which is whether or not there is anything that you have already said that you wish to review in the light of the time that you've had to think about it. No. We're going to move on now to the case of child E. Is it your case that staffing levels contributed to the collapses or death of child E? No. Is it your case that medical incompetence contributed to his collapse or death? Possibly, yes. Whose medical incompetence? The medical team that were on that night. And who in particular are you suggesting was incompetent? I don't think it's being incompetent. I just think collectively the doctors could have acted sooner to respond to his bleeding issue on reflection, seeing how much blood he had lost and what transfusion he was given or not given. So reacted sooner. Yes, or treated the bleed. Well, of course their reaction would be dependent on when you told them there was an issue, wouldn't it? Yes. And you understand, don't you, that we, the prosecution, are suggesting that you didn't tell them as soon as child E did start to bleed? Yes. Because you will understand that it's the prosecution case that the mother of child E and F is telling the truth, and that child E was bleeding at 2100 hours. Yes. But you didn't tell anybody about that until at least an hour later, did you? No, I don't agree with that. When are you suggesting that something that wasn't done should have been done? I think once child E was profusely bleeding after 10 o'clock, maybe a blood transfusion or something could have been given sooner. I don't know if that would have made a difference to him. Right. To whom do you attribute that mistake? The medical team collectively. That's a medical decision. So Dr. Harkness? And the other doctors. It was Dr. C, I believe, who was the consultant. Yes. Was there another doctor on that night? Only from his evidence, Dr. Wood. Yes, Dr. Wood, the SHO. Yes. And we'll come back to him soon. So one or a combination of those three medical practitioners. It's a medical decision, yes, to prescribe and give a blood transfusion, yes. During the evidence relating to child E, do you remember that your friend Belinda Williamson gave evidence? Yes. And she was asked about the plumbing and the drains in the neonatal unit when she gave evidence on the 16th of November. Do you remember those questions? I can't remember specifically, no. What have the plumbing and the drains got to do with the death of child E? I don't think I've ever said that they've got something to do with the death of child E. I think it's an important factor to note that there were often plumbing issues within the unit. What's that got to do with the death or the collapses of any of these children? I'm not saying that it is, but I think it's a contributing factor that if the unit is dirty and staff are unable to wash their hands properly, or we used to have raw sewage coming out of the sinks running onto the floor in the intensive care nursery, and I think potentially that's not a safe working environment. I don't know what effect that might have on a baby. Raw sewage coming out of the sinks in nursery 1? Yes. When did you first say that? I talked about there being sewage coming from to police. Will we find a Datix form with raw sewage coming out of the sink in nursery 1 on it? Not from myself, no. Or are you aware of anybody putting in a Datix form? I don't know. We often had the plumbers in attending to the sink in nursery 1. So you're saying that the wastewater was attached to what? The soil pipe? Yes, we used to get backflow from the theatre sinks, and in the CLS labour ward theatre sinks, we used to get sewage coming back through the sink, yes. But you never filled in a Datix form? Not personally, no. No. You did fill in a Datix form relating to the death of child E, though, didn't you? Yes. I'd just like to have a look at that, please. It's tile 218. We'll click on it, please, Mr. Murphy. Just so that we understand. Under what circumstances do you, and I'm talking about from your personal perspective now, under what circumstances do you fill in one of these forms? A Datix is completed as standard procedure if there's any death on the unit, and it's there for any other issues that I myself might want to raise that needs looking into. So any concerns I might have or anything that's gone against policy, anything that I think needs escalating to be reviewed by senior staff. You filled in this form, did you? I don't remember from memory. All right. As we've said many times, it isn't a memory test. Does the person who fills the form in effect, digitally sign it? Yes. So we see incident reporter there, don't we? Yes, so I filled in the form. Okay. And is there some way of knowing when this form was filled in? I think at the very top of the form, I think there's a date and time if I'm correct. I'm not. Okay. Mr. Murphy would oblige, please. So there, it was submitted on the 4th at 05:53. So that's you opening it, is that right? That's the time the form is submitted, so that's when it was filed and saved. So this is an electronic process, is that right? Yes. And you have to put in your personal PIN number or something to access the blank form? Yes. Just as we scroll down it, would you tell us which bits you filled in? So the ID and the name, the reference, No, that's automatically generated by the computer. Even the name? Yes, because it's part of the Meditech system. So what, you log into Child E's individual case, is that right? Yes. And this list of data that we see there self-populates? From memory, I think so, yes. All right. So we go to location, which is a second section. Is that self-populated as well? It's something I would fill in. It's a drop-down box that you have to select from. The coding section next? Yes, that's me. Well, not the bottom two, but the first 4 lines. So clinical incident, neonatal unit. It says pick list. Is that where you're hitting a drop-down menu? Yes. The subcategory we see this has got nothing to do with the result of staffing levels. No. Which is your selection? Yes. Risk grading? Is that what you put in? No, I'm not sure about that. It says no harm caused, doesn't it? Yes. Which certainly doesn't make sense in the context of what we see in the next section. So details, incident date, selected by you? Yes. The time of the incident, selected by you? Yes. The fact that it's an unexpected death following a GI bleed, full resus unsuccessful. Then you have inserted the time of death. Is that right? Yes. Actions taken and report to NRLS. Is that done by you? No, the last input I have there is the actions taken. Those bottom 2 rows, they're not entered by me. I'm not sure what they stand for. No. Okay. So does it come to this, therefore, that so far as your input is concerned, it's simply in effect reporting the death, so what we see at the bottom of the very first page? Yes, so it's standard practice if a baby dies that we select that on a pick list and submit a datix, yes. If we can start with the Child E sequence, please. It's tile 26. Do you remember sending a text on the 2nd of August to one of your friends saying, "Too Q word"? No. Too quiet? Not from memory, no. Is too Q word, is that a sort of thing that you would send in a text? Yes, possibly. Yes. And what does it mean? Q is, we use the Q word, is quiet. And so by too Q word, what did you mean by that? That the unit is quiet at that point. If we go to that in the Child E sequence, please, it's tile 26. Yeah, it's fine. Bit too Q word, really. Did you not like it when it was quiet? No, that's not what I'm saying. It's just sometimes it gets very quiet and we don't have many babies and you find you can be sitting around a lot and obviously we're there to help babies. So you don't like it when there's nothing to do? Well, there's always something to do. I didn't say there's nothing to do. But sometimes the shifts, yes. Sometimes they can be long nights if you haven't got as many babies on the unit, yes. So does it come to this then? Do you enjoyed it when it was busy? I enjoyed being busy, yes. So rather than being a negative, being busy, so far as you are concerned, being busy was a positive. I enjoyed being busy when it was managed, yes. We've just seen that on this particular shift, so this is Sunday the 2nd into Monday the 3rd of August, you were Child F's designated nurse. Yes. Not Child E's. No, I don't believe so, no. Can we go to tile 30, please, on Child E sequence? Can we just click on go down to the bottom of that sheet, please? That's your handwriting, isn't it? Yes. Is there any reason that you were telling the doctors that they had made a mistake on the calculations when you were not the designated nurse? Yes, because 2 nurses would have had to have verified that prescription was wrong, so myself and another nurse would have had to have checked that. The other nurse on this shift was Mel Taylor, wasn't it? I can't recall that from memory. Well, that's what the evidence shows. Okay. Mel is senior to you, isn't she? She is. Why was she not speaking to the doctors, given she was senior and this was her baby? It doesn't go on seniority. 2 of you are responsible for signing a medication, therefore it's up to either of you to escalate any problems. Had you fallen out with Mel by this stage? No, because she wouldn't speak to you about Child A's death in the aftermath of his death. No, I hadn't fallen out with anyone, no. Is this an example, what we can see here, of the fact of what Arian Powell told us, that you were always prepared to call out other people's mistakes at the time? Yes. And that you were not afraid to confront the medical staff if you thought they'd got it wrong? Yes. Were you very confident in your abilities? In my clinical competencies? Yes. Yes. Did you think that you were a cut above some of the other nurses, including Mel? No. If we could go back to the previous part of this tile, please. This is Melanie Taylor's note. Do you see that? Yes. You see where she records, Mum and Dad visiting at start of shift. Mum has been 2 times with expressed breast milk overnight. Yes. That's what the mother of child ENF was doing, wasn't it, throughout this period? She was providing her own milk for her boys. Yes. Do you remember her telling the jury when she gave evidence that at the time she felt it was the only thing that she could do for them? Yes. And do you remember her always being very punctual in the provision of milk? I can't recall that now. A lot of parents on the unit expressed, so I can't recall specifically what her expressing habits were. If we go to tile 104 next, please. This is Nurse B's note from towards the end of the day shift, which immediately precedes the night shift on which you were Child E's designated nurse. Yes. This shows very good progress, doesn't it? Yes. And of course, this was day 6 of life for Child E. Yes. And he was doing very well, wasn't he? He is requiring insulin, so I wouldn't say he's very well, but yes, he is making progress with his feeds, yes. There was no suggestion, was there, prior to you coming on duty at 7:30 or 8 p.m. on this day, that he had any gastrointestinal problems? No, that's right. And this was day 6 of life, so far as he was concerned. Yes. Let's go to the population distribution chart for the night shift, please, on which he died. It's tiles 114 to 115. So that gives us, doesn't it, the list of staff that were working that night? Yes. And if we move on to tile 115, we see the population distribution. Is that right? Yes. Do we see there that child E and F were the only occupants of nursery 1? Yes. That you were the only nurse in nursery 1? Yes. And that all the other babies were elsewhere being looked after by other staff? Yes. So other than people coming and going to collect equipment from nursery 1, you in effect had the nursery to yourself. I was the only nurse allocated babies, yes. Yes. Are you suggesting, just so that we understand, that from a staffing point of view and from your own perspective, there was anything wrong with this arrangement? No. When you were being asked questions by your counsel back on, I think it was May 5th, relating to events of this particular night, do you recall saying that you remembered that when the mother of child E and F appeared, she was bringing milk? No, I can't recall what I said. Well, what's the truth of it? Is that the position, that when the mother of child E and F, whatever time it is, and we'll come to that, but is it the position that whenever it was the mother of child E and F appeared, she was bringing breast milk? I don't recall from my memory now. Well, you said it. That's what you told the jury on May 5th. Okay. Is what you said true? I can't recall from my memory right here, right now. Right. So on the 5th of May 2023, you could remember an event that happened on the 3rd of August 2015, so about 8 years earlier. But you're saying that since the 5th of May this year, you have forgotten that when the mother of child E and F appeared, she was bringing... No, I don't think I've ever remembered specifically, but I've accepted that if the mother of child E and F says she was bringing milk down, that is a normal occurrence. I want to understand what you're saying about this. You are saying that if the mother of child E and F is saying she brought breast milk down on the 3rd of August, then you accept that's a normal occurrence. Yes, it's a normal occurrence for mums to bring down expressed breast milk. I cannot say here and now what time the mother brought milk down, if that's what she did. I'm not asking you about the time. I want to be absolutely clear about that. We'll come to the time in a moment. What I'm asking you is what you remember about when the mother of child E and F appeared. I don't have any clear memory. Right, well, I will remind you. It's page 128 of the transcript, May 5th. These are questions being asked of you by Mr. Myers, all right? Okay. If anybody wants to check what I'm reading, it's at the bottom of page 127, which was towards the end of the day on May 5th. This is your defence barrister, Mr. Myers, asking the questions. He asks you, you described her coming down, and you made reference to Dr. Harkness. Could you repeat what you were saying about that, please? And you replied, Dr. Harkness was there when the mother of child E and F came down, and she was updated by Dr. Harkness about the blood that we'd found and the medications that we were then starting to treat that. And then this is the particular question and answer that I'm interested in. Mr. Myers asks you, do you recall why she had come down? You replied, I don't recall specifically, no. Did she have anything with her when she came down to the neonatal unit? Do you know what you said? She brought expressed breast milk down. I think she brought breast milk down. Yes. Question, expressed breast milk? You replied, yes. No, but I did say, I think she brought expressed breast milk. I at no point was 100% certain that is why she was there. That's your answer, is it? Yes. Why didn't you think that when I was asking the question about 2 or 3 minutes ago? Because it's the same thing. I can't be certain on either of them. I said I think to Mr. Myers, and today I'm saying I can't be sure. You understand, don't you, the significance of the bringing of the milk as far as the timing is concerned? Yes, I do. And you explain what it is, please? Sorry? Well, you understand it, so you explain what the significance is, please. A suggestion is that the mother of child E and F brought milk down at 2100 hours, and child E was bleeding at that point. Yes. I believe it was later in the evening. Well, I know that, but what's the significance of 2100 hours? She made a telephone call to her husband. Oh, yes, but let's just park the phone call for a second. What's the significance for child E of 2100 hours? That's when the mother of child E and F thought she saw blood. But what was child E due at 2100 hours? A feed. You know that, don't you? Yes. Why didn't you say that when I asked the question? I don't know what you mean. Really? Yes. Well, the significance is because you knew, and you know, because you heard the mother of child E and F say it from the very spot where you now sit, that she fixes the time of 2100 hours not only by reference to the phone call that she made to her husband, the father of child E and F, but also by the fact that child E was due milk at 2100 hours. Yes. And that's why she said that she came down just before 2100. Yes. You understand all that, don't you? Yes. And that's why I'm suggesting to you, the fact that she came down with milk and you remember it is part of the evidence that fixes the time at 2100 hours. Do you understand? I don't agree. You don't agree? No. I just want to understand what you are saying and what you do agree with, all right? You are saying, as I understand it at least, and please disagree if you wish, that the 16ml mucky aspirate, as you have described it, yes, was taken before the 9 o'clock feed, before the 2100 hours feed. Yes, it was. So we are agreed on that. Yes. And it would therefore follow, wouldn't it, that child E was due to be fed at 2100 hours. Where was the milk coming from? So we have a milk fridge stored in nursery 1, so whenever parents bring down expressed breast milk, they put it in the fridge, and it's ready then for any feeds that are happening. We've heard from a number of your colleagues about a system that was in place. Yes. How long before the delivery of the milk into the baby is the aspirate taken from the baby? Immediately before. Right. Well, where had the milk come from that you were about to give child E when you took that aspirate? So parents don't bring fresh milk for every feed. The mother of child E and F may well have had milk gathering in the fridge, so if she's expressing more than child E's requirements at that time, then mums often have multiple bottles in the fridge. Well, that's a possibility, but I'm asking you what you remember. Well, I don't remember. You say, as I understand it, and again I'm just checking that I've understood things correctly, that as a result of obtaining that 16ml mucky aspirate, you showed it to Belinda Simcock. Yes. And that she and you agreed that the feed would be omitted. Yes, and that we needed to speak to the SHO. Yes, and the SHO in this context was Dr. Wood. Yes. Do you remember him saying that if he had ever been asked that question about omitting a feed, he would have made a note in child E's medical records? Yes. There is no note, is there? No, we've seen before sometimes doctors don't make notes when they said they would have. Well, there was Dr. Maybury, and we heard about the circumstances in which Dr. Maybury didn't make a note, didn't we? Yes. And that he had specifically asked, I think it was Sophie Ellis, to make a note, and this was for one of the baby's O, P or R, I think at about 7:30 one morning, just as shifts were handing over. Is that right? Yes. What's the difference between Sophie Ellis's note and your note? For the baby's O, P and R? Yes. Her note for baby's O, P and R and your note in this case? Well, I'll tell you. The difference is that Sophie Ellis names the doctor, doesn't she? You don't name the doctor. No. No. If this was really what Dr. Wood said or the advice he gave, why didn't you note his name? We don't always write the doctor's name. Sometimes we do just refer to them as SHO and registrar. There's only one SHO at night. But it makes it a bit more difficult to check, doesn't it? If anybody ever wants to check if you don't know the name. No, if staff really wanted to know, reading my notes, who the SHO was, they could look at the rota and see who was on. There would only be one SHO on at night. What time do you say that conversation happened? Sometime after 2100 when I got the aspirate back. Well, it would have to be. Thank you for that. But can you be a little bit more particular? No, I can't. No. You do understand, don't you, that we're suggesting this conversation never happened? Yes. At 2200 hours, you wrote in your nursing note, albeit it wasn't written on the chart, that there was a large vomit of fresh blood. Yes. Why wasn't that written on the chart? That's an error on my part. Pretty important error, though, isn't it? Yes, but it is documented in my notes, and I believe Registrar Harkness was aware and was there when it happened. So you're saying that Dr. Harkness was actually there when this vomit happened? Yes. So have I understood the position, then, that this was a problem that first showed itself before the 9 o'clock due feed? Yes. And that it took you, therefore, about an hour, actually, to call for a doctor to check on this child? No, I don't agree with that. Well, when did you first call for a doctor to check on this child? I don't recall speaking to a doctor, but I know myself and Belinda, we did. It was discussed with an SHO on the telephone, I think. I don't know by who. Well, who was the doctor who was first actually called to see child E? Dr. Harkness. When was he called? Once he'd had a bleed at 2200. So an hour after a problem first manifested itself, according to you. Yes. If you had seen blood around child E's mouth or his lips, what would you have done? If I'd seen blood at any point, I would have escalated that to somebody. To who? To either the nurse in charge or one of the doctors. Do you agree that blood was never escalated to anybody until 2200 hours? Can you say that again, please? Yes. Do you agree that blood was never escalated to anybody until 2200 hours? Yes, because there wasn't blood prior to 2200 hours. Well, that's one of the issues, isn't it? Whether there was or there wasn't. Yes. Was the mother of child E and F telling the truth about you? That's... in what sense? In the sense of what she says you said to her at 9 p.m, 2100 hours. The mother of child E and F says that when she came down to see her boys with milk at 2100 hours, she saw child E with blood around his lips. Do you remember the picture that she drew? Yes. Perhaps just to remind us all, and to remind you, we'll look at the picture, please. It's J2434. So that was the mother of child E and F's best effort to replicate in visual form what it was she saw. Yes. This has got nothing to do with blood coming up an NG tube, has it? No. No, because if it came up an NG tube, it couldn't end up on the lips, could it? No. No. So we can exclude as a possibility that this has got anything to do with blood coming up an NG tube. Do you agree? Yes. Did you ever see anything like that? Child E did have blood around his mouth, yes, after 2200. After the vomit? I can't recall specific times, but he did have blood on his face, yes. Well, we've dealt with your note, or a note of the vomit. Is that when you are saying child E had blood like that? There was no blood prior to that, so yes. Is the mother of child E and F mistaken when she says that when she went down, other than her boys, you were the only person there? No, I accept that. I don't have any memory, but I was allocated to look after both of them in nursery 1, so yes. It's just that at other times you suggested that when the mother came down, Dr. Harkness was there. Yes, he was there at 2200. So I'll ask the question again then. Is the mother of child E and F mistaken when she says that when she came down, you were the only person other than her boys that were there? When do you say that you were there alone? When the mother of child E and F was present on the handover, so shortly around 8 p.m? There was no question of any blood at that point, was there? No. You're not telling the truth about that, are you? Yes, I am. I'm going to suggest to you that when the mother of child E and F came down at 2100 hours, you had inflicted an injury on child E to cause bleeding. No, I do not accept that. That did not happen. And that is why, as she describes it, he was screaming. No. Did you at any stage ever fall out with the mother of child E and F? No. Just looking at that picture, have you ever seen blood on any other baby at any time like that? In my career, yes. No. So can we take it therefore that to see blood on a baby like this is wholly exceptional? Yes. Did you tell the mother of child E and F that the source of the blood was the insertion of the nasogastric tube? No. Have you ever told anyone that a nasogastric tube can cause a small amount of blood? Yes, it can cause a small amount of irritation when it's first inserted, yes. And how much blood does it produce? Very minimal. About 1 milliliter of blood? I couldn't be specific, but it would be a small amount mixed in with stomach acid. This is blood in the mouth that we're talking about, just so that you understand. Is that what you're agreeing to? No, I'm agreeing that a nasogastric tube irritation can cause some blood to come back from the NG tube. From the tube? Yes. Not into the mouth? No. Do you remember telling the police in your interview in the case of child N that NGTs can cause bleeding? Yes. So you do agree that that is the sort of thing that you do say, that you have said? Yes, I haven't said that it causes blood around the mouth, but it does cause blood, yes, sometimes, with trauma, yes. And that is what you told the mother of child E and F, wasn't it? No. When she queried why it was her son had blood round his mouth? No, I don't recall saying that. Well, you say you don't recall saying it. Are you saying, I don't believe I would have said that, although it is something that you have said to the police? No, I haven't said it. What do you mean? Sorry? Well, you have said that NGTs cause bleeding. Bleeding orally? Yes. Okay. But you definitely didn't say it on this occasion? No. You are lying about that, aren't you? No. Is it your view that any baby could have a bleed, like child E? Do you mean is it medically possible? I'm asking whether it is your view that any baby can have a bleed like child E. Well, medically speaking, yes. That's what you said to the police, wasn't it? Any baby can have a bleed like child E. Yes. Do you remember saying that in interview? Yes. Do you remember saying as much to your pal, Jennifer Jones-Key, in a text not very long after child E had died? Yes. Just go to tile 253, please. They're your words, aren't they? Yes. Had you ever seen anything like this before, child E? Not a gastric hemorrhage, no. Ever seen one after child E? Not gastric, no. What was your basis for saying that any baby could have suffered this? Medically speaking, at the time, we thought child E had NEC, and the risk of that is bleeding. Have you seen cases of NEC? Yes. Have you ever seen this sort of bleeding? No, I haven't, no. So again, what was your basis for saying that any baby could have had bleeding like this? Because any baby could have had the condition that child E had. I would like to go, in the light of what you have told us, to your defence statement, please, which I think is still on the table in front of you there. Can we go to the section that relates to child E? It's paragraph 67 onwards, and it's at page 9. There you say, I did nothing to harm child E. Yes. I have not falsified any records. No. And you understand, don't you, that we, the prosecution, are suggesting that you have falsified the records in this particular case? Yes. And in particular, relating to the time at which child E started to bleed? Yes. What I'd like you to do, please, is to read out paragraph 69. so that the jury can hear what it was that you were saying in February 2021. When I saw the mother of child E and F on the evening of the 3rd of August, she had come down with some expressed milk. Just pause there. She had come down with some expressed milk. Yes. Why were you so reticent before when I was asking you about that? Because I don't remember that sitting here now. This is something you did remember in February 2021? Yes. Can you carry on, please? I think this may have been later than 2100. Pausing there. This may have been later than 2100. Yes. You're now saying it cannot have been before 2200. No, I think the mother of child E and F came down at 2200. Your case now, correct me if I've misunderstood it, because of the time you say child E started to bleed, is the mother of child E and F cannot have come down to nursery 1 before 2200. Have I understood that correctly? No, I can't say that definitively. I know that there was no blood prior to 2200. Yes. So why do you say, when the mother of child E and F came down, why do you say, I think this may have been later than 2100 hours? Because I believed at the time that it may have been later than 2100. Why didn't you say, the mother of child E and F didn't come down before 2200 hours? She's wrong when she said she came down at 2100. Because I don't think with 100% certainty that I can say that. But that's your case, isn't it, Lucy Letby? No, my case is that there was no blood prior to 2200. I don't remember the mother of child E and F coming down prior to that. I do not recall any blood around child E's mouth when she came down. Is that right? Yes. Nor was there any conversation about a tube irritating him. The next sentence, please. I did say a doctor was coming to see him. I did not send the mother of child E and F away. If the mother of child E and F ever did see blood on child E's mouth, it must have been at a later time than 2100, and after blood came down the tube on free drainage. Yes. We've already established, and you have agreed, that the blood on child E's mouth can't be the blood that comes up the nasogastric tube. No. So how do we square that with what you've just read? If the mother of child E and F ever did see blood on child E's mouth, it must have been at a later time than 2100 hours after blood came down the tube on free drainage. Yes, so it's after he vomited and his tube was on free drainage. That's not what you say in your defence statement, though, is it? It is. I'm saying after blood came down the tube on free drainage. No, but you've just added the little bit, he vomited. Yes. It's not what you say in the defence statement, is it? No, I don't mention vomit there. No. No. Did you understand when you wrote this document that if you failed to mention in it something which you later mentioned in court, a jury might conclude that you've made it up since you wrote this document? I can't say I recall writing this document. And that is what you're doing, isn't it? You are lying about the detail of what you say happened with child E. No. Let's move on to the next paragraph, please. Paragraph 70. You say, I do recall a mucky aspirate in his NG tube. There was 16 ml of bile that needed to be aspirated. That's not what you are saying now, is it? Yes. No. Bile stained is what you now say, isn't it? No, I've only ever referred to it as a mucky aspirate, which is bile. Why not 16 ml of bile? It's just terminology that we use. We often refer to bile aspirates as mucky. Are you seriously suggesting that you aspirated 16 ml of bile from a 6-day-old child? I haven't said it's frank bile, but yeah, a cumulative total, that was accurate, yes, 16 ml. So you're saying it's not bile stained, it's bile. Is that what you say in the defence statement? I say I recall a mucky aspirate and there was 16 ml of bile. So yes, there was bile within the mucky aspirate, yes. This is something that we can go to if you want, but this is something you record in the nursing note as bile-stained aspirate. Do you remember that? Yes. There's a difference, isn't there, between bile-stained and bile? Yes. Why the difference? I can't recall. This says mucky aspirate and that's what I remember it to be. No. It's an error then, if this says bile. This says 16 ml of bile. Well, then that's an error then. Yes, but why the error? Perhaps there'd been a misunderstanding of what mucky means? No, these are your words. There was 16 mil of bile. Why did you say that in this defence statement? I don't know. Can we go right to the end of it? I did read this to you last Wednesday, but the very final page, page 28. Could you just read out that paragraph, please? This defence statement is not signed. The defendant made additional amendments to the statement at a meeting on the 11th of February 2022. During this conference, however, the defendant accepted this document and the amendments as being an accurate summary of the case. The court and the prosecution will be provided with a signed copy of this document in due course. Was that true? Is that statement true? Yes. So if this was your case as of February last year, why has your case changed? I don't think it's changed. I think there's just been some clarifications with some of the points. You are lying, aren't you, Lucy Letby? No. Paragraph 75, please, of the defence statement. What does that say? After Child E had died, I found blood in his nappy. Have you said that in evidence yet? I don't recall. I'm going to suggest you haven't. Okay. Is it true? Yes. What did you do about it? It was after death. We went to bath him after his death, and there was blood in the nappy. The question, though, is, what did you do about it? It's written in my nursing notes. I don't recall doing anything else about it because Child E was deceased at the time. And which nursing note did you write it in? I think I've written it in my nursing notes. Since we last met, have you been looking at the evidence in Child E's case? Yes. Have you been looking at your nursing notes, anticipating that I might ask you a question or two about them? Yes. Does it say in the nursing notes that there was blood in the nappy? I can't recall. Oh, I think you can. Why didn't you tell the jury? No, I can't remember. Let me give you a copy of your nursing notes. My lord, I'm going to give a copy of this to the jury as well, please, because what we're going to do is to compare what's in the nursing notes to what's in some other documents. Perhaps out of fairness to the witness, I can hand her a copy now. She can read it during the break, and then when we come back, we can deal with this point. All right, so you have an opportunity now to read through that so that you can refresh your memory from what's in that document, and we'll have it when we resume in 15 minutes, please. First of all, have you had an opportunity to read your notes? Yes. Do they mention blood in the nappy? No. I'm going to suggest to you that when you said just before the break that you'd put it in your nursing notes, you knew that wasn't true. No, I couldn't recall my notes specifically at that time. We'll come to those notes in a moment when we compare what you've put in the notes with other sources of information. But I want to deal, as I have done in many other cases, with other people's descriptions of what they saw, so that we can understand whether you agree or disagree that what they are describing is a true reflection of the presentation of this child. Okay. So starting with Dr. Harkness, who gave evidence on the 17th of November last year. If anyone wants to check the references, they are between pages 38 and 41. So what I'm going to do is to read to you what these witnesses said about the discoloration that they saw. Do you understand? Yes. So this is Dr. Harkness. So this was a strange pattern over the tummy area, over the abdomen, which didn't fit with the poor perfusion. In between the kind of chest, upper legs, the rest was still pink, but there were these kind of strange purple patches that appeared over the outside of his tummy. Is that accurate or not? No, I don't agree that it was patches. It was purple, but it wasn't patches. From what I remember, there were patches in one area, then there were patches in the other. Some of it was still nice and pink, but it certainly was unusual and not fitting with a baby that had completely shut down with its or poor perfusion. Would you say the same as you said before? Yes. This was kind of a purpley blue colour. Do you agree with that? It was purpley blue, yes. So this was different in colour and different in pattern to what you would see from a perfusion perspective. Do you agree with that? I don't think I can comment on that. His head was pink, his upper legs, upper arms, chest was pink. Is that accurate? I remember him to be more pale than pink. The abdomen was purple, so patches, so not one solid purple area. I'd say one purple patch to the bottom, one purple patch to the top, some in between. Would you agree with that? No, I disagree. I can't remember exactly where they were. I'd seen this in Child A, and that's the only other time prior to this that I had seen it. Do you agree with that? No. The point I'm really looking for is, are you agreeing that, however you describe it, what you had seen on Child E was the same as what you had seen on Child A? No, it was not the same. What were the differences, so we understand? With Child E, it was like a solid block of purpleness over his abdomen. Child A had pale and whiteness and more of like a mottled look. He was then asked, have you seen it since? And the doctor responded, not outside of the babies in this case, no. They were different sizes. They weren't small dots, they would have been relative to the size of the baby. They were in the region of 1 to 2 centimetre patches, possibly bigger, but I wouldn't say smaller than that. And do you agree with that? No. He then continued. The areas were over the abdomen, so not up the chest, not below his groin, just in the middle section. Do you agree with that? Yes, I agree with that, yes. From what I remember, it did change where they were. They were purple in one area, and then they were purple in another. No, I don't agree with that. Do you remember that Dr. C said that she didn't see discoloration first of all? Yes. But do you remember that when she arrived to help, Dr. Harkness had described to her what he had seen? Do you remember that? Yes. Were you there when Dr. Harkness described to Dr. C what he had seen? Not from my memory, no. Just so that I understand, because we have had misunderstandings before, are you saying that there was no description by Dr. Harkness to Dr. C, or simply that you don't know whether he did describe it or didn't? I was not there for any conversation between the two of them. Okay. I'd like to go to your nursing notes, which do deal with this and do deal with other issues as well. And rather than going back to ask you about specific parts, I'm going to ask you to read through what's in the notes. Can you see the typescript? Yes. Could you read us through your nursing note that was created at 0431 and completed at 0451? Written in retrospect for care given from 2000, emergency equipment checked, fluids calculated. Child E nursed in an incubator with humidity. IV fluids, Behaviour and lipid via long line, 0.2 ml per kilogram per hour of insulin via long line. Prior to 2100 feed, 16 ml mucky, slightly bile-stained aspirate obtained and discarded. Abdomen soft and non-distended. SHO informed to omit feed. At 2200, large vomit of fresh blood, 14 ml fresh blood aspirate obtained from NG tube. Reg Harkness attended. Blood gas satisfactory. Blood sugar 10.7 millimoles. Metronidazole and IV ranitidine commenced and given. 10 ml per kilogram of 0.9% sodium chloride bolus given. Mean BP and observation stable. Child E handling well and active. NG tube on free drainage. Further 13 ml obtained by 2300. I think it says 13 ml blood obtained, doesn't it? 13 ml blood too. Yes. Is that not what I said? Sorry, I apologise. I don't think you did, but I apologise. Further 13 ml of blood obtained by 2300, beginning to desaturate and perfusion poor. Oxygen given via neopuff, initially in 24% incubator oxygen. Toes becoming white and Child E called to touch. Reg Harkness present throughout. Child E began to decline. At 2340 became bradycardic. Purple band of discoloration over abdomen, perfusion poor. CRT 3 seconds. Emergency intubation successful and placed on ventilator, see medical notes. Required 100% oxygen, saturations 80%. SIMV 22/5, rate 60. Further saline bolus and morphine bolus given. Second peripheral line cited and used to administer drugs. Dr. C arrived. At 0036, acute deterioration. Resus commenced as documented. ×5 adrenaline, ×2 sodium bicarbonate, ×1 glucose bolus, ×1 sodium chloride bolus, ×1 20 ml per kilogram O negative blood. At 0101, chest compressions no longer required. Further decline and resus recommenced at 0115 and discontinued at 0123 when child E was given to parents. Child E was actively bleeding ++ from mouth and nose throughout the resus. 6 ml of blood was obtained from NG tube. Child E passed away at 0140 in parents' arms. Now, for the sake of completeness, there is a further note that you made at 0451 through to 0458. Is that right? We see that underneath? It's 0537 on there. Do you see family communication, the bottom of the page? Sorry, I thought you were talking about the addendum. I'll come to that in a second. But just before we get to that, all that information that you produced in the first note, time between 0431 and 0451, is that all carried in your head? No, it would have been written with reference to charts and any notes that have been made or medical notes. Had you, other than the material that's in the fluid balance chart or the vital signs chart, had you written anything down contemporaneously at the time things were happening? That would be my usual practice, yes. What had you written down at the time things were happening? Well, I can't recall specifically now what I've wrote down. Right. Well, it may be that we're at cross purposes. I just want to clarify this. If you could go to divider 5, which you have in front of you, we have what I've called the vital signs chart. It's the observations chart, isn't it? Yes. So this is one source of contemporaneous information to you. Is that right? Yes. So looking at the second page, which is page 2685, we see that there are 4 columns which bear your initials. Yes. And that is material you were writing down at or about the time. Is that right? Yes. Over the page again, we've got blood gas at page 2715, which has 2 entries, 2221 on the 3rd and 0105 on the 4th. Yes. We then have the fluid balance chart at page 2717, 2718, 2719 and 2720. Other than that material, was there any other notes that you were making at the time that would have gone into or been incorporated into the nursing notes? Yes, so the usual practice is when things are ongoing, we write on the back of the handover sheet or any piece of paper that's around at the time. Right. In your nursing notes, you describe the discoloration as a purple band of discoloration. Yes, don't you? Yes. Do you remember in your police interview, and we can go to it if you'd prefer, do you describe it as becoming a patch of sort of purpleness? Do you remember saying that? No, but I accept that if that's what that says. Well, I don't want you to simply agree with me. If you go to your interviews, please, it's in the interview bundle 1, the child E one. It's the second reply of yours at the top of the page, which runs to 4 lines. Yes. I noticed his abdomen was becoming fuller and rounder, and later into the evening there was a discoloration area to part of his abdomen, like a purple discoloration. Yes. And over the page on page 8, what I described to you just before. I noticed there was becoming a discoloration to his abdomen, but I can't say exactly where, but there was becoming a patch of sort of purpleness. Yes. And I think you gave further detail, didn't you, at the top of the next page, saying at the top of the page, it was towards the right side by his umbilicus, but I can't remember the extent or size at the moment. Yes. So at that stage, you were struggling to describe how big this patch was. Is that fair? Yes. On Friday the 5th of May, in answer to questions from your counsel, you described it as there was a red sort of horizontal banding. Yes. Across his abdomen. Yes. Just across where his umbilical cord was, just around that area. Yes. And you were then asked, was it spreading anywhere else? And you said, no, it was just on the abdomen. Yes. Do you remember that? Yes. So does it come to this? That to a limited degree, you and Dr. Harkness agree in that it wasn't in the chest, it wasn't below the groin, it was across the abdomen. I agreed it was on the abdomen, yes. I did not agree that it was in patches. I'd like to concentrate, if we can please, on the paper charts because they're slightly easier to manipulate. I'd like to go to the final page behind divider 5, please. Yes. If we look along the bottom of the chart, we can see that towards the right-hand quarter or so, there are 3 columns bearing your initials. Yes. One which separates 2 sets of your initials, which are Belinda Simcox's initials. Yes. Albeit some of the writing in that column is your writing, as I understood your evidence. Yes. So the 15ml fresh blood, for example, you told us was your writing, not Belinda Simcox's writing? Yes. I'll come to that in a moment. Can we just look at the aspirates line, please, which if we count up from the signature line is 5 lines above the signature line. Have you got that there? Yes. Do we see there were minimal aspirates in effect in the hours preceding Child E's collapse? Yes, that's right, yes. Would you agree that that is indicative of there being no gastrointestinal issue? Yes. The first hint of any gastrointestinal issue is your handwritten note in the 2100 hours column, isn't it? Yes. That's the 16ml mucky? Yes. That's your writing? Yes. The omitted above it is your writing? Yes. As is the data above the word omitted? Yes. In the 2200 hours column, however, there is some of Belinda Simcox's writing. Yes. Why? I can't recall that right now. It's not unusual for nurses to carry out observations and readings for other people. Well, it isn't. But you apparently were there because you have written into that column 15ml fresh blood. Yes, I'm assuming that blood came after Belinda's documentation here. Why do you make that assumption? Because Belinda would have carried out those readings at 2200 and it's my writing that says fresh blood, so I assume it's happened after Belinda carried out those readings. But why was Belinda there at all? I can't say for sure. Well, isn't it because you had drawn her attention to something? Yes, she did come to review the aspirate, yes, and she also assisted me with looking after child F. Which aspirate are you talking about? The 16ml. That was an hour earlier, wasn't it? Yes. Yes. So what I'm asking you is why she was there at all. I can't answer that. If we go back to your nursing notes, which we've just handed out to the jury, we have the answer, don't we? If you count up the first page, count up 4 lines. Yes, 2200. What does it say? Large vomit of fresh blood. Yes, that's why Belinda was there, isn't it? No, I can't say why Belinda was there carrying out those observations at that time. 14ml fresh blood aspirate obtained from NG tube. Yes. Did that just appear, or did it build up over a period of time? No, I believe that came into the free drainage pot. Yes, but over what period of time is the question? I can't be specific. Can't or won't? No, can't. You had injured child E, hadn't you? No. And that's why he was bleeding? No. Why isn't there a reference on the paper chart to the vomit that you have recorded in the nursing notes? That's an error on my part. Well, it may be. But why? I can't explain that. Sometimes we don't document everything as accurately as we need to. Or is it in the excitement of sabotaging child E, you overlooked it? No. What does line 59 tell us, Lucy Letby? That at 2200, Belinda gave a feed to J.E. A feed isn't the work of 30 seconds, is it? I can't comment on that without knowing what the volume of feed was. So Belinda Williamson was feeding a child in nursery 2 at 2200 hours, wasn't she? Yes, approximately, yes. According to the paperwork. Yes. So my question, which I'm afraid is a repeat of the question I asked you earlier, is why were you asking her to do observations on child E? I don't recall asking her to do that, so I can't answer that. Well, she was certainly busy at 2200 hours, wasn't she? Apparently. Yes, there were also other staff with her baby as well, yes. Was it so that at the time of his collapse, you had somebody else's writing and signature on the paperwork? No. Like Caroline Oakley with child D. Did you get her to write in information that you had derived onto a chart? No, that wouldn't happen. She has read those drip readings for himself. That's not something that I could have relayed to her. Well, Do you remember Caroline Oakley saying that the girls had told her information that she then wrote onto child D's chart? Yes, but that wasn't specific values. That was regarding what she had suctioned. It wasn't the specific values of the drip reading. That's what you do, though, isn't it? You get other people to write things in on charts to cover up what you were doing. No, that's not correct. I'm going to ask you about some of the things that the mother of child E and F said to see whether you accept them. First of all, she said that her husband left her with child E having skin to skin at about 5 p.m, 1700 hours on the 3rd of August. Do you accept that? I wasn't there, so I can't comment. Do you accept that that skin to skin ended at 1830? Again, I wasn't there, so I couldn't comment. Do you know who it was that rang the mother of child E and F? When are we talking? When child E collapsed? No, I believe somebody contacted the midwifery staff rather than the mother of child E and F directly. Yes, of course, you're right. But at whose behest would that have been done? I don't know what that means, sorry. Who would have asked somebody to ring the midwifery staff? It would have been a collective decision. Once child E started to deteriorate, our first priority would have been to contact mum. Do you accept that the mother of child E and F made a phone call at 21:11? I accept she made a phone call, yes. Do you accept what she and her husband said was said in that call? No. That she was very upset. You don't accept that? No. Both she and her husband said that. You do not accept it? No. She told her husband that child E was bleeding from his mouth. You don't accept that? No. She'd been told there was nothing to worry about and to go back to the ward. You don't accept that? No. Do you accept that just before the final of child E's collapses, Dr. C and Dr. Harkness went to the computer to review the x-rays? I can't recall that from my memory, no. You may say you can't recall it, but it was the evidence of Dr. C. Okay, I don't have the benefit of being able to see that evidence right now. It's hard to remember who has said what over the course of the trial. Right. But that was the moment, according to Dr. C, of child E's final collapse. Do you remember that at about 00:25? I can't remember where Dr. C was, no. Where is the computer in nursery 1? Behind the partition wall? Yes, the same point at which Mel Taylor was when child A collapsed. Yes, out of view of where child A and child E were. No, I don't agree. It was in view of child A. It wasn't for child E, but it was in view of child A. Well, Mel Taylor didn't agree, did she? No. You killed child E, didn't you? No. You injected him with air. No. Just as you had done with the other babies before. No. Why in the aftermath were you so obsessed with the mother of child E and F? I don't believe I was obsessed with the mother of child E and F. Can you tell us why you were searching for her continually? I often thought of child E and F. And on that subject, can we go to the child F interviews, please, at page 23. It's the third interview. Which folder is that, sorry? It's the interviews folder 1, please. You see there you were asked in effect the same question, weren't you, that I've just asked you in a slightly different way at the top of the page. Yes. You were asked, you searched for the mother of child E and F 9 times and the father of child E and F once from August to December. Yes. And 2 in January. You were asked why, and you said, to see how child F was doing. Yes. The first of those searches, if we go to the child E sequence of events, please, is tile 273. Do you see that? Yes. Where was child F on Thursday the 6th of August at 1958? He was on the neonatal unit. Yes. So was what you said to the police and to the jury true? That you were looking to see how child F was? Collectively, yes. This is one search. I agree this one is not, but the others were after child F left, yes. All right, deal with this one then, one of the 10. Why were you searching for the mother of child E and F on Thursday the 6th of August at 1958. She was on my mind, and when I think of people, I often search for them. You were looking to see what reaction you had got from this grieving family, weren't you? No. Just as you were on Christmas Day. No. Of all days. Tile 306, please. Didn't you have anything better to do at 23:26 on Christmas Day than to search for the mother of child E and F? No, I often thought of child E and F. Because you had killed one and tried to kill the other, hadn't you? No, because I always thought the mother of child E and F and I had a good relationship. She's not the sort of person that would make things up about you, is she? I can't answer that. That's for her to answer. Let's move on to child G, please. I'll come back to child F later because I'm going to deal with him with child L because they are the insulin cases. So this is the one occasion where I'm going to go out of sequence, okay? Do you understand? Yes. We'll leave child F until later, until we get to child L and M, but he's not forgotten. We will deal with child G. You will remember, I'm sure, that there are 3 allegations against you in relation to child G. Yes. Count 7, which is the projectile vomit on the 7th of September 2015. Yes. Which coincides with her 100th day of life. Yes. And then counts 8 and 9, which were both the 21st of September 2015, which coincides with what would have been child G's due date had she gone full term. Okay, I'm not aware that that was the date, but yes. Well, what are you not aware of? That was child G's due date. Is that the first time you've ever heard that information? Well, I can't recall. I don't recall knowing that that date specifically was her due date. No. You just think about that. Are you really saying that the first time you have become aware that the 21st of September was child G's due date is when I have just told you? No, I'm saying that that date does not stand out as being child G's due date. Right. It's the date of the events, not, in my mind, child G's due date. Did it stand out to you as being child G's due date at the time? Not that I recall, no. Can we go to child G2, please? It's the sequence tile 106. Can you read that out, please? Due date today. You'd really forgotten that? Not at the time, no. Right here and now, yes. Or is the reason you are avoiding it, as I suggest, because of the coincidence between the events that they coincide with day 100 of life and child G's due date? No, that's all it is, a coincidence. In evidence to your counsel, you said, she was a very premature baby that we do not often care for at the Countess of Chester Hospital. Yes. Do you remember saying that? Yes. By the time child G got to the Countess of Chester Hospital, she was well within the normal, in inverted commas, parameters of babies cared for at the Countess of Chester, wasn't she? Yes. So why did you say that she was very premature and you don't often care for babies like that? Because a baby born that extreme prematurity comes with a number of additional health issues that a prem baby that has been born, say, at more than 27 weeks wouldn't necessarily have. They require a different level of care. But by the time she arrived at Chester, child G was fine though, wasn't she? No, I don't agree that she was fine. No, she had a number of ongoing issues. We'll come to it. Can we start with your defence statement, please? If you'd like to put the interviews away just to reduce the clutter. Paragraph 85 is the beginning of your defence statement for child G. Do you agree? Yes. And at 85 you say, I did nothing to hurt child G. Yes. Many of the children we care for had health problems. Child G had complex needs. Concerns were raised on the unit as to her movements between different units and whether our unit could properly care for her. Yes. Child G was due to go home by the time she had the incident on September 7th, wasn't she? No, I don't agree that she was ready for home. No. Well, do you remember which nursery she was in? She was in nursery 4. Yes. And which babies are put into nursery 4? Special care babies. Yes. And which is the nursery you go into when you're about to go home? Nursery 4. but you could be in that nursery for a period of months. It doesn't mean that you're imminently about to go home. She was being still nasogastric tube fed. Are you exaggerating child G's problems? No. You have raised the issue of there being problems. Which are the particular issues that you say child G faced which made her exceptional as at September 7th, 2015? Collectively, she'd had a lot of ongoing issues that came from being born so extremely premature. Give us a selection of these ongoing. They often have difficulties with feeding. I know child G had had many blood transfusions. She'd had previous sepsis. She'd had problems with her lungs. But as at September 2015, what were child G's problems that you say made her unusual? I'm not saying that she was unusual, but a baby like that needs a certain level of care and observation that another baby might not. Well, she was getting a nursery nurse in nursery 4. Are you saying by that point? Yes. I'm not saying at that point. I'm saying earlier on. Well, it must be my fault then. I must not have made myself clear. I will now try to make myself clear. What are you saying were child G's unusual problems as at the date she first collapsed? In other words, as at September 7th, 2015. When she had the vomit? Yes. She was a baby that was on oxygen and she'd had feeding issues. When had she had these issues? Throughout her life? No. Please don't try to deflect the question. The question is, as at September 7th, what were the particular unusual problems that child G had? I can't answer that. Well, perhaps we can just start by looking at the charts that we've all got in paper form behind divider 7, and you can give us chapter and verse on what you say are these problems. If we look at the first page, we've got the position as at the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th of September. Yes. So days 95, 96, 97 and 98 of child G's life. Yes. Is there anything unusual about that picture? No. Turn over the page, we get to day 99, which is the 6th of September. Anything unusual on the 6th of September? No. The problem started when she projectile vomited, don't they? Yes. Yes. Turn over to page 6962, please. That deals with events after the projectile vomit, doesn't it? Yes. So on again, please, page 6971. In about the bottom third of the page, we've got half a dozen lines dealing with the 1st to the 7th of September. Is that right? Yes. The very final line is a blood gas at 0426, which is after the projectile vomit. Yes. Which bears your signature? Yes. But so far as the other 5 lines are concerned, dealing with September, is there anything untoward about any of that? No. It looks from that, doesn't it, that child G was off oxygen on September 5th. From this, yes, I'd have to look at the observation chart to confirm that, but yes, I know she was back on it on the 7th. Of course she was, because by that stage she had brain damage, didn't she? No, I don't agree. She'd been on oxygen on the observation chart we've just looked at. Well, if I in any way have misled people, you help us. She hadn't been off oxygen at all. She's remained on oxygen on these charts at all times. At the beginning, is that what you're saying? From this date of the 2nd, she at no point has been off oxygen. If we look at page 6959, yes, we see child G's saturations. Yes. Then we see O2, don't we? Yes. So we see SaO2, which is saturations. Yes. That's a reading taken off the probe. Is that right? Yes. Then we see O2, which is the fractional oxygen that's been administered to the child. Is that right? Yes. We see that that line begins at 30. Yes, on the 2nd of September at 2300 hours. It runs across and it says 0.05 or other similar types of figures further on. Yes. What do they tell us? At this point, child G has been put onto nasal prong oxygen, so it's prongs that go up the nose, and that's the percentage, well, the fraction of units of oxygen that she's receiving. How much oxygen does that actually equate to? I don't know what it means in percentage terms. Is that what you're asking? Yes. I couldn't say. I don't know. All right, we won't get hung up on that. Can we go to the feeding charts, please, which are at the end of this section? It's pages 7012 and 7013. Can we start with 7012? Are you on that page? Yes. Do we see in the top half of the page data for September 5th? Yes. And we see that child G was being given expressed breast milk with Gaviscon and Fortifier. Yes. We see the amount? Yes. 44 to 45 ml every 3 hours. Yes. And we see the route by which it was delivered. Yes. Either NGT or B for bottle. Is that right? Yes. Would you agree that all the signs on the 5th are good? Yes. On the 6th, which is in the bottom half of the page, again, similar data? Yes. And again, would you agree that all the signs are good? Yes. And in particular, at 2300 hours, we see your friend Nurse E's signature. Yes. We see that child G was given a bottle at 2300. Yes. And to feed a 45 ml bottle to a baby of child G's age, how long would that take, approximately? For a baby on oxygen, maybe up to half an hour? Yes. It's not the sort of thing you do twice by mistake. No, I don't think I've ever suggested that. I'm not saying you have suggested it. I'm just checking that you agree that it's not the sort of thing that happens twice by mistake. No. No. So by the time we get over the page, 7013, to the feed at 0200 hours, we see that we have the feed that immediately preceded the vomit. Yes. Just looking at all that data together, do you agree that so far as feeding was concerned, the picture shown by the data is a good one? Yes. Do you also agree that child G's observations immediately preceding her collapse at 0200 hours on the 7th are good? Yes. We heard as much, didn't we, from child G's father, from Dr. Ventress, and from your friend Nurse E? Yes. Yes. And you do not dispute that? No. And you knew, didn't you, that this was day 100 of child G's life? Yes. It was a big deal. Yes. And if we look at tile 276, please, at the start of the night, such a big deal was it that you'd all been sitting at the nursing desk making a banner for child G to celebrate. That's what we do for babies of 100 days, yes. It's a big milestone, yes. Particularly for one who, as you've already told us, was born at the margins of viability. Absolutely, yes. A very big deal indeed. Yes, yes. Well, I'm going to move on to the population distribution, which I can certainly deal with before the break. Can we go to tile 47, please, in child G1? If we scroll down, please. Here we see, starting with child G, she is the object of this allegation. She was in nursery 2 with your friend Nurse E. Yes. The nursery nurse, Lisa Walker, had 2 children in nursery 3. Yes. You had 1 child in nursery 1. Yes. IH. And Elsa Simpson had another AC. Yes. And there were 2 other children whose location cannot be confirmed. One was with Christopher Booth, DB. Yes. The other, CC, was under the charge of your friend Nurse E. Yes. Any issue with staffing levels on this particular shift? Not from what I can see there, no. Are you suggesting that medical or nursing incompetence in any way has contributed to child G's projectile vomiting on September 7th? No. Are you suggesting that in relation to the treatment of child G, up to the point at which she projectile vomited on September 7th, anybody, medical or nursing, made a mistake? Potentially nursing, yes, but I'm not saying that did happen. What's the potential problem that you have identified? That child G received more than the 45 ml at 2 a.m. So your friend Nurse E may have overfed child G. Is that what you're saying? That's a possibility. I'm not saying that that's what she did, but that's what's been concluded. Those are the options. That, or she hadn't digested the milk that was in her prior to that feed. So does it come to this, that because it's an alternative to you having injected milk into child G, you are not ruling out the possibility that your friend, one of your best friends, Nurse E, overfed her? I can't say for definite that didn't happen, no. I'm not saying she did do that, but it's a possibility. Just in the 2 minutes we've got before the break, you tell us what would have had to have happened for Nurse E to have overfed child G. I don't believe that she would have, but potentially she has mismeasured the amount of millilitres when she's decanted the milk from the bottle into the feeding bottle. We know because you have told us that a syringe is a 10 ml syringe? Yes. So not only has she miscalculated the original amount, but she's also put in, or allowed to drip feed in, more than 4.5 measures of 10 ml. So it's a double mistake. That was a possibility, yes. Well, everything is possible, like Dr. Marna Reedy's helicopter and the pots. But are you suggesting it's a realistic possibility? No. No. Just before the break, I was asking you questions about the possibility of your friend Nurse E having overfed Child G. Yes. And you accepted that it wasn't a realistic possibility. Is that right? It's a possibility. I don't believe that happened. No. We know from the paperwork what Nurse E recorded as having fed Child G, don't we? Yes. We can see it's behind divider 7 at the very final page, J7013, which you have open in front of you. Yes. To have fed Child G twice as much presumably would have taken twice as long. Yes. To have fed 90, taking it twice, 90 ml at 2 o'clock. How long would that take? I can't say for definite, but it would have taken longer than the 45 ml, yes. How long does 45 ml take? Well, it's very hard to say definitively, but 15, 20 minutes maybe? And do you remember what time you recorded the desaturation as having occurred at? Yes, 2:15. Yes. So on those grounds as well, we can exclude the possibility that Nurse E overfed Child G, can't we? I believe the evidence presented was that overfeeding is a possibility. All right. Who presented that evidence? Is that not what the experts have said? How would the experts know? They weren't there. Which experts said overfeeding was a possibility? Can you help us? Have Dr. Evans and Dr. Bowen not made reference to overfeeding? Do you remember saying in answer to your counsel that you remembered being with Elsa Simpson just prior to Child G vomiting? Yes. That you were sitting together at the nursing station? Yes. You'd been there for a few minutes? Yes. You heard an alarm and quite a loud retching noise? Yes. And so you both went to Child G in nursery 2? Yes. When you went in, you found her vomiting from the mouth and the nose? Yes. So does that mean she was still vomiting by the time you got there? Yes. You started giving her Neopuff? Yes. Stripped her off and found her abdomen to be firm and distended and red? Yes. You were both quite shocked. Is that what you said? Yes. There was vomit on the chair, at the cot side, and on the floor? Yes. And that shocked you as well? Yes. Neither of you had ever seen that before? No, not on a neonatal unit, no. And that was a clear recollection that you had last week, giving evidence? Yes. What time do you say it was that Child G vomited? 2:15, approximately. Let's see what you wrote in the sequence. It's at tile 79, please. Child G had a large projectile milky vomit at 2:15. Yes. Continue to vomit plus plus. Yes? Yes. 45 ml milk obtained from NG tube with air plus plus. Yes. Abdomen noted to be distended and discoloured. Colour improved a few minutes after aspirating tube. Remained distended but soft. Registrar Ventress asked to review. To go nil by mouth with IV fluids. Doctor called to theatre. And that's a reference, isn't it, to Dr. Ventress being called away to a more pressing emergency? Yes. If Child G had not digested the feed given at 2300 the previous night, Nurse E wouldn't have got an acidic reaction, would she, when she tested the nasogastric tube? Yes, she would. So you disagree with Dr. Bowen? Yes, I do. On what basis do you disagree? Because having looked after many babies over the years, we can get milk aspirates with a positive acid reaction. What, a pH of 4? Yes. It's very acidic, isn't it? Yes. Child G's stomach wouldn't have accommodated a further 45 ml of feed, would it, under gravity, if she had still been full after the feed at 2300? I think that's a medical thing. I can't comment on the size of a baby's stomach. Can we look at the photograph that Elsa Simpson produced, please? It's AS4, which is J26510. Do you agree that is accurate? Yes. I think you told us in answer to your counsel that this was something that you had never seen before. Not in a neonate, no. Do you remember what you told the police? Yes. What did you say about the spread of it to the police? That it was in the cot and down her clothing? Yes. If we just go to your interview, please. It's the first Child G interview, page 6. At the bottom of that page, you describe, when you've called it a large vomit, can you describe where did it go? What colour was it? And your response, please? I said, from what I remember, it was a milky coloured vomit, but it was a large volume that was going into the bed and down Child G's clothes. Why didn't you tell the truth about this? I haven't lied. It was in her cot. I just at that moment haven't specified exactly where else it went. No, but this was an extraordinary vomit, wasn't it? Yes. The like of which you had never seen in your career before. I have seen, but not on a neonate. Yes, it would have stuck in your mind, wouldn't it? Yes. So why didn't you tell the truth to the police? It's not telling the truth. It's an oversight that I haven't mentioned it during interview. Did you remember it when you were saying this to the police? I can't say that now. Where were you when you saw Child G vomit? Child G was vomiting when Elsa and I went into the nursery to her. She was still vomiting. Where were you? With Elsa at the cot side of Child G. You were not with Elsa, were you? Yes, I was. If we look at what you said to the police back in July 2018, so moving on from page 7 where we've just been on to page 8, almost exactly halfway down, was that the first sign to you that something was wrong with Child G? Okay? Yes. And this is after you've told the police on the previous page that you've gone in. You say, I think so, yes. She'd been a baby that had been backwards and forwards to different units at other times. You were then asked, and you know when you said air plus from the NG tube, how do you measure that amount of air? How did you come to that conclusion? You replied, so when I've withdrawn the 45 ml of milk, air came out with it. What determined to your mind to put plus plus on your notes? You replied, it was a large amount. I haven't measured the volume. You then repeat what you had said on the previous page about where the vomit was. Is that right? Yes. And over the page, about a third of the way down, they say, so at the point of the vomit, what exactly were you doing? And you say, I don't remember. That's right. So you didn't know where you were at the time of the vomit? Not at this point, no. But you were present at Child G's cot and you say, I think I went to her because she was vomiting. I heard her vomiting. Yes. Is there any mention here of being with Elsa? No. Why not? I've just told you my action. I went into her. You weren't with Elsa, were you? Yes. Let's look at a neonatal review if we may. We see the layout that we dealt with just before the break. Got that? Yes. If we go to page 3 of 7, please. What we see at page 3 may be slightly misleading because at line 37 it says Child G event. Yes. And it's been marked in there at 2 o'clock. Yes. On your evidence and your note made at the time, it was 2:15, wasn't it? Yes. First of all, I'm going to suggest to you that you deliberately misstated the time at which Child G had this event, had this vomit. No. And that it happened much closer to 2:30. No, I don't agree. Right. We'll come to the reasons for that in a moment, because I'm suggesting that this is one of the occasions where you have misrepresented events in the nursing note. All right? Okay. Before we get there, let's look at what was going on with Elsa Simpson. What we see in this neonatal review at line 41 is that she was feeding the child AC. Yes. Is that right? At 2:20? Yes. If we go back to page 2, we see that the child AC was in nursery 1. Yes. You will remember the evidence that Elsa Simpson gave on the 2nd of December last year when she described to us the routine that she would have had to have undertaken to fetch the milk, to defrost it, to warm it, and to feed it. Yes. And if she fed this child at 2:20, She was certainly not with you at the nursing desk at the time child G collapsed, was she? I disagree. We were together at the nurse's station. Well, let's just look at it in terms of the time. Dr. Ventress note at tile 80, please. This is line 44 in the neonatal review. Call to review child G urgently at 02:35. Yes, that's when she was called, isn't it? From her documentation, I can't confirm exactly when she was called. I'd have to look at the bleep records. This is an accurate time, I'm going to suggest, for when this event actually happened. I disagree. And I'm suggesting to you that this is the evidence that shows that you have deliberately put the time of the vomit forward to 2:15. No, I disagree. And the reason you've done that, I'm going to suggest, is so that there is a more obvious link between your friend, your best friend, Nurse E, feeding the child and the vomit. No, because you wanted to create the impression that the two events were linked. No. Whereas in fact the reason child G collapsed and the reason you aspirated so much air and milk from her is that you deliberately overfed her. That's not true. And you did it by putting milk into a syringe and using the plunger to force air and milk into her. No, that's not true. Where did all that air come from? She was neopuffed. But you aspirated the air before she was neopuffed. I can't say that without looking. I can't confirm or deny that at the moment. I'd have to look at the charts. Which chart are we going to look at to find the answer to that point? So usually, as we went straight to child G and started neopuffs, that would have been, the first priority would have been her breathing rather than aspirating a tube. Well, let's look at your note, shall we? Tile 79. Can we go to the original, please? In case there's a disconnect between what we have here and what's in the original. Bottom right-hand quadrant. This is your note? Is that right? Yes. Written at 08:57 and concluded at 09:11. Yes. Was there any other information that you had written down at the time which underlied this? What do you mean? Sorry? Had you written down a different account somewhere else? Not a different account, no. Okay, so we can take it that this is an accurate account of what happened. Yes, as much as it can be accurate, yes. Subject to time, you say, written in retrospect for care given from 0200. Child G had large projectile vomit at 02:15. Continued to vomit. 45 ml milk obtained from NG tube with air ++. Abdomen noted to be distended and discoloured. Colour improved few minutes after aspirating tube. Yes. Where does it mention neopuffing? It doesn't. Why not? That's an oversight. Elsa and I both said in interview that she needed neopuffing. Neopuffing doesn't account for all this air in child G, does it? That's not for me to answer. Does milk come out of the neopuff machine? No. No, it doesn't account for all the milk either, does it? No, because the truth of it is that you injected child G with milk and air, didn't you? No. Can we go to page 20 of your police interview, please? This is the second of the child G interviews. This is the interview on the 11th of June 2019. You were asked all these questions by the police, weren't you? Yes. We'll start halfway down the page. Did you administer air to child G at this time, causing her to collapse? Do you see that? Yes. Your answer was no. You were then asked a question. In your previous interview, Lucy, you said you obtained a larger volume of air from the NG tube than just the general amount you would usually obtain. You replied, yeah, I'm not sure. At what point did I aspirate the tube and find the air? Was it when she vomited? So this is what I've just been asking you about. Yes. The police then say, yeah, you said after a vomit you took over her care as the designated nurse and you obtained a larger volume of air from the NG tube than just the general amount you obtained. You replied, yes. You were then asked, would you agree that she must have received a bolus of air from the feeding syringe? And what was your response? Well, air has got there somehow, yes. And that's the truth of it, isn't it? No, it's been suggested to me that it could have gone through the feeding syringe, and I've said potentially. And how would it potentially get through the feeding syringe? If it's been put down there. How would you do that? Pushing it down. With what? The plunger. Yes, that's what you were thinking, weren't you? No. And that's why you gave that answer. No, that's how it was put to me. Where do they say with a plunger? They don't, but they've suggested that the air came from the NG tube to me. About 45 minutes later, at 03:15, do you remember Dr. Ventress telling us that she was called out of theatre because Child G had collapsed again? Yes. And this was when you were her designated nurse, wasn't it? Yes. Do you remember what Dr. Ventress saw in Child G's mouth when she tried to intubate her? Not from my memory, no. Well, I will remind you. Blood-stained fluid coming up from the trachea between the vocal cords. Okay. So echoes of Child C and Child E. Would you agree with that? I don't recall him specifically saying it came up through the cords on Child E, but it was coming up from somewhere down there, wasn't it? Yes. Yes, when you had been alone with Child G. I'm not saying that I've been alone with Child G. And you had inserted something into Child G's airway, hadn't you? No. And you caused the bleeding as you did with many other of these children. No, that's not true. Do you remember later Child G desaturated on the ventilator at 5:30 and again at 6 o'clock? Yes, I do, yes. And 100 ml of either air or milk was aspirated. Do you remember that? 100 ml. 100 ml. Can I see where that's documented, please? Yes. It was the evidence given by Dr. Ventress. Dr. Ventress said air. Dr. Breary said milk. Is it on the charts, though? It's the evidence that was given. But is it documented? No. I'm telling you what the evidence is. Do you agree with it? Or not? I don't recall 100 ml coming out. No. You put that there, didn't you? 100 ml? Yes. No. Well, how much did you put there? I didn't put any air down. As soon as you went off shift, do you remember who took over Child G? Nurse A. Yes. Do you remember what problems Nurse A had with Child G after you had disappeared? No. Can we just go back to tile 118, please? This is Dr. Ventress' note. I've found the documentation you've asked me for. We'll just go to Dr. Ventress' handwriting in a second just to check that it is a true reflection of what she has written. But do you see ETT removed at 0610, fixed secretions ++? Yes. Blood clot at end of ETT? Yes. Then the last two lines. NG aspirated as abdo appeared very large. About 100 ml aspirated. Yes. So that's documented. No, I agree it's documented. I just don't recall that volume. Do you accept it? I accept it if that's what they've written there. Yes. Yes. How did that get there? I don't know how the air got there. It's after neopuffing. Let's go back to the point I was making before I managed to locate that note. It's tile 320, please. Can we go to the original note? So this is your friend Nurse A's note, isn't it? Yes. No suggestion there that there was any build-up of either fluid or air in Child G, is there? Not that I can see there, no. No. Do you remember what you were doing that night when you were not in work? I went back into work to sign for some documentation for Child G. You went to visit Child G, didn't you? I didn't visit Child G, no. I went to do what I needed to do with documentation. Were you looking for an opportunity to finish her off? No. Let's move on to count 8, if we may please, which is September the 21st, 2015. This is the day that child G would have been full term had she remained in utero. Do you remember? Yes. I want to start, if we can, with your defence statement, please. If we can go to paragraph 92, okay? Yes. What you say here is, on September the 21st, 2015, child G vomited at about 10:15. This was not as pronounced as the vomit on September 7th. I think her mother was there. What made you think her mother was there? Because I'd recalled and I'd written in my notes that Mum was visiting around 10 o'clock that morning. The doctors were on the unit, so I went to the nurses' station to ask the doctors who were doing the ward rounds to come and see child G. I did not shout for help because I did not think this was an emergency. Yes. Is that true? Yes. I do not recall her, that is child G, going blue. No. You had seen child G many times on the unit, hadn't you? Yes. Do you agree with her father that after that first incident on September 7th, she was not the same baby? I can't comment on that. Nobody knows their child like the parents do. Why were you feeding her with a nasogastric tube at 9:15? She wasn't awake and she was due her immunisations. What inferences do we draw from the fact that child G was about to have her immunisations? That she was well enough to be receiving them? Yes. Was that a decision with which you agreed or disagreed from what you had seen? Up until the point of the vomit, yes, I agreed with that. Yes. Well, if you hadn't, presumably like you say you did with, was it child Q, you wouldn't have fed him and you would have waited for the doctors, wouldn't you? Yes. So we can work on the basis that when you took over child G's care that morning, she was in a good condition. I remember I had some concerns about her observations, her temperature, but feeding-wise, yes. And what was your concern about her temperature? I think she had an ongoing low temperature. I can't remember specifically. I'd have to check the chart. Well, we will come to it, okay? I just wanted to know what you said first of all. Before we do, though, can we go to the population distribution chart at tile 45, please? Here we see that you had 3 children. Yes. All were in nursery 4. Yes. That Janet Cox, who was a nursery nurse, was working in nurseries 3 and 2. Yes. Did that cause you a problem? That someone of lesser nursing status was in a more elevated nursery? No, because it doesn't necessarily reflect the care needs of the baby, depending on what nursery they're in. Just previously you suggested that whenever a child is in nursery 1, it means they're ITU. But that isn't right, is it? Not every time, no. Did it annoy you that you were in nursery 4? Not at all, no. One of the things that you said in answer to your own counsel was that aspirating from a child's nasogastric tube can interrupt the digestion. If you fully withdraw a large amount, yes. Wouldn't it have made more sense, given that child G was now a full-term baby and this was 9:15 in the morning, to have fed her with a bottle? No, child G was not awake. She was having alternate bottle and tube feeds, and she was due her immunisations. So as part of that process, we rest the baby because they can often become unwell after immunisations. I want to just check that I understood what you said in answer to questions of your own counsel, okay? Okay. You told your own counsel that you remembered giving a feed to child G at 0900 hours. Yes. And you were then shown tile 47. So if we can go to tile 47. This then I think jogged your memory that in fact it was 9:15. Yes. Is that right? Yes. You were then looking at this document that we see, which is J7883. The comments that we see followed the feed. That was what you said. Yes. By that, you were referring to 30 ml times 2 milk projectile vomit. Is that right? Yes. All of the writing after that, yes. I just want to check that we understand what this writing is first. After 30 ml, there's something in a circle. What does that say? That's a D for discarded. Is it 4.2 or 9.2? 9.2. What does that refer to? The blood sugar. It's in the BM column, which is blood sugar. Then bowels opened +++. Yes. Loose and watery green. Yes. Then reviewed by doctors. Yes. Which doctors are we talking about? I can't recall specifically. I think it was Dr. Fielding. So reviewed by a doctor, not doctors. Well, I can't say whether there is more than one. The ward round is done by more than one doctor. I can't be specific. You then said, I cannot be sure if Mum was present at this time. You've referred to a low temperature, haven't you? I think it was low. There was something about her observations, I think, yes. There was. Tile 46, please. Do you see 9 o'clock? Yes. If we scroll down a bit, so keep 9 o'clock at the top, please, Mr. Murphy. Look down the 9 o'clock column. What do we see in the temperature readings? The temperature within the white zone. It's a bit like doctor and doctors. Is it temperature or temperatures? I don't understand what you mean. Do you really not? No. What do you see in that 9 o'clock column against temperature? How many readings have been recorded? 1. I believe that other... I don't know what that is, but the usual way we write a temperature is a dot followed by a left arrow, which is what I've documented there. There are 2 dots in that column, aren't there? There appears to be something, yes. If it isn't a dot, what are you suggesting it is? Just so we can bear it in mind. I don't believe that's me writing a temperature down. That could just be an error, or... I can't explain that. The normal way we write a temperature is to do a dot and then the line coming from it. There's a temperature that's very close to normal, isn't there? Yes, they're both normal, if that. Yes, but the upper one which you appear to be disavowing is exactly the same as recorded by a different nurse at 0600, isn't it? Yes. Did you go back after the event and cook the chart to make it look like child G was declining before she vomited? No. You understand what I'm suggesting to you, don't you? Yes, child G had a low temperature preceding the shift. That's not normal to have a continuing low temperature. The one value that I took is not what I was talking about. I was talking about the general pattern is that she had a low temperature. We know what you said, but I'm suggesting you have altered this chart. I haven't, no. To make the position look as though child G was declining before she vomited. No, if that was her temperature, both of those dots are within the normal range. Oh yes, but the pattern, we've heard from many doctors, haven't we, that you need to look at the way the pattern goes. Yes, you need to look at the context. And we can see the one you recorded at 11 o'clock after child G had vomited and declined, can't we? Yes. And the lower one of the two that you have recorded at 9 o'clock is pretty much on a straight line between the 6 o'clock and the 11 o'clock one, isn't it? Yes. Whereas the other one is not. 3 o'clock, is it? The 3 o'clock? Sorry, I can't. Don't worry. I think it's the 3 o'clock. It's in the yellow, and that's the same, yes, at 11 o'clock. We've got 2 in the 3 o'clock, as it happens. Anyway, at 6 o'clock, we've got one that's up close to the normal line, which is 37, is it, or 36.8? Potentially somebody else has misdocumented 2 temperatures then. Yes, absolutely. I'm more interested in what you have misdocumented. I haven't misdocumented anything. The projectile vomit you recorded at 10:15, is that right? Yes. Can we see tile 50, please? At 10:15, 2 large projectile milky vomits. Yes. Then you record brief self-resolving apnea and desaturation to 35%. Yes. Which we have heard is a life-threatening level, potentially. Yes. With colour loss, NG tube aspirated, 30 ml of undigested milk discarded. This is 30 of the 40 or 45 that had been given at 9:15. Yes. Plus 2 large projectile vomits. Yes. And despite all that, and despite the vomiting, the abdomen was still distended. Yes. It's not an innocent coincidence, is it, that child G vomited and had to have a lot of milk removed from her an hour or so after you documented having fed her? It's not a coincidence. No, it's not an innocent coincidence. Yes, it is. Just going back to your defence statement, please. Back to paragraph 92 that I asked you to read out before, or I read out for you. Yes. Child G vomited at about 10:15. It wasn't as pronounced as the vomit on September 7th. I think her mother was there. The doctors were on the unit, so I went to the nurses' station to ask the doctors who were doing the ward round to come and see Child G. I did not shout for help because I did not think this was an emergency. Yes. Correct? Yes. You have sought to minimise what happened to Child G, haven't you? No. Let's look at Dr. Fielding's note, please, at tile 51. Child G had an episode at about 10:20, so he puts a slightly different time on it to you. Okay. Where she had 2 projectile vomits witnessed by nursing staff, after which she was apneic for about 6 to 10 seconds, went blue, sat down to 30. Yes. Nurse called for help. It's not the picture you paint, is it? No. And is that because you are seeking to minimise what you did? No. Child G didn't need any intervention. It was a self-resolving apnea. If we go to tile 111, please. This is you talking to your pal, Nurse A, later that evening, isn't it? Yes. At 21:20? Yes. And you're talking about Child G here, aren't you? Yes. But let's just go back, if we can, just to put this into context. Let's go back to tile 106, which I reminded you of earlier. So, due date today, you were telling Nurse A. Then Nurse A responded straight away at tile 107. She likes to celebrate the big ones in style. Followed immediately by, when was she screened if being cold for 24 hours? Yes. So that's a reference back to the low temperature, isn't it? That I say you deliberately misrecorded. No, it's due to having low temperatures over a 24-hour period that we saw on the charts that are in the yellow. Then at tile 109, due immunisations today too. I got her screened this morning after she vomited. Yes. And Nurse A responded, was she still in 4 then? And you say, yeah, and had NN all weekend. What does that mean? She had a nursery nurse looking after her all weekend. Yes. Then what did you write? Looked rubbish when I took over this morning. Then she vomited at 9 and I got her screened. There are 2 lies there, aren't there? It's not a lie. I've miswritten the time. Yes, it shouldn't be 9 a.m, but I don't believe she looked herself when I took over. No, and her mum commented on that. I'm sorry, but we established at the beginning of this process that Child G was in good condition when you took her over. I don't remember being asked specifically about her colour. Well, let's look at Valerie Thomas' nursing note at tile 44. This is written just as you were coming on. Is that right? Yes. Observations satisfactory. Temperature well wrapped up. Free feeds using own bottles. Completed bottles but had 1 NGT feed. To rest. Settled later after 21:15 feed. Fed by dad. Has passed urine and bowels open. Medication given as prescribed. Routine bloods taken this morning at 6 and sent to lab for immunisations. Let's look at the original just to check we've not missed anything. No suggestion of Child G looking rubbish, to use your word there, is there? No. Your nursing note at tile 48. Any suggestion that Child G looked rubbish before she had this incident at 10:15? No. I've commented that she's pale. I've not used the word rubbish in clinical notes, no. Were you trying to persuade your mates on the unit that this was just one of those things that had happened to a child who was sickening for an infection? Can you say that again, please? Were you trying to create in the minds of your co-workers the impression that this was a child who was sickening for an infection? No, I wasn't suggesting anything. I was just saying what had happened. Did you put the time back to 9 o'clock because you were trying to create the impression that it happened nearer handover than it really did? No, it's an error. I agree it said 9 o'clock when it should have been 10, but that has nothing to do with handover or anything like that. No. With child Q in mind, if she really did look rubbish, why didn't you ask for a medical review before you fed her at 9:15? I don't think she did look rubbish as such. I put she's pale, and I know Mum had commented she didn't look as well as the previous day. But Mum hadn't even arrived by the time you fed her, had she? Not by the time I fed her, no. No, so you can't blame Mum for this one. I'm not blaming Mum at all. It was a comment she made. What comment did she make? Child G didn't look as well as the previous day. I think that comment actually came from you, didn't it? No, I believe that came from Mum. Let's go back, if we may, to Dr. Fielding's note then, at 10:30, tile 51. At the bottom there, it's talking about Child G's distended abdomen. You see what looks like a shield has been, yes, representing abdomen. So, distended, staff think perhaps more so than usual. Mum unsure. Yes. So what Dr. Fielding has recorded is Mum doesn't know. It's the staff, that's you, saying that Child G looked worse. No, this is in regards to distension of the abdomen. Oh yes, it's all to do with the condition of Child G, isn't it? Yes. And Dr. Fielding has written down at the time that this is a suggestion being made by you, not by Mum. By staff, yes. Yes. But in your nursing note, this becomes a concern expressed by Mum, not by you. Yes, and that's what I believe happened. Yes, and you are passing off responsibility to other people, aren't you? No. In the notes? No. Making it look like this information is all coming from other people and not from you? No. To make it look like you are doing nothing wrong? No. Whereas in fact you are the person causing all these problems? No, I'm not. If you'd like to close up those interviews, please, and go back to the defence statement. We're at paragraph 93, please. Yes. From 93 to 96 inclusive, you deal with the incident that happened in Nursery 4 at about 15:30 on the afternoon of September 21st. Yes. Just going to read parts of this out to you, starting at paragraph 93. Later, once Child G became unwell, the doctors decided to put a cannula in and screen her. This was in Nursery 4. I had other babies in Nursery 4, so I did look round the screen to check on Child G and saw that she was on her own, on the procedure trolley with the monitor turned off. She looked blue and I called for help and started neopuffing. Nurse B came to help. This was some hours after the vomit. Is that how it appeared? Yes. And is it correct? Yes. Paragraph 94. I do not think that the probe that connected Child G to the monitor was attached. Sometimes the doctors take the probe off or switch off the monitor when doing a procedure. Is that what it says? Yes. And is this correct? Yes. Paragraph 95. After this incident, Nurse B and I had a lengthy conversation about what had happened, and I told her that the doctor had left Child G on the trolley and this should be reported. Nurse B did not want to do this. Is that what it says? Yes. And is it correct? Yes. Finally, staff on the unit didn't like to report issues that the doctors got wrong. Is that true of you? No, my general opinion is that the staff in general didn't comment on doctors doing anything wrong. What about you, though? I don't know what you mean. Did it bother you, reporting doctors for getting things wrong? Yes. Dr. Gibbs had left Child G on a procedural trolley with the monitor off and the screens up. Nurse B did not want to report this. So is that what it says? Yes. Is it accurate? Yes. Right. When Child G collapsed on this occasion, as a matter of fact, all other medical professionals, that is doctors and nurses, other than you, were out of the room, weren't they? Yes, when I found Child G, yes, there was nobody there. That you would say is, what, an innocent coincidence? Yes. What you said to your counsel is that I recall Child G had been behind the screen for a prolonged period whilst the doctors were trying to cannulate her. Is that right? Yes. And that you were preoccupied, I think you said, with the babies that you were caring for in the same nursery. Yes, I had no involvement with that cannulation procedure. No. But it goes a bit further than that, doesn't it? That you were preoccupied with the babies that you were caring for. Yes. Let's deal with that point first of all. If we go back to the neonatal review, please, and we're now in the second one for child G, which is counts 8 and 9. The front it says, NNU Review Schedule Event 8. Yes. So if we go to page 7 of 9, if you would please, we can see this desaturation is marked at line 287. Can you see that? Yes. We can see what you were doing in the preceding hour and a half on this page, can't we? Yes. So starting at 1400 hours, 90 minutes before this event with child G, you did observations for the child OR. Yes. And just to remind ourselves, OR, of course, is rooming with its parents. Yes. Next event is line 270 at 1449. Again, OR? Yes. Rooming with parents and e-prescription, an update made on the computer by you and Caroline Oakley. Yes. Caroline Oakley is, as a matter of fact, looking after 2 children in nursery 2. Then the event immediately or most proximate to child G's collapse is at 272, isn't it? Yes. This is in relation to a child RH. Yes. Who we can see from page 2 of 9 was one of Caroline Benion's children in nursery 2. Right. Well, do you agree? Yes. So do we agree that you were not preoccupied with the children, your other children, in nursery 4? No, I don't agree with that. Just because we're not signing an observation chart doesn't mean that we're not doing things with the families or the baby. Okay. You say that it's common practice to look behind the screen. Is that right? Yes. And I think the way you phrased it was, I happened to catch sight behind the screen and saw that child G was on her own. Yes. She was dusky blue and not breathing. Yes. The monitor was not on. That's what you said? Yes. What you said in answer to questions from your own counsel was that when you saw child G, she was dusky blue and not breathing. Is that true? Yes. You said the monitor was not on. No, it wasn't on. That you picked her up? Yes. You put her in a cot? Yes. And you started to neopuff her? Yes. Then you called for help? Yes. You said that the neopuff wouldn't have stretched to the procedure trolley? No, that's right. You said that Nurse B froze and that she went to get Caroline Benion? Yes. Was Nurse B the first person that answered your call for help? Yes. And you said that you were very concerned by what had happened? Yes. That the child shouldn't have been left behind the screen? No. Shouldn't have been left on a procedure trolley? No. And neither should she have been left without a monitor on? That's right. And that you wanted to put a Datix form in? Yes. But Nurse B said she would deal with it? Yes. One of the things that you don't mention in your defence statement that I've just taken you through is moving child G from the procedure trolley to the cot. Okay. Why is that? I can't answer that now. I just know at the time that child G was on the procedure trolley and it wasn't near the neopuff on the wall. I had to move her. It wasn't that you had moved her to the cot and you had taken the opportunity to sabotage her. No. Knowing that the doctors had left her behind the screen. No, child G was on the trolley and I put her into the cot. You took advantage of a situation that presented itself, didn't you? No. Just let's think about that. You've already told the jury that you're in nursery 4. I can't recall specifically what I was doing. She was there for a prolonged period of time behind the screen, but yes, I was in and out of the nursery, yes. I'm sorry, but what you said in the defence statement was this, and we've been through it once, but I'll go through this little bit once more. Later, once child G became unwell, the doctors decided to put a cannula in and screen her. This was in nursery 4. Yes. I had other babies in nursery 4, so I did look round the screen to check on child G. Yes. You said earlier, when I was asking you questions, that you were engaged with those other children in nursery 4. Yes. And that was the reason why we went through the other material from the neonatal review to see what, if any, other children elsewhere you might have been dealing with in the lead up to this time at 15:30. Yes. We have established, haven't we, that you had no other responsibilities elsewhere but in nursery 4. Yes. And so when Doctors Gibbs and Harkness were cannulating child G, you were in the room? At times, yes. No, all the time. No. Why were you out of the room? Well, I've done things here for another baby at 1500. I wouldn't be predominantly in the nursery the whole time. What have you done for another baby at 1500? An entry on the fluid balance chart at line 272? Yes. That's it? How long does that take? 5 minutes? I can't say without looking at what it was that I did. Very well. Could we have J29112 on the screen, please? So you can see 1500 hours under where it says 16.5 mil per hour. Yes. And do you accept that that is the work of 5 minutes at most? Yes. At 3 p.m? Yes. So it follows that if the time is correct, you were in nursery 4 for at least 25 minutes prior to noticing that child G had collapsed. I can't say that definitively, no. Well, what time frame would you put on it? I can't recall specifically. I was in and out of the nursery throughout the day. What else were you doing? There are many things that we do on the unit that is not based purely at the baby's cot side. But I'm going to suggest to you, you see. Do you remember Dr. Gibbs and Dr. Harkness said that if the nurse with responsibility for the child, and by this stage it was nurse B, wasn't it? Yes. If she wasn't in the room, they would have told another nurse in the room that they had finished. Yes, that's what they said, yes. And if they're right about that, that would have been you, wouldn't it? Yes, but that's not right. How do you know that's not right? I do not recall at the time being told by the doctors they had finished with child G and that I needed to put her back in the cot. That's why I'm suggesting to you that you took advantage of a situation when other people weren't around. No, that was how I found child G. And because you hadn't worked out exactly what you were going to say about this, just going back to your defence statement, that's why you don't mention at all putting child G back into the cot. Do you? I think that's a minor issue in terms of what was actually going on with child G at that point. The fact she has been left inappropriately on a trolley. Well, that would be a terrible thing to do if no one was in the room and no one had been told, wouldn't it? Yes. Whereas if you were in the room and you had been told, it would put it into a rather different... No, I disagree. The screens were still around child G. It would be up to the doctors to put those screens away and ensure that child G was back in a safe position in the cot with her monitor on. That's why I'm suggesting you took advantage of a situation that presented itself and you sabotaged child G. I disagree. For a third time. No. Well, let's move on to the case of child H, please. If we take that picture down, Mr. Murphy, thank you. Do you remember child H? Yes. Very memorable, wasn't she? Yes. Because of the chest drains? Yes. You know, don't you, that we make 2 allegations of attempted murder against you? Yes. Counts 10 and 11, which relate to 2 episodes of cardiac arrest in the early hours of the 26th and 27th of September. Yes. Do you have a memory of child H independently of the notes? Yes, some. You remembered one particular detail, didn't you? That someone had had to courier chest drains from the Liverpool, from Arrow Park, I think it was you said? Yes, after the event, not on the night of child H's collapse. Is that a reflection of how good your memory is, that you can remember little details like that? Yes, it was discussed widely on the unit that it was not acceptable, and we needed to get some couriered in, yes. Did you datix that? I can't recall, I'd have to check. You had one of the handover sheets for child H, didn't you, under your bed? Yes. And you told the jury on the 15th of May that you didn't know it was under your bed? No. That's not true, is it? Yes, it is. Another thing that you said in answer to questions from your counsel, and if we could just put this up, please. It's in the child H sequence, and it's tile 309. Do you remember this one to Yvonne Griffiths? Really nice to hear, as I gather you are aware of some of the not-so-positive comments that have been made recently regarding my role, which I have found quite upsetting. Do you remember that? Yes. Do you remember what it was you told the jury that lay behind that? It was in relation to myself and Shelley Tomlins, who are newly QIS trained, having babies like child H. Yes. I think the way you put it on the 15th of May was, some of the existing staff were not overly happy with people like myself and Shelley Tomlins having babies in nursery 1. Yes. Who? I can't recall specifics, but it was a general conversation with certain band 6s at that time. Which band 6s? I can't recall specifically who. Are you not naming names, in case they would contradict you? No. I think you also said that this bad feeling, if that's the right way of putting it, that's my word, not yours, okay? I'll use that phrase. This bad feeling stopped after this point. Is that right? I'll recall this was specifically in regards to child H, yes. So again, it's my word, so I'll take responsibility for it. But any bad feeling from the band 6s was simply related to child H, was it? No, there was some general concern, but this that I'm talking about here is specific to child H, yes. Right. Let's just look at who the band 6s were who were on if we can. If we go to tile 177, please. This is the first time child H collapsed this shift. Yes. It's not nurse A, is it? She's your mate. No, I'm not talking about the staff that were on duty that night. Well, how would anyone who wasn't on duty know that you had child H? It was commented on by the day staff. How would the day staff? Why would the day staff be interested that you had child H? The day staff allocate who's looking after which patients. So because they don't want you to have child H, they allocate you child H. It wasn't a don't want. It was a comment that potentially other people needed the experience more than Shelley and I did. Right. Let's look at this. Who of the nurses on needed the experience more than you or Shelley? I'm not saying that it happened on this shift here. But you are. You said it was all to do with child H. Yes, but not this specific shift and time. Are you now trying to avoid answering the question when I ask you for particulars of an answer that you gave earlier in answer to your counsel? No. Because you're lying about that, aren't you? No. Were people talking about you being associated to the collapses of lots of children at different times? No, not at all. Is that the negative comments that you're talking about at tile 309? No. Were people starting to notice that you were associated to lots of different collapses? No. Can we go back to your defence statement, please? Paragraph 97. I did nothing to harm child H. I have little recollection of matters relating to child H outside what is recorded on the medical notes. I do recall that she was not sedated and she moved a lot. Is that right? Yes. Is that an explanation for why her drains might move? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I recall that she did used to move around. Yes. Yes. But we can all see that's what you say. What I'm interested in, and what I'll be very much obliged if you would answer, is the reason why you put that in this document. That potentially, yes, she could have dislodged one of the drains. Why not just agree when I ask you the question the first time? Okay. I had never seen a chest drain on a baby at the Countess of Chester before child H, and I've never seen 3 chest drains on a baby at the same time. I'm not sure how familiar all the staff were at the Countess of Chester with chest drains. Fluid came from the chest drains for the whole of her time at the Countess of Chester NNU. The drains were only taped in place, so they were not as secure as if they had been sutured. That's the same point, isn't it? Yes. I question how familiar the doctors were with the use of chest drains. What grounds did you have for questioning how familiar the doctors were with chest drains? There was often discussion amongst the doctors about how to manage drains, and they often sought advice from the consultants about the drains. Right, so by doctors you're referring to non-consultants? Yes, and they would ask advice from their senior colleagues, yes. Registrars and house officers regularly ask advice from their senior, for guidance from their senior colleagues, don't they? Not in how to conduct a procedure, no. Dr. Harkness had to receive advice over the phone from Dr. Gibbs when fitting the chest drain. Yes. So that's the first of the chest drains, isn't it? The first of the 3. I'm not sure specifically which drain. We know Dr. J-Ram, we'll come to it, but I think Dr. J-Ram inserted the second chest drain. Do you remember? I can't remember who inserted which drain now off the top of my head, no. Do you see count 10 is an allegation of attempted murder on September 26th? Yes. So just keep that open, but go back to your defence statement, please. Paragraph 101, count 10, okay? Have you got that? Yes. This is an allegation of attempted murder in the early hours of September 26th. Yes. Your paragraph 101 says, I don't recall any specific episode of desaturation during the night shift of the 25th to 26th of September. Yes. Then count 11 is a very similar allegation of attempted murder, albeit it's on the next night shift, so this is September 27th. Yes. These are 2 night shifts, consecutive night shifts that you were working. Yes. And so far as count 11 is concerned, what you say is this. I do recall that on the 26th to 27th of September, child H deteriorated rapidly. I was with nurse A. Do you agree? Yes. Then you say, as further detail, in my memory, both nights merge into one. I cannot be specific about what I did during either of the collapses. However, on the 26th to 27th of September, and this is count 11, I was looking after another severely disabled baby, and my focus would have been on him. I may have signed for some medication for child H, but I did not administer this. Is that correct? Yes. So is that what the document says? Yes. And is it a correct reflection of what you say about this? No, because I now know, looking at the paperwork, that the baby was born later into the shift. Right. So the severely disabled baby that you are talking about was born later? Yes. Okay. Off the top of your head, do you know the baby's initials? Yes. Would you tell them to us? L.O. L.O. Then at paragraph 104, I do not recall that any discoloration to child H was the same as that on other babies. Yes. Then 105, I do not think child H was given surfactant at birth, although she should have been. Yes. Is that right? Yes. Now, other than the reference to L.O. and to your mistake, is there anything else in that material that I've just read out to you with which you now disagree? No. So let's examine the occasions one by one, if we may please. So far as count 10 is concerned, child H's desaturation and cardiac arrest in the early hours of September 26, 2015, are you suggesting that staffing levels caused or contributed to that event? No. Are you suggesting that medical competence or incompetence contributed to it? I'm not sure of the exact details of this date. All right. What about anybody's mistakes? I question whether some of the drains were securely put in. Okay. So an issue about the security of the drains. Yes. You didn't deliberately misplace the drains, I don't suppose, did you? No. If they became displaced, you say that's down to the default of somebody who fixed them? No, potentially it is, yes. I've only ever seen them stitched in. I've never seen them just stuck down with tape. Do you agree that child H was born in good condition? I can't comment on that right now without seeing. All right, we'll help you. Tile 5, please. It says there, this is the note of Dr. Matthew Neame. It says, born in good condition. Yes. Do you dispute that? No. After all these events, or the 2 events in particular with which you are charged, do you dispute that child H, her condition, improved dramatically once she got out of the Countess of Chester? No, her condition did improve. Right. I'll just remind you of some of the chronology, like Mr. Myers did. It's a slight repetition, but it may help you. The first chest drain was inserted on the 24th of September by Dr. Harkness at about 1000 hours. Okay? Okay. That was to deal with a tension pneumothorax, right? Okay. The night shift of the 24th into the 25th, you were child H's designated nurse, weren't you? I'll take your word for that. I can't say from memory now. Tile 40 of the sequence, here we see that you were the designated nurse on this shift. We see your retrospective nursing note written at 0821 on the morning of Friday the 2nd. Yes, thank you. That's why I'm suggesting that you were child H's designated nurse. Yes, I accept that, thank you. Just to remind you, it was on this shift at 01:45 that your friend Dr. Ventress inserted a butterfly needle. Do you remember that? Yes. Dr. Verhees intubated child H at 02:45. Okay. And Dr. J-Ram at about 0300 inserted the second chest drain in the 7th intercostal space. Okay. Do you remember that? And there was quite a lot of evidence about whether or not that was an appropriate place to put a chest drain. Yes. That it was not a pigtail chest drain, it was a more old-fashioned version of a chest drain. That's right, yes. Okay, so that just puts it into context. I'm going to move on now to ask you about what happened on the following night shift of the 25th into the 26th. I can start from the beginning tomorrow, my lord, or deal with a few preliminary questions now in the remaining 2 minutes. No, I think we'll do it of one piece tomorrow for the sake of a few minutes, so we'll come back to that tomorrow. Overnight, have you thought of anything that you have previously said that you would like to amend or add extra detail to? The only thing, you asked me yesterday if the datics have been completed about the chest drains, and I can confirm it was done. Right, and that's by you? Yes. And you remember doing that, do you? Sorry? You remember doing that? I've seen the datics on the system. Right. We've got to count 10, which I can see from here is still open on the desk in front of you. I don't know whether the jury have it. It's behind divider 1 in jury bundle 1. This is an allegation of attempted murder on the 26th of September 2015. You were, of course, on duty on the night shift of the 25th into the 26th, weren't you? Yes. I was asking you whether the staffing levels had in any way, in your view, contributed to Child H's collapse on this shift. No. The second was whether somebody's medical incompetence had contributed in any way to Child H's collapse. Yes, I think potentially with the management of her chest drains, yes. And by management, what do you mean? The insertion of them and how they were secured. Right. What is it about the insertion of them that you suggest was deficient? I'm not saying it was deficient, but I think it has been accepted that there were issues with the drains throughout the trial. It's come to light. That's not the question. The question, if you wouldn't mind, is what are you suggesting it was about the management, the insertion to use, they may not have been correct because there was a lot of discussion needed on how to insert the drains. Does it come to this then? Because you are saying there was a lot of discussion amongst the doctors about inserting the drains, that means that there is a problem with the drains. Potentially, yes. So that I can understand. We can all understand what you are suggesting. What are you suggesting was the problem? That potentially Child H's pneumothoraces were not treated appropriately. Right. And that is because of what? Lack of experience in using multiple drains of different types that nobody seemed particularly confident to use. Which particular doctor or doctors are you suggesting lacked the experience required? Multiple doctors? Well, yes, but Dr. Harkness, Dr. J-Ram, Dr. Gibbs, Dr. Ventress even, yes. Now, can we go back to tile 27, please? This is something that you dealt with in answer to questions from your own counsel some time ago now. We can see that it's dated a couple of days earlier, on September 24th at 09:15. Yes. Just so that we can understand the connection or the relevance or potential relevance of this text sent to your friend Nurse E, are you suggesting there was anything unsafe going on in the unit on the shift that we are dealing with now? In other words, the shift that began on the 25th into the 26th of September. No, this is referring to a different time. So it's not relevant, is that right, to Child H's collapse? No, because she was one-to-one nursed at that point. Yes. Now, a short time ago when I was asking you about your friend Nurse A, and I was making the point with you that she was truly supernumerary, you suggested that she was in some way responsible for helping you with Child H. Yes. What are you suggesting about her function on that the role of a supernumerary shift leader is to support staff on the unit with medications and anything that would need to be done? And particularly with Child H, I was unfamiliar with chest drains, and Nurse A played a part in assisting me with Child H's care. Right. Did you not have experience of chest drains? Not a lot of experience, no. I thought you said you'd dealt with them at Liverpool. I have, yes, but I've not had a lot of experience with them at the Countess of Chester, no. Did you suggest to anybody at the beginning of this particular shift that in some way your knowledge or experience was deficient? No, I don't think it was deficient. I think it was raised that I didn't have a lot of experience, and part of that was that Nurse A was supernumerary and would be able to assist me. And what are the tasks with which she was assisting you? Well, I can't recall specifically now, but it would have been medications, and I know when she had further chest drains put in, Nurse A helped me with the insertion and setting up of those drains with me. Right, let's deal with those two issues then. Medication, she'd have to co-sign with you. Somebody would have had to have co-signed medication with me, yes. And that would be true of any child, wouldn't it? Yes. So there's nothing exceptional about child H in that respect? No. So far as the insertion of a chest drain was concerned, which particular chest drain are you suggesting she assisted you with? The drain that was inserted on the night of the 26th? Yes, this is Dr. Gibbs' chest drain, is that right? Yes. So this was at 02:15, is that right? Yes, I don't know the time right now, but I think there are two times in the documents. One is 02:10, one is 02:15 in the early hours of the 26th. Okay. What I'd like you to concentrate on, if you would please, is that was after Child H had collapsed, wasn't it? Yes. And what I'm interested in asking you about, and what the jury may be interested in, is what led to her collapse, all right? Okay. So let's concentrate on that time if we can. So between 2000 hours and 0200 hours or thereabouts. Yes. We've got a period of about 6 hours, give or take. Yes? Yes. Does it come to this, that so far as the assistance you were getting from Nurse A was concerned, that was limited to co-signing for medications? I can't say without reviewing the charts. Well, have you looked? You clearly looked at the charts last night because you raised an issue when I asked you to clarify anything you've already said. Yes. Have you looked at the charts overnight? Yes, but I can't remember every detail, and I think it would be unrealistic if I could remember every single detail. Well, you said in answer to your own counsel, or you gave the impression, that she was in nursery 1 with you, helping you with child H all the time. I did not say she was there at all times, no. What are you saying, so we understand? That Nurse A was supernumerary, and she did help me throughout the evening. I can't be specific at what time or what she actually did at certain times, but she was with me on and off throughout the shift. And that would all be documented on the charts, wouldn't it? Not all of it, no. Well, what sort of thing wouldn't? If she's with me to give verbal advice, or if she's helping me do something that I've then signed for on the chart, it would not necessarily have her signature. But she gave me a lot of verbal advice that night. About what? About the management of child H. In particular, in what respect? In management of her chest drains, and then when she collapsed, it was information about baptism and things like that. For the time being, let's concentrate on what caused child H's collapse, all right? Okay. Do you remember that child H collapsed in the early hours of the 26th? I don't recall specific details. I know she did collapse, yes. Do you remember hearing the evidence of child H's father? Not in detail, no. Well, it was read to the jury by agreement on the 18th of January this year. And of course, this is a statement you have had available to you for a couple of years now, isn't it? Yes. Yes. What the father of child H said, and I'm going to read to you directly from his statement, all right? Okay. He was talking about his daughter, and he said, she was in an incubator and was on CPAP to help her breathe. So he spent time in there from Tuesday onwards and on the Friday. And we're talking about a Friday, aren't we? September 25th. Yes. On the Friday, I'd been there late with the mother of child H's mum. So that's his mother-in-law. I'd been there late with the mother-in-law until about midnight, and we'd come back to the house, and I was awoken by her in the early hours. Okay? Okay. So that's the father of child H's agreed evidence that on this shift, for which we saw the population distribution at tile 177, he was there until just before midnight, or thereabouts. Yes. Do you remember what time the doctors were called to child H? No, I don't. That night, for the first time? No. Just before midnight at 23:50. Okay. Would like to look at your nursing note for this occasion. It's tile 208, please. Given that it's your note, would you read it through for us to remind yourself of what it was you wrote? Written for care given from 2000 to present. Emergency equipment checked, fluids calculated. Child H nursed in an incubator, ventilated with size 3.5 ET tube, 8 centimeters at lips. Ventilator settings gradually increased during shift in line with blood gas and clinical picture. Currently 24/4. Inspiratory time 0.45, rate 60 in 28% oxygen. ×2 chest drains in situ at start of shift, intermittently swinging. Serous fluid ++ accumulating. 23:30, bradycardia and desaturation requiring neopuff in 100% to recover. 10 mil, I assume that's air, aspirated from chest drain by registrar ventris. Following poor blood gas and 100% oxygen requirement, consultant Gibbs attended the unit and inserted a third chest drain. Let's just stop it there, because that takes us up to and including the time of the first desaturation, and indeed the second desaturation when Dr. Gibbs was called to help. All right? Okay. Do you agree with that? Yes. Can we look at the time that you created that record, please? Can you confirm that you began to write it at 04:14 and you closed it at 04:28? Yes. And I'm going to suggest to you that you misrepresented the time of this event. Okay? Okay. So I'm going to suggest this is another occasion where you have deliberately misrepresented the facts. Okay? Okay. This is an event that happened just before midnight at about 23:50, isn't it? I don't recall. From my notes there, I've said 23:30. Where would you have got that information from when you wrote it down at 04:14? Either notes that I've made myself or any medical records, yes, or anything on the charts relevant to that time. We've seen many medical records, haven't we? Yes. Written in varying degrees of legibility by varying medical practitioners. Yes. And they were available on paper for you to consult if there was any doubt in your mind about when something had happened. Yes. Dr. Ventris, for it was she who was called at 23:50, had made a note and you could have looked at it and used it to create your own note, couldn't you? At the time, if she had written a note prior to this, then yes. All right. Let's see what you were writing on the manuscript notes, because these will be relevant as well. If we can go to tile 199, please. I'd like to start with your entries. Do we see the first entry that you made as being at 2100 hours? Yes. The second in the 2200 hours column? Yes. What does that read, please? 2210, DSAT 52% during. Heel prick? Yeah, heel prick. SHO present, serous fluid ++ ×2 drains. Yes. SHO present. Who was the SHO that you were referring to here? I can't recall from memory. Well, there was an SHO on duty that night called Jessica Scott. Okay. We can see it at tile 177. Okay. The SHO wasn't present, was she? Yes, that's what I've written there. Is there a note in the medical notes from the SHO about this desaturation? I don't know. Oh, I think you do. There isn't. Is there? I don't know. Serous fluid ++ ×2 drain. Yes. You then write in the 2300 hours column, blood commenced at 23:05. Yes. Is that your writing as well? Yes. Then in the midnight column, Brady DSAT 23:30. Yes. 10 mil air aspirated from flutter drain. From flutter drain, Then there's an upward arrow. Yes, it's increased the ventilator pressure to 24/4. Then to the right of that box, what does it say in the next box? Clear. Well, all of the writing. You interpret whether you do them individually as different boxes or as a unit, the totality of that material. I can't see without looking at the columns. I'm assuming it's clear, either orally or I can't see the column it represents, but there's small blood stained, and then beneath that it says clear. Yes. Is it plus clear? Plus small blood stain, plus clear. But I'm not sure which column that refers to. This is all in the midnight column. Yes. I'm talking about the row that would be on the left-hand side, I think, where it indicates if it's OP. Here we are. Suction, the top bit is suction on ET produced small blood stained was plus clear. So that's looking into the mouth is clear. The airway was clear. I've had clear fluid. So here we have another child under your care who's producing blood-stained secretions in their throat. Is that right? I think if it's come from the ET tube, it wouldn't necessarily be the throat. If the ET tube is in the lungs, I presume it's from there. Yes. Had you interfered with child H's ET tube? No. Moved it around a bit to destabilise her? No. Can we look at your defence statement, please, to try and put this into a bit more context? Have you got the document? Yes, it's here. This is paragraph 101, isn't it? Yes. What did you write of these events on this night? I wrote, I don't recall any specific episode of desaturation during the night shift of the 25th into the 26th of September. Yes. You then go on, I think, as we established yesterday, to say that the following night, the 26th to the 27th, child H deteriorated rapidly and you were with nurse A. Yes, that date is not correct. No, okay. Is that actually a reference to this night, the 25th to the 26th? Yes. And to be fair to you, you then say a paragraph 103. In my memory, both nights merge into one. I cannot be specific about what I did during either of the collapses. Then you talk about the baby LO that we dealt with yesterday, to whom we will come in due course. Yes. Of course, just going back to your note at 2210, if a baby with 2 chest drains in, as child H was, had really desaturated to 52%, that would be potentially a serious medical issue, wouldn't it? Yes, if she didn't correct, yes. But you would call a doctor, wouldn't you? An SHO is present. Well, I know that's what you say, but I'm suggesting to you because there's no note. An SHO wasn't present and you have cooked the records. I don't agree. And you are creating, I suggest, in the handwritten documentation, the impression that child H was deteriorating in the lead-up to her more serious crash. No. Just going back to your nursing note at tile 208, please. We've read through this once, but if we can just expand the top, thank you. Where is the mention of this earlier desaturation before 23:30? There isn't. With the SHO present? There isn't. Why not? Not every single thing gets written down. It's not being written down, and that's an error on my part. A serious error, isn't it, if it happened? But the SHO was present. Well, I know that's what you've written on the manuscript, a document, but there's no... Any member of... Hold on. There's no telling when you actually wrote that detail into that document, is there? Onto the handwritten document? No. There is telling when you wrote detail into this document, though, isn't there? Yes. Because we have an opening and a closing time. Yes. You wrote that detail on the handwritten document after child H had seriously desaturated and had a cardiac arrest, didn't you? No. And that is the explanation for why it doesn't appear in your nursing notes. No, those charts are available to everybody to see. If it was blank, or it had been added to later, that would have been noticed. Noticed by who? Other staff. When? The doctors would be looking at the charts. Other staff, nurses look at the charts. You're making this up as you're going along, aren't you? No. You wrote that in after child H had collapsed. No. And that's why you haven't written the name of the SHO, as with Dr. Wood in the case of child E. No. Isn't it? No, it's common practice just to write SHO or Reg. Your common practice? It can be, yes. I don't think every baby I've ever looked after every time I've written the name of the doctor. Often you don't even write SHO or Reg, do you? You write doctors. At times, yes, which all staff would do. But in your case, it seems to happen when babies collapse, doesn't it? I can't answer that. We're only looking at collapsed babies. We're not looking at my whole work over the duration of 4 years. Do you remember the evidence of child H's father that was agreed? Not in clarity right now, no. I just reminded you of it. Oh yes, that bit, yes. He left just before midnight. Yes. No mention of seeing his baby collapsing. No. No mention of a doctor being there. This is your lies in a document, isn't it? It's not lies. No. Let's go to Dr. Ventress' notes, please, at tile 210. We can see there the time that Dr. Ventress has put on this, can't we? Yes. The same time as the father of child H in his agreed evidence said he left. Yes. About the same time. And what you were telling her is several episodes of desaturation in past 2 hours, isn't it? Yes. The first one after gas is taken. Yes, so she desaturated during the heel prick, yes. Became agitated is what you told Dr. Ventress though, isn't it? I can't be specific on what wording I used. Well, what has she written? She has written, became agitated. Is that desaturating down to 52%, becoming agitated? I don't know what you mean. Well, are they consistent with each other, those two descriptions? One, she became agitated, the other desaturating to 52%. Yes, because babies like child H don't handle very well. They don't become moribund, lifeless when they desaturate. No. No? Not every time. No. Not every time. Just sometimes. Yes. One episode associated with poor chest movement and bradycardia, suctioned ET and thick mucus suctioned. Which of the episodes that we've just looked at on the chart that we were looking at is that? The part where I read out the secretions. I'm not sure what time that was. That's in the midnight column, so... Okay. That's this time. Right. Doesn't seem to be there for what you're telling Dr. Ventress, does it? If she's recorded what you told her correctly. I don't know that this is what I've told her, though. Was she possibly there for this? I don't know. Well, we heard from her. She gave evidence. She talked us through this note. This is clearly what you are telling her, isn't it? You are reporting what you are saying has happened. Do you agree? No, I couldn't say that specifically. No. Who else would have been telling Dr. Ventress what had been happening with child H in the preceding 6 hours? If the SHO was present, which I believe they were, and also Nurse A was with me at times. So you're saying that SHO is here at this time? No, I'm saying I don't know. Further episodes, no change in heart rate, recovered with bagging on higher pressures. Where are they in your handwritten notes? I believe I did write that the PIP was increased to 24/4 on the handwritten column. Yes, and that's at midnight. Is it? Okay. Well, you know it is because we've just looked at it. Okay. Are you trying it on? No. Then is that fractional oxygen reduced to 30% between episodes? Yes. What's that a reference to? What were you telling Dr. Ventress? I can't confirm that I was telling her anything, but that reads that her oxygen requirement had gone down to 30% in between episodes. Given that the father of child H had only just left at this time, according to the agreed evidence, I'm suggesting that you were falsely creating the impression to the registrar, your friend, Dr. Ventress, that child H was a child who had been presenting problems over the preceding hours. What do you say to that? Can you say that again? Yes, I'll break it down. You heard me remind you of the agreed evidence from the father of child H that he left at just before midnight. Yes. This account was being given to Registrar Ventris at just before midnight, wasn't it? Yes. And I'm suggesting that you were falsely creating the impression to Dr. Ventris that child H was a child who had been having problems for a couple of hours by this stage. What do you say? No, I don't agree that it was false. No. It's just that your nursing note that's typed and your handwritten notes on the chart don't match up. And that's an oversight. Yes. And it's an innocent coincidence that this all happened just after, apparently, the father of child H had just left. Yes. Yes. If we look at the observations chart, please. Do we see any issues recorded in this chart between the beginning of your shift at 2000 hours and midnight? No. Any reason for that? What do you mean? Well, according to the information you were giving to Registrar Ventris, this was a child that had been having significant issues of significant desaturations. Should there be anything on this chart? No, this reflects that specific moment in time. So at the moment in time that you were taking observations, everything was fine with child H. The observations that I've taken here, yes. Okay, and if we go to tile 210, right at the end of the note, we have something that ties into a point that you raised at the beginning of evidence this morning. It's the very last note that Dr. Ventris made, and it says, second chest drain. And in this context, just to remind us all, this is Dr. J. Ram's chest drain at the 7th intercostal space, isn't it? Yes. Advanced back into 4 centimetres as was almost out. Yes. Done prior to chest x-ray. And so it follows, doesn't it, that just after the time that the father of child H had left his daughter, it was noticed by Dr. Ventris that the second chest drain had almost come out. Yes. Why hadn't you noticed that? It's not a nursing role to be able to measure the exact distance of a drain. Medical staff put drains in. They do. But you have already told us that in your view, one of the potential problems with the chest drains in child H's case arose because they weren't stitched in, they were taped in. Yes. And you knew that at Liverpool. From your training, they stitched them in. Yes. And just remind us what you told us yesterday was the risk that you perceived as being associated with taping rather than stitching. The drains are less secure. Exactly. And all this you knew. Yes. And given that this was a child with chest drains, that leads to my next question. Why were you not checking the drains? I was checking the drains. The answer I'm going to suggest is because you removed the drain. No. And that is the reason why child H desaturated just before midnight, just after her father had left. No. Because you were sabotaging child H that night, weren't you? No. Let's look at the blood transfusion. Can we go to tile 261, please? This was something that your counsel, Mr. Myers, asked you about on May 15th. Yes. Do you remember? Yes. Do you remember what you said to him about your nursing entry? That the time was incorrect? In what respect is the time incorrect? That the transfusion was completed at 0200, whereas the truth is 0300. So if we're looking to find the mistake, it's about 5 or 6 lines up from the bottom of the page as we see it on the screen. Yes. Is that right? Yes. That was something that you wrote between 0414 and 0428. Yes. Where did you get the information from? For the timings? Yes. It would have been from the charts, and I've miswritten it down. Yes. You what, sorry? I've miswritten the time down. Where have you miswritten the time? Here in the nursing notes. Anywhere else? No. Can we look at tile 239, please? Look in the top right-hand box. What's written there? It looks like it started at 0205 and it's been corrected to 0305. Yes. And whose writing is that? It's mine. Yes. So the same mistake, but in 2 different places. Yes. When did you correct the handwritten version? I couldn't say. I couldn't answer that. Nurse A and I both have needed to sign the reverse of that chart when it was finished, so presumably we were both there when that was written. When you say the reverse, do you mean the other side? Yes. So the back of it? Yes, there's columns to say that you've documented the time when it's finished, yes. So Nurse A signing that wouldn't see what you had written on the front of it? Yes, that's what she's signing to say, that she's seen the time we've stopped the infusion. Well, I know. But sometimes people, when presented with a document from somebody they trust, will sign it on trust, won't they? We'd have to talk to them about that. That's on them, not me. Okay, on them, not you. If you're saying that staff would check a form without looking at it, then I can't answer for somebody else. Have you ever signed a form on trust from one of your colleagues? No, I don't believe I have. No. So we can take it that you changed that sometime after you had entered the nursing note into the Meditech system? I couldn't say with clarity. Well, it's the obvious explanation, isn't it? Yes. What happened just after 3:05? I don't recall. Really? No, I don't recall the exact timings of everything that's happened, no. Your child for whom you are responsible had a cardiac arrest. Okay. Child H. And that document that we see on the screen shows that you were very closely concerned with child H just before she had that cardiac arrest, doesn't it? Yes. Or at least it does in its corrected state, but perhaps not in its original state. Do you agree with that? No, because I think the blood transfusion observations and the drip readings do confirm that it was 0300. If that's the case, how on earth did you ever write in 0205? Because we're human and people make mistakes. Would you agree this is yet another apparent anomaly in the paperwork at the time just at which a child has a cardiac arrest? I agree that the time is wrong, yes. But on the observation charts and the drip reading charts, the timings were correct. And whose responsibility is the error? Mine, in my nursing notes, mine. Child H had to have CPR. Do you remember that? Yes. Do you remember that she had to have adrenaline to bring her back? Yes. Do you agree this was a very, very serious event? Yes. Do you remember child H's dad being there when this happened? I can't say from memory, no. Well, I'm going to remind you of what he said about this and ask whether you remember this. I remember the mottling was running out of her skin towards her fingers. That was in the agreed evidence of the father of child H. Do you agree with that? Yes, I agree she was mottled, yes. Do you agree that it was moving? No, I don't agree it was moving, no. It was all over her body though. Running out of her skin towards her fingers. I don't agree with that. This event was so serious that you thought child H was brain damaged, didn't you? No, there was discussion with the parents about whether child H could have sustained brain damage. Yes, that was the concern. So serious was this. Yes. And yet, if we go to tile 239, please. So these are child H's blood gases, which we also have in paper format, also behind divider 10. And these ones are on page 12709. If we scroll down to get to the 26th, stop there, thank you. We see that the 3 blood gases on the night shift at the beginning of the 26th are all in your writing, aren't they? Yes. Each signed by you? Yes. And do we see that by 6:44, child H has a pretty good blood gas? Yes, it's improved, yes. Well, it's a good blood gas, isn't it? Yes. So from having been at the brink of fatal collapse about 3 or 4 hours earlier, she had got back to a position. She'd had a miraculous recovery, hadn't she? Yes. Were you pleased? Of course I was pleased. Or were you frustrated by the fact that your attempt to kill her had failed? No. The day shift that followed was September 26th, and you handed over child H to Catherine Percival Calderbank, didn't you? I believe so, yes. If we can just to remind you, put you back in the moment, if we can go to tile 400. This is a note you sent to your friend Nurse A, who'd been on with you that night, is that right? The previous night shift, I should say. Yes. Can you just read it out for us, please? Child H had a good day. 1 drain removed, just blocked tube and tons of secretions. Shelley has her. Nurse B in 4 and seemed a bit off when she came in, saying she'd like to have had her, but now keeps saying she doesn't feel well. I have E and N. I hope you're okay. Then the next tile, please. Again, one of yours, I believe. This time to your friend, Dr. Ventress. I think so too. I'm not sure what it is in relation to. She's had a stable day. Took original drain out at 8, just blocked tube. Loads of secretions. I have E and N. Nurse B in 4. Right. And these are texts that you are sending whilst on duty on the following night shift, aren't they? Yes. This is a night on which the other child, the very seriously ill child, came in towards the end of the night shift. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Let's do part of this shift before the break if we can. This other child was the child LO. Is that right? Yes. If we start, please, Mr. Murphy, with tile 385, this gives us the population distribution, doesn't it? At the start of the shift, yes. Child H, perhaps unsurprisingly, still in nursery 1, but still alone, but this time with Shelley Tomlins. Yes. You were in nursery 2 with 2 children, NC and EM. Yes. The other nurse in there was with child G, Christopher Booth. Is that right? Yes. Nurse B with 4 children in nursery 4. Yes. And the nursery nurse Elizabeth Marshall with 4 children who included child I in nursery 3. And I think if we just scroll up, the shift leader on this occasion was Christopher Booth. Yes. It may, just to bring it back to your mind, be convenient to go to the neonatal review, please, which is in the white large file, the file that looks like this. There are 2 separate reviews for each of these 2 counts, so it's the second Child H review, please. It's headed Event 10, NNU Review Schedule, Event 10, Child H. This is an 11-page document. If we go to page 2, we see the same population distribution chart that we saw in the electronic sequence. Is that right? Yes. But if we go to page 11, the final page, we see how things have changed by the end of the shift. That's right, yes. The 2 most relevant changes are, first, a discharge of child H, who had been transported out of Chester, yes, by the transport team, and the arrival of LO, who came into the NNU at 0510. Yes. Do you remember going through this document with your counsel, Mr. Myers, and suggesting to the jury that you didn't really have much to do with child H on this particular shift? So my memory at the time is I could not remember when the baby LO had been born. Obviously, now we've had the notes, I know he was born at a different time. I didn't know at the start what time in the shift he had been born. Right, well, I think we may be at cross purposes here. Maybe not, maybe we are. I'm not talking about your defence statement, okay? Okay. I'm not talking about your interviews. What I'm talking about is the evidence you gave to the jury on May 15th. Okay. I'm going to summarise it in this way for your comment. That you went to some of the entries in this schedule, and the gist of what you were saying was that you didn't have much to do with child H on this shift. Yes. Do you accept that as a reasonable summary of what you said? Yes. Right. Do you remember also saying that if something wasn't in the notes on this shift, then, in effect, you couldn't really remember it? Yes, I was reliant on my notes for a lot of it, yes. Yes. And because you're not the designated nurse, you didn't make a note. And because you didn't make a note, you couldn't remember. Is that a fair summary? Yes, not with any great detail. Yes, that's right. All right. Had you forgotten the evidence of Dr. Neen? I don't recall Dr. Neen's evidence now, no. Well, if we just scroll up, please, Mr. Murphy, for the benefit of those watching remotely. It's just on tile 385, please. It's the sequence of events. Dr. Neen was the registrar, wasn't he? Yes. And Dr. Jessica Scott, again, the SHO. Yes. So on this shift, Dr. Neen was in substitution for Dr. Ventress, your friend. Yes. This is the night, isn't it, where you have got confused in your defence statement between what happened on this night and what happened the previous night? Yes. Let's start with the standard questions I tend to ask you first. Are you suggesting that staffing levels caused or contributed to child H's cardiac arrest on this shift? No. Are you suggesting that medical competence or incompetence made a contribution? I can't comment because I wasn't the nurse looking after child H that night. Are you suggesting that anybody, whether they be a doctor or a nurse, made a mistake which contributed? No. I'm going to suggest to you that this was yet another shift on which you wanted to be in Nursery 1. No. Let's start by looking at the neonatal review, if we can please. For the avoidance of doubt, as I said before, we're in Neonatal Review Schedule Event 10. We see, as we always do with these documents, that any entry for which you have signed appears in blue. Do you agree? Yes. And any entry relating to the subject of the allegation appears in a yellow shaded row. Yes. So concentrating on child H, please. We see several entries at 2000 hours made by a combination of Shelley Tomlins and Catherine Percival Ward. Yes. At line 18 and 19, 5 and 15 minutes later, respectively, the same nurses making entries for child H. Yes. Then at 20 past, line 23, Dr. Sony. Yes. At line 27, Shelley Tomlin's nursing note. Sorry, can I just clarify? It says Catherine Percival Ward. Was she on the day shift? She's not on the map. No, well, it would follow then, wouldn't it? That she must have been on the day shift. That she stayed on. Okay. Okay? Okay. Do you have an eye for detail? Yes. Line 27, 20-30 hours, Shelley Tomlins making another note regarding a desaturation. Then at line 41 to 43, further Shelley Tomlins notes. Is that right? Yes. Lines 48, 59 and then 61 to 64, all with the exception of Dr. Neem at 21:15. Notes made by Shelley Tomlins? Yes. But you were involved in the incident at 21:15, weren't you? I can't recall. Do you remember what Dr. Neem said about it? No, I don't, no. Can we go to tile 399, please? Fast bleeped, so time 21:15. Do you agree? Yes. Dr. Neem's details? Yes. Fast bleep to NNU due to desaturation and bradycardia. ETT removed by nursing staff and being bagged. Do you see that? Yes. And reference to the amount of oxygen, 100% oxygen on a neopuff. Yes. The ETT was blocked with thick yellow-brown secretions. Yes. Do you not remember that? No. Well, Dr. Neem's evidence was that when he arrived, you were the nurse doing this, and there was nobody else there. Well, I don't have any recollection of that. Let's look at tile 406. You read it for us, please. I've been helping Shelley, so at least still involved, but haven't got the responsibility. Oh, did you get his boots? The boots is a reference to one of Nurse A's kids who was after some football boots. That's right. Nothing to do with this. I'm more interested in the first sentence. What were you talking about? That I'd been helping Shelley at that point. With who? I'm assuming it must be with child H. What do you mean by so least still involved? Does that mean so at least still involved? Yes, I'd had child H for the previous 3 nights, so I knew child H well. So it means I was still involved in her care, but I didn't have responsibility. Anything that went wrong wasn't going to come back on you, was it? No. Do you agree this confirms what Dr. Neem told us? You were the person with child H? No, and I do not believe that I would have removed an ET tube by myself. Well, let's go back to the neonatal review. This message is timed at 21:51. Yes. Look at page 4. According to the paperwork, what had you been involved with child H? What can we see in those yellow shaded lines which relate to child H together with your blue? None. Nothing. Right. We just dealt with the neonatal review concerning events preceding the first collapse of child H on the night shift of the 26th into 27th of September. Yes. And we had established that on the face of the document, at page 4 of 11, you had had no connection whatsoever with child H. Yes. And we had also established that a text you sent to your friend Nurse A at 21:51, which is tile 406, is telling her that you were helping Shelley. Yes. And my question was to what you were referring. Can you tell us? Sorry? What were you talking about that you had been helping Shelley with? I think from that it reads that I've been helping Shelley with child H, and I've been involved, but I haven't got the responsibility of her this evening. Was that your opportunity to sabotage child H because you were not connected with her on the paperwork? No. Go on to tile 405, please. That's just back a few minutes. What we see there is Shelley Tomlin's recording of the desaturation of child H. She times it there as 21:45. Can you see that? Where is it, sorry? If you go to the... Sorry, this is a note she made at 22:53. So it says, around 20:30, profound desat and brady. Yes, air no longer heard. I think then if you go down a bit, this is the one I was just talking about. 21:45. Desat to 40% despite good entry and positive capnography. ETT suction quickly with thick blood-stained secretions noted. Have you got that? Yes, thank you. So this is, as was the earlier desaturation, according to what Shelley Tomlins was noting. Both desaturations were associated with blood-stained secretions coming from the tube, the ET tube. At 21:45, yes. I haven't looked at the 20:30. You see where it says CP towards the left of the thick black line? Yes. There's 5 CPs. If you go to the 4th, you'll see copious secretions obtained via ETT and orally blood-stained. Yes. So both blood coming up from the lungs, as you told us through the ET tube, if it's in the right place. Yes. But also blood orally, blood in the mouth. Yes. Like child E, isn't it? I can't comment on that. That's what Shelley saw. Well, that's what you saw with child E, isn't it? Blood in the mouth, vomit of blood. Yes, that's different to finding blood-stained mucousy secretions in the oral cavity. This isn't an active bleed. You've been interfering with child H's tube, hadn't you? No. And that's why she was desaturating? No. You then got yourself more heavily involved with child H, didn't you? I can't recall. I think I did help at some point, yes. Yes. Let's have a look. There are 2 ways of doing it. We can do it both ways at the same time. If you turn over the neonatal review to page 5 of 11, this may be the quickest way of doing it. And if you want further detail, please say so, and we'll go to the sequence of events, all right? Okay. Which has the more detailed data. Lines 71 to 74, 22:12 to 22:13. Giving medication? Yes. So that in effect is a double up, isn't it? It's 2 events but recorded separately in each case. That's right. In 2 separate places. Yes. At lines 82 to 83 at 22:38, again a single event giving medication to child H. Yes. If we turn over the page just to keep the chronology clear, we then have a further and perhaps more serious event concerning child H at line 115. Yes. Have you got that? Yes. I just want to deal with what you were doing at about that time, okay? Okay, just before midnight. Were you bored with the children that you were looking after in nursery too? No. Did you have time on your hands? No. Let's look at tile 433 in the sequence of events. This is at 0045. To a dinosaur like me who doesn't understand Facebook, what does that mean? That I've liked that person's post. Who is Elizabeth Jane? I'm not sure. I don't recall who that is now. So someone that you don't even know very well. Could we summarise it in that way then, if you don't remember who they are? Yes. You're, what, looking at their Facebook account? Yes. On your phone? Yes. And this involves some positive action by you to like whatever it is that Elizabeth Jane had posted? Yes. Tile 434, please, a minute later. Scrolling through, Janet Cox was one of the band 4s at the time, wasn't she? Yes. Scrolling through her photos on her Facebook page? Yes. And liking those? Yes. Were you a bit bored at 1:45 that morning? I can't say. I may have been on my break at this point. You may have been on your break. Yes. Well, we know if we look at the neonatal review at line 121, you were doing observations on the chart for the child EM. Yes, at 1 o'clock. Yes. I'm going to remind you of what child H's dad, the father of child H, said, okay? Yes. And again, this is agreed evidence. This day is a Saturday going into a Sunday, the 26th into the 27th. Yes. So that you can be sure that I'm not misleading you, let's go back to the sequence of events, please, to tiles 429 and then 430, and we'll see this fact recorded. 429, Saturday the 26th of September, and 430, Sunday the 27th of September. Yes. So this is the evidence of the father of child H, again, the agreed evidence. What he said to the jury through his statement was this, talking about his daughter. She was okay during the Saturday day, and then quite late on, I remember going to the parents' bedroom on the ward to get some sleep. It was only shortly afterwards that we got a knock on the door to say she had deteriorated and she needed medical attention, and for us to go and be with her at her bedside. Okay? Yes. So yet again, with child H, a second incident happening just after the parents had left, or the parent in this case. Yes. The father of child H leaving gave you the opportunity to sabotage child H, didn't it? No. Just as in the cases of child B, child C, child E, and we will see child I, child N, child M, and child O, P, and R. All cases where the children deteriorate shortly after their parents leave. Is that something that you identified as an opportunity to attack these children? No, I've never attacked any child. Were you covering for Shelley Tomlins? You said that you might have been on a break, but were you covering for Shelley at 1 o'clock? I couldn't say. There's no way from memory that I would know. Well, if we go to tile 425, please, just look at the observation chart there. This is the Saturday into the Sunday, the 26th into the 27th. If we look, we can see that child H was on hourly observations, wasn't she? Yes. But there's no hourly observations at 0100 hours, are there? No. And we know the precise time of the crash call, because if we go to tiles 438 and 439, please, we can see that, if we can click on them just to remind ourselves, 438 was the call to the consultant, Dr. Similarity, at 0104. The next one, tile 439, at 0106, was for the SHO. Yes. This shows us, doesn't it, what time the emergency occurred? Yes. And again, Dr. Neem, I'm suggesting, told us that when he arrived, the person he remembered as being there was you. Do you remember that? I remember that, yes. Was he telling the truth? I don't recall that being the case. Were you there at that time? That's the question. I can't say from memory. He said he was concerned about this because it wasn't completely clear why child H had collapsed. You were there, weren't you? I can't say from memory exactly what I was doing when. Well, you've made an entry, as a matter of fact, if you look at the neonatal review at line 121 in the chart of the child EM. Yes. That was to give yourself an alibi, wasn't it, for your interference with child H? No, that's me giving care to the baby that I was allocated. Do you remember child H having CPR and being given adrenaline again? Yes. Do you remember later at 3:30, again child H required neopuffing? I can't recall specific times, no. Let's go to tile 471, please. This is Shelley Tomlin's note of this event. Can you see where it says addendum about a third of the way down? So this is written at 3:49. Do you see? Yes. This concerns an event which, if her times are correct, happened 19 minutes earlier. Do you see that? Yes. It says 0330, profound desaturation to 60s, again requiring neopuffing with no known cause for desat. Air entry still heard bilaterally. So that means, doesn't it, air is going in and out of the lungs. Yes. Capnography positive, which means the gas exchange is happening. Yes. CO2 is coming out. Then copious amounts of secretions which were pink tinged. Yes. Had you interfered with child H's ET tube again? No. But again, if we go back to the neonatal review at page 8 of 11, there you were, back in nursery 1 again, weren't you? When, sorry? Just after this incident which Shelley Tomlins records as being at, I think it was 0330, wasn't it? Yes, I'm helping Shelley after that, yes. The supernumerary on this shift was Christopher Booth, wasn't he? He was the shift leader, yes. I don't think he was supernumerary. Well, he had one child in nursery 2, didn't he? Yes. Which is where you were? Yes. Why is it always you that ends up back in nursery 1 when something happens? I don't agree that it's always me. You tried to kill child H twice, didn't you? No. I'm going to move on to child I next, please. If we go back to jury bundle 1, divider 1, we can see that the single count concerning child I is count 12 at page 5. Have you got that? Yes. And you remember child I very well, don't you? Yes. Hers was a case in which, again, I'm going to suggest you falsified the records, okay? Okay. Before we get to that, though, I just want to remind you of where child I was and when, all right? Yes. Child I was born on Friday the 7th of August 2015 at Liverpool Women's Hospital. She remained there until the 18th of August when she moved to Chester, which is a Tuesday. She remained at Chester from the 18th of August to the 6th of September when she went back to Liverpool. A week later, on Sunday the 13th of September, she moved from Liverpool back to Chester. Then, 17 days later, on September 30th, she collapsed in the circumstances which we refer to as event 1 for child I, and for which there is a sequence of events which is numbered child I1. All right? Yes. The second collapse for child I was the 13th of October, and that was the incident in nursery 2 involving you and Ashley Hudson. Yes. The third was the following night, the 14th of October, following which she was sent out from Chester to Arrow Park the next day, on October 15th. She remained there until October 17th, when she was returned to Chester. Right? Okay. Then 6 days later, child I died, and we suggest it was you who killed her. All right? I'd like to start with your defence statement, please, if you go to that document again. The section concerning child I starts at 106, where you say you did nothing to harm her. At 107, you say her stomach was bloated a lot of the time, it swelled regularly, and she was monitored because of that. This is what you write. This appeared to be part of her condition throughout her time on the unit, and all the nursing staff knew that. She had been to Liverpool Women's Hospital and Alderhay, and they didn't appear to do anything about it. I think in this context, Alderhay may be a mistake. Is that right? No, she did go to Alderhay. She did go to Alderhay. Yes. When did she go to Alderhay? I can't be specific on time and dates. You then say, I don't know whether tests were ever done to identify what the cause of child I's problems was and whether there was something wrong with her bowel. The nursing staff raised concerns about child I's stomach, but nothing was ever done about this. Are you one of the people that raised concerns? Yes. To whom did you raise the concern? To senior nursing staff. Who? I can't be specific on names. How did you raise the concern? It was discussed regularly amongst the staff on the unit that we were not getting anywhere with child I, that she was not getting the treatment that she perhaps needed. Did you see that as an opportunity? No. At paragraph 109 you say, child I was a baby who became unwell regularly and who deteriorated very quickly when she did do. It appeared that she often followed a pattern of desaturation and apnea, followed by intervention. I didn't look after child I a great deal, and many of the incidents throughout her history occurred when I was not present. I don't recall any incident when I said, it's always me when it happens, and I don't know who Lucy Beebe is. Dr. Beebe, Lucy Hunt. Did you remember her when she came to court? No. You say you were not working on the 22nd or 23rd of August. You say you don't remember much detail of September 30th, which is her first collapse. And you then say, I do recall that when I handed over to Bernadette Butterworth, child I desaturated and became bradycardic. Her tummy became bigger as we watched. We aspirated her manually. I then assisted with her care. I would have written my notes up and gone home having done this. Was that the limit of what you remembered of child I's first incident? Yes, I don't remember any great detail, no. But I do remember the handover with Bernadette. Right. Well, to put this into context, event number 1 happened on, as I've already said, September 30th. There were 2 events in effect, the first at 16:30, when Bernadette Butterworth wouldn't have been around, when there was a large vomit and desaturation. Yes. Then a further desaturation at handover at about 19:30. Yes. Do you remember that? Yes. Do you remember both incidents? Yes. Is it your case that staffing levels caused or contributed to child I's problems on this occasion? No. Just to be fair to you, I hope, can we go to tile 44? This is the population distribution chart. You had 3 children, including child I, in nursery 3. Yes. Ashley, 2 children in nursery 1. Nurse B and Melanie Taylor had between them 3 in nursery 2. And the nursery nurse Jean Pears had 3 in nursery 4. Yes. So staffing levels, not an issue. Is that right? Not for child I, no. Medical competence or incompetence an issue? No. Anybody make a mistake that you've been able to identify that may have contributed to what happened to child I on this occasion? No. The day before, so the 29th of September, was a Tuesday, okay? And Dr. Beebe told us that she had examined child I in preparation for the grand round, okay? Yes. She found her to be in good condition, with no markers of concern. No. And when you took over on the morning of Wednesday the 30th, did you see anything to contradict that opinion? No, from my memory now, I think there may be some concern about her temperature, but I don't recall any significant concerns, no. Right, well, as you've raised it, let's deal with it. If we go to the paper bundle to divider 12, if we start on the first page, just to give us the context, this is page J14714. That shows us child I's temperature on the 26th, 27th, 28th and 29th of September, doesn't it? Yes. We see that she just strays into the yellow area at about 0100 hours and just before on the 28th. Yes. Moving on to the day I've just asked you about with Dr. Beebe and preparation for the grand round. Everything's within the white area? Yes. So far as temperature is concerned? Yes. And the first entry that you made appears to be at 1000 hours? Yes. On the morning of the 30th? Yes. Agreed so far? We also see that other than having her temperature taken every 3 hours or so, and the cot temperature being recorded or the incubator temperature being recorded, no other data was being recorded for child I. That's right. As a general rule, does that indicate that there was no specific concerns concerning child I? No, that's right. The first aberration, if I can use that phrase, is recorded by you in the temperature column at, is that 12 or 1300 hours? It's 1100. Sorry, 1100. Have you written there 36 degrees? 36.1. 36.1. Is it an incubator or a cot? A hot cot. That's been increased to 37? Yes. And we see your initials at the bottom? Yes. Right so far? Yes. As a matter of fact, you didn't like being in nursery 3, did you? I like being in all of the nurseries. And you didn't like Ashley Hudson because she was the new girl. I don't agree with that. By this stage, you didn't like Mel Taylor either because she wouldn't talk to you in the aftermath of child A and B. No, I don't agree. Or nurse B. No. Tile 46, please. This is Dr. Newby's note from the grand round. If we just scroll gently down so you can refamiliarise yourself with its contents, Most of the writing may well be Dr. Beebe's writing, I think she told us. A lot of this information was recorded the previous day, wasn't it, in preparation for the grand round? Yes, that's what usually happens. Yes. If we continue down the data, please, Mr. Murphy, onto the next page, right to the bottom, please. There you see where it says management plan, and there's a flamboyant signature of Dr. Hunt, as she then was, now Dr. Beebe. Yes. Followed by Dr. Newby's handwriting in the box at the bottom of the page. Yes. The 30th was a Monday, so immunisations the following Monday. That was the plan? Yes. Establishing feeds? Yes. Wean hot cot as appropriate, so get her off the hot cot as her temperature stabilises. Yes. Feed and grow? Yes. A positive picture. Do you agree? Yes. You, I'm suggesting, will remember that child G, on the 7th of September, so in round terms, 3 weeks and 2 days before this, was due her immunisations. Yes. And the event that precipitated the immunisations being delayed was a projectile vomit, wasn't it? Yes. Can you remember what the event that precipitated the delay of child I's immunisations was? Her condition on this day. Yes. Which manifested itself in what way? She vomited and needed to be transferred into nursery 1. Yes. Can we look at tile 48, please? Here we see the feeding chart for this day, don't we? Yes. Overnight, your friend, is that Jennifer Jones Key? Yes. Gave a bottle to child I at 0030, yes, of 35 ml. Passed urine, bowels not opened. NB, what's that? That the baby has 2 name bands in situ. Then comment, distended. No, it's demanded. She cried for the feed and had cares. So very positive signs. Yes. This is a baby who was doing well, who was demanding milk and taking it from a bottle at 0030. Yes. Given a further feed 3 hours later? Yes. And it may or may not be NGT, but we can move on to the 0700 hours. A further bottle? Yes. Passed urine? Yes. Bowels opened? Yes. Still got the name bands? And given cares? Yes. Incidentally, how often were babies given cares? Usually with every feed, so a baby that's on 3-hourly feeds like child I was, it would be done with each feed. What about a baby in nursery 1? Cares are done less often then, it depends on the baby. But minimal disruption in nursery 1 is the objective. For babies that are intensive care in nursery 1, yes, okay. Let's just carry on. So that was just before your friend Jennifer Jones Key handed over to you at about 8 a.m. Yes. You have then recorded at 1000 hours, having given child I expressed breast milk with fortifier. That her mum fed her, but yes. You're quite right. 35 ml? Yes. Passed urine and small bowels opened? Yes. Child I's mum fed her and did her cares? That's right. At 1300 hours, and we do have this in paper as well, of course, we have a further feed, this time given by you. Yes. Given by NG tube? Yes. With an aspirate of 5 ml. Is that right? Yes, that was returned. Which was returned with a pH of 5. Yes. Did that cause you any concerns? No. No concerns about an undigested feed? No, 5 ml is a very minimal amount. Yes. A pH of 5 is an acidic reaction, isn't it? Yes. Was child I asleep? Yes. How she was according to you at 1600 as well? Yes. Was she a particularly sleepy baby, child I? I don't think I can comment on child I on a day-to-day basis. At this time we changed her nappy, or I changed her nappy and she did not wake. Again, you fed her via the NG tube? Yes. A 3 ml aspirate? Again, nothing of concern? No. Passed urine? Yes. Bowels opened? Yes. Do we take it that her stomach was empty at that stage? Prior to the feed? Yes. She had 3 ml? Yes. And then half an hour later, large vomit plus apnea. Is that sent to nursery 1? Yes. And put nil by mouth? Yes. Okay, so just going back to the 10 o'clock entry in the presence of the mother of child I, do you remember what her routine was? Not specifically. I know that she visited very regularly for Child Eye, but I couldn't give you any more detail than that. I think one of the points you made when you were being asked about the card that you had sent to the family of Child Eye on the day of the funeral in November was that you got to know the family very well. Yes, the family were very attentive and present on the unit a lot, yes. And they had other children? They did, yes, which they often brought as well. Yes. And the mother of Child Eye, when she dropped the kids off at school, would come straight to see her new daughter, wouldn't she? I know she visited regularly, yes. And would also disappear at certain times to go and collect her children from school. Potentially, yes. When you say potentially, I can't account for exactly what the mother of Child Eye did when. I'm suggesting you knew this family so well that you knew very well that that's what her routine was. No, I don't agree. Tile 51, please. Could we look at the review? We see Dr. Beeb's writing again. Can you see that? Yes. What was the reason that you gave to Dr. Beeb for this review? Child Eye had a low temperature. In hot cot, temperature 36.2. Slightly on the low side? Yes, that is low. Taking 4 bottles and gaining weight? Yes. A positive sign? Yes. On examination, little pale, handles well. Capillary refill time less than 2 seconds. Warm, well perfused, normal heart sounds, chest clear, no distress. Yes. Abdomen full, but soft. Reducible umbilical hernia. Is that right? Yes. Then underneath that, what does it say? During examination, bowels open, normal stool. Mum reports low temperature has been happening over past few days. Yes, then plan increased temperature of hot cot. Monitor closely if further concerns. For sepsis screen but appears clinically well at present. Yes. Do you remember Dr. Beeb's evidence about that note? She was asked specifically about it. No, I can't, no. She said that should read, monitor closely if further concerns for sepsis screen but appears clinically well at present. Okay. Do you remember her saying that to you? No, I don't. No. What, at the time? Yes. No, I don't recall this conversation at that time. No. But it's clear that the reason you were giving to Dr. Beeb for the review was the reduced temperature, wasn't it? Yes, which is correct procedure. Yes. Do you remember the reason you gave to the mother of Child Eye? Not for this morning review, no. I know later on when the doctors were called, it was in regards to her stomach. Well, you told the mother of Child Eye that you were concerned about Child Eye's stomach. That's in her agreed statement. Okay, at 11 o'clock. Yes, the review. Okay. Any reason why you give one reason to the mother and a different reason to the doctor? No, I don't recall that. I recall it being an abdominal issue at the further review in the afternoon. Well, just so that you know where I'm going to suggest to you that there was no further review in the afternoon, okay? So you bear that in mind whilst I'm asking you these questions. Do you remember the evidence of Dr. Ogden? No. Who was read on the 26th of January? Dr. Ogden said if ever a concern was expressed about a swollen abdomen, the medical staff would always examine the baby. Yes. Does that accord with your understanding of what the practice was at Chester? Yes, but not for Child Eye. Child Eye had a regularly distended abdomen. My question for you to answer, please, is why were you telling the mother that the reason for your concern was Child Eye's abdomen, but you didn't mention that to Dr. Beeb? I don't believe I did mention the abdomen at that point to the mother of Child Eye. Well, that was the agreed evidence in the statement that was read to the jury. You're disputing that? Yes. Were you creating a cover for what you planned to do to Child Eye? No. Child Eye was handling well, wasn't she? Yes. And during this examination, she produced a normal, yellow, seedy stool. Yes. Quite a graphic description. Her chest was clear, is that right? Yes. She was in no distress? No. And Dr. Beeb told you to monitor her closely? Yes. Why didn't you monitor her closely? I did monitor her closely. Well, let's look at the vital signs chart, please. It's in that paper bundle that you've got in front of you there at page 14715. Yes. If we can scroll up a bit, Mr. Murphy, so we can just remind ourselves of the time of this, 11:40. When is the first time you recorded Child Eye's vital signs? As in a full set of observations? Yes. Monitoring her closely? Yes. No. That's taken out of context. You tell us what the context is then. Well, answer the question and then tell us what the context is. When was the first time you monitored Child Eye's vital signs? 1500. What's the context of monitor closely? It's with regards to the temperature. At this point, Child Eye was not on a monitor and was not deemed by the doctor that she needed to go back on a monitor, so it's monitor closely her temperature and just Child Eye in general. All right. Let's scroll down again and look at Dr. Beeb's note, please. Where does it say monitor temperature closely? The plan above is to increase temperature of hot cot, and that is why Child Eye was being reviewed because of a temperature issue. Not according to the mother of Child Eye. Okay. But that aside, where does it say monitor temperature closely? It doesn't. She also doesn't ask me to put Child Eye back onto a monitor. Well, some people might think, and I'm suggesting to you that you knew, that monitor closely meant precisely that. No, I disagree. Let's go back to the feeding chart, please, which we were looking at before. It's page 14780 in the paper bundle. We've seen that Child Eye had been an enthusiastic feeder before you came on duty. Yes, she had wakened for a feed at 12:30, yes. She had taken a bottle at 7 o'clock, yes. And she had taken a bottle from her mum at 10 o'clock, yes. But at 1 o'clock, you were giving her milk down an NGT, yes. Do you remember where the mother of Child Eye was at 1 o'clock? No. Again, in her agreed evidence, she said that at lunchtime she would meet her family in the canteen. Okay. Was the mother of Child Eye there when you gave this nasogastric tube to Child Eye? I can't say. I don't recall. If you were giving a 35ml feed with thickener at 1300 hours, that would take, what, about 15 minutes? Potentially, yes. I can't ever be specific, but yes, around that time, yes. So it would have ended, if that's right, at about 1:15? Roughly, yes. So the feeds would not be on the exact hour necessarily, but it would have been around 1300, yes. Can we go to tile 61, please? Keep the feeding chart open. Let's just look at what you were writing down on the nursing note, can we? This is a nursing note made at what time? 13:36. Yes. What time did you give the feed? 1300. Right. And a feed which normally would have finished at about 13:15, correct? Approximately, yes. Yes, obviously give or take. So it would have been fresh in your mind when you were making this nursing note a few minutes later, wouldn't it? Yes. And what did you write about feeding? 3 times 8 feeds, EBM, 2 bottles to 1 NG tube. What does that mean? That she's had 2 bottles to 1 NG feed. So usually we would give 2 bottles in a row and then an NG tube feed and then 2 bottles and an NG. Right. Then what does it say? Abdomen appears full and slightly distended, soft to touch. Child Eye straining, ++. And? Bowels have been opened. Mum feels it is more distended to yesterday and that Child Eye is quiet. Appears generally pale. Not on monitor, but nil increased work of breathing. Handling well and waking for feeds. Doctors asked to review. To continue with current plan. Do you remember the mother of Child Eye's evidence? That it was you who was raising the issue about Child Eye's abdominal distension, not her. I agree, yes, I raised concerns about her distension, yes. That wasn't the reason for calling Dr. Beeb, though, was it? No, that was in regards to the low temperature. Doctors asked to review, something we've seen before. What does that mean? That doctors were asked to review Child Eye and to continue with current plan, which is what Dr. Beeb advised. No, it wasn't what Dr. Beeb advised at all, was it? At 11:40, Dr. Beeb had advised monitor closely. We monitor all of our babies closely. Well, if that's true, why on earth would Dr. Beebe say to do something that you always do, Nurse Letby? That's something to ask her. Well, you're lying about this, aren't you? No. This is yet another example of you not reproducing in the nursing notes what really happened. No, I don't agree. Handling well and waking for feeds. What had you just done? Fed her because she was asleep. Yes, well, I'm obviously a bit slow. Explain that to me. I'm referring to 10 o'clock. She's woken for the feed and handled well. What you're writing down is at 13:36, isn't it? Yes. The feed you gave. If it started bang on 1300 hours, had finished more or less 20 minutes before this. Yes. Why did you write handling well and waking for feeds if this was a child to whom you had just given an NGT? Because the feeding regime is 2 bottles to 1 NG tube, so the bottle that she was due for from me at 10 o'clock she did wake for and was handling well. The plan then would have been for the 1300 feed to be a tube feed. Can we go to tile 62? It's an addendum note made much later at 1931. This says, reviewed by doctors, again plural, at 1500, as child I appeared mottled in colour with distended abdomen and more prominent veins. Advised to continue, temperature within normal range with hot cot at 38 degrees. Full monitoring recommenced. I'm going to suggest to you that this is the advice or the direction Dr. B was giving you at 11:40, okay? No, I disagree. Full monitoring recommenced. Within normal range, bowels opened. Then what does it say? Yellow seedy stool. Yes. Let's just go back to Dr. Beebe's note at 11:40, which is tile 51. You have transposed what Dr. Beebe said at 11:40 to your nursing note at 1500 hours, haven't you? Yes, I'm referring that during the shift, child I has had a yellow seedy stool, yes. No, but between the yellow seedy stool at 11:40, you had already made a nursing note, hadn't you, just after the feed that you gave via a nasogastric tube? Yes. A note that you made at 13:35. Yes. So you are cooking the notes again, aren't you, Lucy Letby? No, I disagree. To create the impression that child I was deteriorating just before the time at which the emergency happened. No, she'd had a normal yellow seedy stool, which happens to coincide with the time at which the mother of child I went to pick up her kids from school, doesn't it? Yes. Yes.